Chapter 761. It was true that harmony was the most precious thing. Why should he argue with a group of old guys here? What's the point? If he annoyed them, how could he teach in the academy? Zhang Feng immediately cupped his hands and bowed towards Ouyang Sun and the others. If this little one has offended you in any way, I implore the 4 esteemed teachers to not blame me. If esteemed teachers feel that this piece of paper is good, then it is this little one's fortune.
How about this? When all of you descend the mountain, this little one will personally take 20 jin of paper and personally deliver it to your residences as an apology.
Ouyang Sun was stunned. Chu Suiliang, who was about to sit down, almost squatted down and crushed the stool. In an instant, the small wooden house became terrifyingly quiet. Everyone stared at Zhang Feng in shock. 20 kilograms? Damn it. This kind of paper. It was dozens of times better than the rice paper. Not to mention Ouyang Sun. Even Zhang Sun Wuji and the others wanted to beat him up at this time. He deserved a beating. This was simply outrageous. Firstly, they would be labeled as extravagant in the imperial court. Second, they were simply too disrespectful to their elders. What a prodigal. This kind of white paper was not only more expensive than the rice paper, but it was also worth the same price as the rice paper. How could he give 20 kilograms of paper, which was worth 1,000 strings of coins per kilogram? We're brothers, so why didn't you come to inform me at the very first moment? Even if it was just to inform me, it would have been fine. But what happened? You didn't know anything. Then, he was inexplicably scolded for a long time. At the thought of the smooth and white paper, everyone felt as if there were 10,000 horses galloping in their hearts. How could this kind of paper be measured by kilograms? What was this? This was a complete humiliation. And he humiliated the 4 Confucian scholars in public in front of so many people. At this time, Zhang Feng was even more surprised when he saw that everyone was silent. Could it be that it was too little? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly patted the back of his head. Yes. As the 4 Confucian scholars, 20 kilograms was indeed too little. Zhang Feng couldn't help blushing. It seemed that his vision was still too narrow. After measuring the output, Zhang Feng said carefully, "How about 50? No. 100 kilograms. What do you think about 100 kilograms? When Zhang Feng said 50 kilograms, he actually felt a little guilty. After all, the production cost of a caddy of paper was less than 10 copper coins, and that was after including the wages of the workers. Although paper wasn't worth much now, the paper-making workshop had just started. 400 pounds of paper was already a day's worth of output. Furthermore, Zhang Feng didn't know if he could produce 400 caddies in the second production. If he could only produce 300 caddies, it would be troublesome. The most important thing was, right now, he had yet to write his textbooks and other things. Seeing that there was only a month or so left before the academy officially opened, he was also anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pull in a few heavyweights for the academy to hold the fort, and that he could free himself to be a teacher, Zhang Feng would really be reluctant to do so. After all, although this thing was nothing to him, it was really a rare thing in the outside world. Ouyang Sun and the others were strangely silent at this time. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they couldn't say anything. They knew the purpose of coming here today, and obviously they already knew why Zhang Feng did this. However, to give away 100 caddies of such good paper in one go, Ouyang Sun still didn't know what to say. At this time, Chu Suiliang's hands were constantly intertwining, and his brain was also rapidly calculating. 100 caddies of white paper. What kind of concept was this? Even if the production cost of a caddy of paper was 1,000 copper coins, how much would 100 caddies cost? Suddenly, he felt that his brain wasn't enough. However, if he were to use the abacus now, wouldn't it be too much? When Zhang Feng saw this, he was even more anxious. Teacher, old son, say something. He was already so generous. Were they still not satisfied? After a long time. After Ouyang Sun and the others looked at each other, they finally all stared at Zhang Feng. Ouyang Sun surprisingly calmed down and asked, "Boy, are you humiliating old man and the others?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. But in an instant, his face changed greatly. It was said that the people of the Tang dynasty were straightforward. My King honest. Isn't it too unkind? Do you think 100 caddies of paper is not enough? Even if you are a great scholar, even if you are the Ouyang family,
the Yu family, the emperor, the richest person in the dynasty, you may not be so arrogant to give away so much paper at one time, right?
People's hearts are not enough. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and stretched out 2 fingers with difficulty. 200 caddies. 200 caddies shouldn't be considered a humiliation, right? I can't give more. I can only produce less than 500 caddies a day.
If you can wait for more than a month, let alone 200 caddies, even if it's 2,000 caddies, as long as you can hold it, I can give it to you.
Pa! When the words 200 caddies came out of Zhang Feng's mouth, in an instant, the living room was dead silent again. There was only the sound of someone crushing a cup. Chapter 762. Ouyang soon only felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was as if Zhang Feng was sitting on a mountain of paper, waving at him. Did you see that? What you regard as a treasure, as your life, is just paper to wipe your ass. When I say I'll give it away, I'll give it by caddies. And it's 200 caddies. Ouyang soon had the urge to beat Zhang Feng to death. Although the purpose of today's visit was to confirm whether this thing was made by Zhang Feng. It was indeed for paper, but it was 200 caddies. It made Ouyang soon feel like he was looking at a nouveau riche. Not only him, but everyone present could not stand Zhang Feng's clamor. Whether it was Ouyang soon, Chu Suiliang, or even Yu Shernan who was prepared for this, they were trembling with anger, glaring at Wei Zhang and the others. It was clear that he was saying, look at this, this is your brother? Are all the people in the imperial court so extravagant? At this time, Wei Zhang and the others could not sit still. A few hundred caddies. 100 caddies. For people would be 400 caddies. This was already an astronomical figure. And it seemed that this guy had not touched the bottom line yet? But they also knew that they could not continue. If this continued, not to mention Yu Shernan and the others, even they would go crazy. Cough, cough. Wei Zhang coughed. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he could only stroke his beard and say, Fengzi Yu. You're simply a prodigal thing. What are you doing? You're insulting Mr. Bo Shi and the others. Why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Bo Shi and the others? 200 caddies of white paper. Do you know that even the emperor only gets 1 caddy of rice paper a month? Even Mr. Bo Shi and the others can only use 1 caddy of rice paper for half a year unless it's necessary. It's not that they are unwilling, it's that they can't buy it. But you, the moment you open your mouth, you ask for 200 caddies. You are simply... Zhang Feng scratched his head. Looking at Wei Zhang and the other slightly angry expressions, he immediately said, Old Wei, 200 jin per person is already my limit, and this is the total number of papers that will be produced tomorrow and the day after. I don't know if there will be any wear and tear when the time comes. If there is wear and tear, it will take another 4 days. After all, there are still impurities on the white paper, and it was only improved today. But even if it's a full production, at most, I can only produce 1,000 caddies per day. Don't worry, if any of you feel that it's too little, I'll take care of all the paper you use in the future. This is the limit of what I can bear right now. After all, you all know that this kid's academy needs paper everywhere. Moreover, this kid also needs to eat. On the one hand, it's for the convenience of the academy. Of course, it would be best if I could earn some money while helping all of you. After all, as you can see, I have a big family to feed now. Hearing this, in an instant, the living room once again fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. 1,000 caddies a day? This kind of paper. Ouyang Sun, who felt humiliated just now, felt even more suffocated at this time. If the stimulation just now was like carrying 100 caddies on his back, then now, it was like carrying a mountain on his back, making him breathless. Wei Zhang couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing Ouyang Sun and the others' faces trembling, he hurriedly asked, Fengzi, how much do you think the daily production can be? 1,000 caddies? But this is under the condition of full production. Now, at least in a month on average, it can only reach 500 caddies a day. Zhang Feng said very sincerely. Seeing that Ouyang Sun and the others' faces still didn't improve, he said again, to reach 1,000 caddies a day, the materials must be prepared a day in advance, and the people in the paper mill must be familiar with the manufacturing process. It will take more than a month to reach 1,000 caddies a day. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng clasped his hands and said, Dear teachers, the technology and manpower for papermaking are ready-made, so it doesn't cost much.
In the future, when everyone's technology becomes more and more mature, that is, when we can reach 1,000 caddies a day, I intend to set the price of each piece of paper at 1 copper coin per caddy.
Of course, this is just my guess, but it's a little difficult now. I still need to work harder to let the students of the academy fill their stomachs and still have some surplus. 1 copper coin per piece of paper? At this time, everyone in the room felt their blood pressure soar. What did this mean?
If the production cost of white paper was not more expensive than rice paper, even if it was only the cost of rice paper, they would definitely make a lot of money. At the very least, in their hearts, no matter how cheap this thing was, it would at least be 100 copper coins per caddy. But they never thought that this bastard would set the price of paper at 1 copper coin per caddy. This meant that paper would no longer be a luxury item in the future. Even ordinary people could use it. Every aristocratic family would flaunt their wealth by collecting books. However, if Zhang Feng were to do so, wouldn't these methods of flaunting their wealth become the laughingstock of the world? What a good piece of white paper. Moreover, the production was so high, and the price in the future would be cheaper than the cheapest hard yellow paper in the market.
What did this mean?
The price of yellow paper now was 20 copper coins, but in this era where paper and silk were expensive, what did this mean?
Zhang Sun Wuji and Yu Shernan asked almost at the same time, Feng Zi, your paper, does it have a shortcut?
Tell us.
Chapter 763. Yu Shernan hurriedly asked, Little friend Zhang Feng, tell me, is there something special about your paper-making technique? Hearing this, everyone could not help but perk up their ears and hold their breaths. Zhang Feng smiled. The most difficult part of paper-making was to make the birch bark, grass ash, bamboo, and the like into pulp. This required a lot of bamboo, charcoal, and manpower. The process was also complicated. But Lao Tzu had been reprimanded by all of you for so long. Why should Lao Tzu tell you? I, Zhang Feng, don't need to eat? Lao Tzu, the thousands of people in White Deer College, don't need to eat? If he told you this thing so easily and got tricked by those aristocratic families, wouldn't Lao Tzu have nothing to eat? It would be difficult for him to even make a profit in the paper-making market. He was not that stupid. After all, he had to think about the future of the college.
What if, 3 years later, there was really a genius who could not study and wanted to go into business?
Wouldn't that be equivalent to giving Zhang Feng a free long-term labor? But Zhang Feng also knew that he had to tell them now. He was still hoping that he could use this to recruit Ouyang Sun and the others. Sigh. Zhang Feng sighed. Only then did he use his trump card. While Zhang Feng sighed, Yu Qigong, who was outside the door, instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. This grandson, he was going to trick people again. Yu Qigong could not help but look forward to it. Blackie, let's make a bet. I guess these 4 masters will definitely be tricked by this kid today. Do you believe me? Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes and did not say anything. He only raised 3 fingers. I bet 3,000 strings of strings. At this moment, in the living room, Zhang Feng slowly said, I still have a good brother who is not here today. But you should have heard of Lao Li. The entire college was set up by Lao Li and me. Although this paper mill is my business, Lao Li, Old Wei, and the others have all helped me a lot. Wei Zhang and the others blushed. They were a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, Of course. Although you are busy, if it weren't for your son, I wouldn't even dare to set up Chong'an University, not to mention the academy. So I plan to divide this paper mill into 6 parts, 1 for each of us. This can also give Li Gan and the others a status. Otherwise, I know that if not for you secretly telling them to do their best, White Deer College today. Hearing this, they could not help but be shocked. This kind of paper, no matter how expensive it was, but since this kid dared to sell it for 1 copper coin per sheet, it was obvious that the cost of the paper must be ridiculously low. However, even if it was sold for 1 copper coin per kilogram, they could imagine what kind of reaction it would cause once it was put into the market. Perhaps, when the time came, the profits of this thing would not be lower than fine salt. This was something that only those who knew that table salt was created by Zhang Feng would know. At this moment, Zhang Feng pretended to be reluctant and said, Of course, if you want to know, I can tell you the process of making paper now. Enough! Shut up! Du Ruhui hurriedly shouted. He and Yu Shernan hurriedly shouted for him to stop. Idiot! This was the height of idiocy. How could such an important thing be announced in front of so many people? Wasn't he afraid that others would hear? Yu Shernan saw that it was about time and sighed. You were the one who created this thing, we won't covet it. We just want to ascertain your character and whether you are really so extravagant. That's enough. We were just casually asking and you, kid, spoke without thinking. You even revealed your family background and gave away a few 100 kilograms of paper. It's clear that you are not smart enough. This kind of thing is something that you, Zhang Feng, can settle down in life and bring blessings to your descendants. How can you show it to others so easily? It's clear that although you have a lot of ideas, if you don't have anyone to guide you, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Hearing this, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Master's words have enlightened this student. It can be seen that this little one is really. I hope that Master can see this little one's sincerity and stay. Otherwise, this little one doesn't know when this little one will do something stupid. With such a good downhill path, Zhang Feng would be a fool if he did not take it. A big fool. As expected, Yu Shernan heard this and sighed with a smile. Not bad, you are teachable. But do you know how much it costs to hire a great scholar to teach you? Even if it's 1,000 taels of gold, I can get it. Ha ha ha. Yu Shernan laughed and scolded. What if the old man wants the stars in the sky? If teacher really wants it, 10 years, no. Within 5 years, I will definitely make something that can fly in the sky and give you one. Wasn't it just a meteorite? Although the chances of going to the moon were slim, he did not believe that the dam system would not activate in 5 years. Even if it did not activate, what did it matter? Lao Tzu could make it himself. If it did not work, he could still act. It was still possible to find a meteorite. When the time came, he could make a hot air balloon. Wouldn't he have everything? Chapter 764. Yu Shernan was a little annoyed. The old man gave you a way out, and you didn't even know how to take advantage of it. Instead, you took advantage of it? All right. The old man will stay on this deserted mountain, and see if you can pluck the stars for the old man in 5 years. If you can't, the old man will definitely punish you for deceiving the world. This student understands. Of course, I won't let you get away with it for nothing. When will you be able to make that wine? Yu Shernan, Ouyang Sun, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Feng was counting on his fingers, but he didn't notice. He said, logically speaking, there are still 10 days, but I still have some wine next to my tavern. What? You still have wine? Yu Shernan was speechless. Last time when the old man came up the mountain, didn't you say that there was none left? Ahem. Yu Qigong had come in at some point. He coughed and said, last time when Lao Li came, this bastard also said that there was none left. In the end, he still made a jar under the bed. It seems that there is still a lot left. Zhang Feng was anxious. He swore, in all honesty, I really can't do it this time. You all know about the brewery next to this tavern. Although it brews beer, when this kid went up the mountain, he saw that there was not enough food to finish, so he went over and brewed a batch. He got someone to watch over it. Hearing this, everyone snorted a few times. Obviously, they didn't believe it. Enough, are you all drunkards? Yu Shernan laughed and interrupted everyone. He said, since you call us your teacher, we'll hand it over. However, we can't give you anything less than what we've promised. You must be served with wine and meat every day. If we miss a meal, we'll leave the mountain. This is a matter of principle. There is no room for discussion. As for the money, you can just convert it into good wine. We don't care about that little bit of money. All right. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. Yu Shernan looked at Ouyang Sun and the others and said, the three of you, what do you think? There's nothing wrong with this kid's character, right? Do you want to stay? While speaking, Yu Shernan patted his forehead and said, that's right, kid, I remember now. If you come up with anything good in the future, hand it over. If I find out that you're hiding something, the old man won't let you off. Zhang Feng felt like he was being squeezed. However, he still nodded and admitted defeat. Seeing this, Yu Shernan and the others nodded in satisfaction. Let me introduce you. As he spoke, Yu Shernan pointed at Ouyang Sun and said, this old fellow's letter book. Zhang Feng's heart trembled. Student Zhang Feng greets Mr. Shinmoto. Forget it, forget it. Remember to bring me good wine and good dishes, as well as white paper every day. This student understands.
This fatty's courtesy name is Deng Shan.
Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. Oh my god! Didn't history say that Chu Suiliang was thin? He was so fat that he looked like a ball.
However, he didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly saluted.
This is Si Tong. Student greets Mr. Si Tong. Okay. Don't make empty promises. As for coming to the academy, we still need to observe your character.
You should be teaching and educating people, but you actually come to do this kind of unorthodox thing. While speaking, Si Tong added again. However, for the sake of your 200 pounds of paper, if you do this every month, the old man will come down.
Zhang Feng's mouth twitched.
However, in an instant, his mouth was grinning from ear to ear.
This student thanks all of you, teachers. Are you sure you want to thank us? Ouyang Sun and Chu Suiliang looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. In an instant, Zhang Feng felt that he had been set up. But now, Zhang Feng knew that there was a trap, but he had to jump into it. He cupped his fists and said, "What are you talking about, teacher? Of course, what's mine is yours. Just take as much as you need." The old man is happy to see your white paper. How about 1,000 pounds of white paper and a cart of white wine every month for each person?
Sir, do you want to eat paper?
1,000 pounds? Can you not be so snobbish? Do you really think this is a charity hall? As long as you like it, even if you need to wipe your ass with paper, I'm willing to give it to you. Chu Suiliang was stunned by his words.
However, he shook his head and said, "You see, you're cornered now.
Forget it.
Since you've done so much for the sake of the students in the world, the old man won't make things difficult for you."
What do the three of you think?
While speaking, Chu Suiliang and the others laughed heartily like roosters that had won a fight. Yu Shernan laughed and said, "It seems that Brother Fong and the others have something to say to this kid.
Let's go. I'll bring the three of you around Shao Mountain. Let's go to Elder Sun's place." The others asked in surprise, "You're talking about medical god Elder Sun? Is he really at White Deer College?" Yu Shernan nodded. "I don't know what kind of magic this kid has to make Elder Sun come to the mountain. Didn't you guys want to drink? He should have some left over. Kid, wait a moment and get someone to send some food over. You don't have any manners at all. How can you sit on a cold bench for more than 2 hours when you have guests?"
Zhang Feng felt so wrong that he was about to cry.
"Sir, dear second master.
The moment the few of you came, you gave me a good scolding.
You actually gave me some time, ah." Chapter 765. Under Zhang Feng's aggrieved gaze, Yu Shernan and the other three laughed and left the cabin. They paced with their hands behind their backs as if they were inspecting their own property. Of course, in the end, for the sake of paper, wine or braised meat, they even forgot that Zhang Feng had impersonated their student. Perhaps they also tacitly approved of Zhang Feng. After all, they had recommended Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng could be considered their student.
Otherwise, if anyone dared to call them that, they would have to argue with him from beginning to end and then send him to the authorities to be dealt with according to law.
Obviously, they tacitly approved of this matter. As for Zhang Feng, when he was caught by Yu Qigong, he had already thought of this point. As long as he agreed, everything would be much easier. However, Zhang Feng was also a little annoyed. This old man really had some tricks up his sleeve. At first, he was confused. This matter, according to the situation in the Tang dynasty, would indeed arouse public anger. However, in the end, he did not expect that this matter would end like this. However, Zhang Feng also knew that these four masters would definitely not take advantage of him without doing anything. Now that they had gone out, they should be thinking of a way. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt a little grateful.
If it were not for these people, he would really have to think about how to face the public anger of the world's literati and the revenge of those big families. After all, it was the appearance of his paper that made what they were proud of become worthless. "Fengzi, since their matter has been settled, let's talk about our matter now." Yu Qigong and the other three sat in the seats of Yu Shernan and the other three just now. They also pulled Zhang Feng up from the chair. Zhang Feng instantly woke up. "Old Yu, are we okay?" "Okay. You made me suffer a great loss." Yu Qigong glared fiercely at Chang Yaojin, who was drinking tea with a smile. This made Zhang Feng even more baffled. Cough cough. "Fengzi, let's get down to business." Yu Qigong coughed and said, "We saw your paper too.
Kid, you have such a good thing, but you don't want to take it out? You caused us to be scolded by Mr. Shinbin yesterday. You're too mean. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? I don't have time, do I?
Didn't I send Li Gan and the others to deliver a letter to you yesterday?
Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh right, are Li Gan and the other little bastards back yet? Did I tell you when I bought it for you yesterday?
The few of them were stunned upon hearing this.
You look at me and I look at you. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's vision darkened. Bastard. What a beast. He was simply a beast. I asked you guys to go out and do something. What the F***ck are you guys doing? If they had followed his instructions yesterday, would things have turned out this way? According to yesterday's arrangement, after they distributed the flyers, the first thing they would do was to bring the paper to show off. But in the end, even now, old Li and the others didn't know about it? Could it be that they did not help him just now? So that's what happened. Damn it. Look at how Lao Tzu is going to deal with you guys now that you're back. If he doesn't want you to dig dung, he'll make you move bricks at the kiln. Sigh. I've met the wrong people. I was just wondering if I should give them 10% of the paper mill. Now, it seems like I should go to hell. Cough, cough.
The few of them coughed when they heard this.
Fengzi, you're not being nice. We all heard it.
Words that have been spoken are like spilled water.
How can you take them back? No, this is not negotiable. What a joke. They had earned a lot of money from that salt. Now that they had finally seen something good, how could they just watch it slip away?
Fengzi, this matter has alarmed His Majesty.
Do you know that after Mr. Xian Ben caused a ruckus in the imperial study yesterday, Lord Zhang's son came to us and asked us to deal with this matter properly. His Majesty is very angry. Do as you see fit. Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard that.
He did not know that the emperor would be alarmed.
However, he had seen it on TV.
With the status of these great scholars, even the emperor had to be polite to them. They really dared to angrily rebuke the emperor.
Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little flustered. Then what do you think we should do? Since all of you are here today, I'm sure you've already thought of a way, right? Cough, cough. Wei Zhang coughed and was a little embarrassed to say it. He nudged Zhang's son Wuji, who was sitting next to him with his elbow. Zhang Feng had always been looking down. When he saw Wei Zhang nudge him, he shook his head speechlessly.
He raised a peace sign and said slowly, Each of us will give you 200 catties of white paper.
We'll help you settle it.
Also Li Gan and the others.
What? 200 catties per person?
You really think highly of me, Zhang Feng.
200 jin per person. In an instant, Zhang Feng thought about it and realized that in this workshop, not only did they not use it for themselves, but they had also given it all away in a month. How could he make any money? Zhang Feng immediately got up and ran out. No way. Get lost, I won't see you out. Chapter 766. Zhang Feng was completely enraged. So, he had been set up by Yu Shernan and the others. Zhang Feng could still hold it in. After all, he could still afford to hire a big shot to watch over the place and teach for free. But how could Zhang Feng do something like looting a burning house? 200 catties per person. Although the latter part was not mentioned, he knew. It would definitely be 200 catties a month. Plus it would be from their own share. That is to say, although Zhang Feng monopolized 50% of the profits, everything, including the expenses on the mountain and the monthly allowance for Yu Shernan and the others, he would not be left with a single cent. What the hell was this? Seeing this, the others. They were also anxious. Yu Qigong flashed and hurriedly picked up Zhang Feng, who had just walked out of the room. Fengzi, let's talk things over. We're brothers, aren't we? Listen to me about the 200 catties of paper. Zhang Feng was pressed down on the chair. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, I'm not listening. Do you think I'm running a bank? I have thousands of people on this mountain, and they all need to be fed. If you do this, won't I become free labor? I won't do it. You can't say that. Look, aren't we also trying to shut the mouths of those people in the imperial court? And look at what happened yesterday. It has already made many people in the imperial court and those scholars in Chang'an unhappy. They all need to be bribed. 50 catties. Zhang Feng stretched out his hand. Just 50 catties, no more. How could he not know what these people were thinking? 50 catties.
This was all for the sake of his brothers. If it were anyone else, Zhang Feng would have chopped them up with a big knife.
Wasn't this obviously a scam? 200 catties. This was like slaughtering a pig.
Fengzi, look at the relationship between us.
You have the nerve to take out 50 catties? Are you?
Yu Qigong was about to bargain. He was interrupted by Zhang Feng.
You don't write or draw every day, so what do you need paper for? Don't think I don't know that you want to sell it. Zhang Feng was anxious. Yu Qigong wasn't angry. Instead, while Zhang Feng wasn't paying attention, he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder.
Zhang Feng almost fainted from the slap.
Fengzi, look.
These old fogies have that thing in your paper mill, but this old man doesn't have it.
Also, you cheated me of so much money last time. Now, I don't even dare to go home. Today, I don't have any other choice. If you don't give me some benefits, I won't be able to explain it to my family. Zhang Feng was anxious. Why was he being blamed for this? What happened last time was your fault. All right? It was your fault for kicking you out. You didn't have the ability to keep an eye on your wife. How could you blame me? Don't you have any shame?
However, Zhang Feng thought about it and said, Fine, since that's the case, old you on account of Lao Li, I'll give you 50 kilograms of paper.
I want to have it every month. You have to give me some money for alcohol, right? My wife is fierce. Last time you... Fine. 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms a month. That should be fine, right? Zhang Feng was annoyed. More importantly, he was being strangled. No one dared to be careless. Who would be able to withstand a slap if they were caught off guard? Seeing Zhang Feng compromise, Yu Qigong happily let go of Zhang Feng. Upon seeing this, Qin Qiong wanted it, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, it was Yu Qigong who said, Ayaya, look at what kind of brother I am. I've already said that brothers have to go through thick and thin together. I'm good but old way. If brother Zhang Feng looks down on you, how about I give you a little every month? Qin Qiong, Zhang Feng, Wei Zhang and the others. Shameless. Too shameless. Too inhumane. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Yu Qigong continued to hold Zhang Feng's hand and rubbed it in his palm. The calluses on his hand almost pulled the skin off the back of Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng's entire body was trembling. Sigh. Look at brother Zhang Feng's soft skin and tender flesh. He's no rougher than anyone else. As he spoke, Yu Qigong slapped his head and said, All right, I remember now. I have a distant cousin who hasn't gotten married yet. I heard that you haven't gotten married recently, right? Zhang Feng's expression changed when he heard that. He looked at Yu Qigong's round, plate-like face in horror, then looked at the fleas scurrying about on his curly beard. His mentality completely exploded. He asked in a trembling voice, I'm already engaged. I love my fiancé very much. Don't you dare have any designs on me. You haven't gotten married yet, have you? Besides, who doesn't know that you've gotten the courtesan of Yen Lai restaurant? Why are you still pretending? I'll let my distant cousin come to Chang'an tomorrow. Stop. Stop. Look at my memory. How could I forget about old Qin? Don't worry, I'll send 100 catties to your residence tomorrow. Now, you should be able to let me go, right? After saying that, Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong angrily. Yu Qigong laughed out loud. He then let go of Zhang Feng. The moment he let go of Zhang Feng fled. Seeing that, Yu Qigong shouted behind him, My distant cousin will come to Chang'an in a few days. I'll let her come directly to the academy then. Chapter 767. Zhang Feng panicked. He hurriedly ran away. Did they really think that this place was a charity? When Zhang Feng left, Zhang Sun and the others were stunned. They looked at each other. So, did we ask for too much? Yu Qigong asked with some embarrassment. Wei Zhang sighed speechlessly. You! Hurry up and chase after him. What are you waiting for? They finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Today they wanted to get some benefits from Zhang Feng. This guy was usually so stingy. Now that he was being generous, how could they not want to get more? But now, it seemed that they couldn't even complete the task given by the emperor, let alone them.
After Zhang Feng left the small wooden house, he ran madly towards a place with a lot of people.
Where were the most people now?
The kitchen near the wooden house had the most people. And they were all from Tong Hui Fong. Zhang Feng's frantic running made the women and children of Tong Hui Fong pale with fright.
Fengzi, what are you doing? Hurry, help me block them.
Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly as Zhang Feng ran through the kitchen and out the back door of the firewood room. He ran all the way to the valley on the right.
They couldn't help but feel confused. What was going on?
But when they turned around and saw Yu Qigong and the others chasing after him, they instantly understood. This group of living Yama must have bullied Fengzi again.
Mother Kerr. How much did they bully Fengzi?
The people of Tong Hui Fong couldn't help but feel angry.
Old and young men. Grab your weapons and block them for me. Go find the old village chief. Today, we will send these people to the authorities. Roar! In an instant,
the people of Tong Hui Fong in the kitchen were envious. Everyone could tell that something was wrong from the way this group of people had acted the moment they came up the mountain. In the end, Fengzi had slipped away and was dragged back by the big black man. These people thought that Fengzi was easy to bully. But did they really think that everyone in Tonghui Lane was easy to bully? In an instant, everyone in Tonghui Lane, starting from the kitchen, saw this scene, and then looked at Zhang Feng who was running madly, and Yu Qigong and the others who were hot on his heels.
Their eyes turned red.
They also raised their weapons and blocked the path of Yu Qigong and the others. As for the veterans of the reclining workshop, they were very comfortable at the moment. Who treated them as humans in the reclining lane. Not to mention having a full meal, as long as he didn't go hungry, he would be thankful. Ordinary people would not dare to take in old, weak and disabled soldiers like them. As a result, Enlu Fang was jokingly called a place to wait for death by the people of Chang'an. However, Zhang Feng was very generous. Not only did he give them a profitable business, but he also gave them a lot of money. During this food shortage, everyone was about to starve to death. But, in the end, it was Fengzi who did not reject anyone and recruited them. At this time, not only did they not have to do manual labor, but they also spent the whole day weaving frames, doing carpentry, and other miscellaneous tasks. Not only did they have food and shelter, but they also earned money. Every day after work, they could even go to the market at the foot of the mountain to drink a pot of wine. This was better than the life of a deity. However, as veterans, although they could not observe the situation, as long as they were not stupid, they knew that the situation on the mountain today was looking for trouble with Fengzi. How could they sit still? They all picked up their weapons and rushed up. Gan Ziyuan was sitting in a red brick house at the construction site, happily brewing a pot of tea and discussing with a few of his foremen about the division of labor to paint the walls. However, there was a commotion outside the door and they could not help but interrupt them. The few of them were shocked and thought that something big had happened. They hurriedly went out to take a look and were instantly dumbfounded. They saw that the thousands of people on the construction site, whether it was their subordinates, the laborers or the students at this time, as if half of them had gone crazy. They were yelling and holding the tools used for work and rushed to the mountain gate. What's going on? Gan Ziyuan was dumbfounded. He hurriedly grabbed a red-eyed skinny monkey and asked. The skinny monkey struggled for a while and turned his head to throw the brick in his hand at the face of the person behind him. However, after seeing Gan Ziyuan's face, he was shocked and stopped the brick that was about to fall on Gan Ziyuan's head. He asked, "Boss Gan, why are you here?"
Lao Tzu asked you, are you crazy or hysterical? What are you doing?
You don't know? The skinny monkey asked with his eyes wide open.
Gan Ziyuan was impatient.
I just learned that the group of people who cheated our dean is here again.
And this time, it's even worse.
They directly want to take away all the things of our dean, and now the dean has run away.
What? Gan Ziyuan's head twitched.
He asked, "Tell me in detail what's going on." "It's this." After the skinny monkey explained the matter in detail and hurriedly, Gan Ziyuan's face could not help but change greatly. Others might not know the identity of these people. But he knew. To be able to be with the crown prince and the others, how could their status be low? And those few lords, he also saw them this morning. Who were they? They were Motherf * king dukes in the imperial court. If he were to be beaten up by these bumpkins, he would die. Gan Ziyuan could not help but run to the mountain gate with reddened eyes. Wrong, wrong, you've got it wrong. You can't beat them. Motherf * king Lao Tzu back.
Chapter 768. Jianghu went crazy. These people, why did you come up the mountain for no reason? The Duke's public house can't let you go, so you had to come up the mountain. What kind of joke are you playing with us? Mother Fastress Kerr, are you trying to kill us? If he had known, Lao Tzu wouldn't have come to Shao Mountain in the first place. F***ck. 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 Jianghu ran forward like a madman, and the people behind him were dumbfounded. They didn't pay attention to what he said and ran forward even more crazily, wanting to avenge the dean. The thinking of the ancients was that simple. If you give me enough to eat, I'll be the one who provides for my livelihood. Who dares to touch their livelihood? That's simply asking for their lives. Moreover, in this famine, it was worse than killing one's parents. At this moment, Wuxia and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at the red eyes staring at them holding farm tools high in their hands, and even a child holding a pile of donkey dung, they completely lost their composure. What are you doing? Put down the things in your hands. If there's something, let's talk nicely, okay? Why do you have to use weapons? Hey, F***ck, who is it? Who threw donkey dung at me? Before Wuxia could finish, someone in the crowd threw a pile of donkey dung at his face. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his face would have been kill. At this moment, the veterans of the reclining workshop came from afar. They were much simpler and more violent. How dare they mess with Zhang Feng? That was messing with their brother. What else could they do? First, they had to suppress them with their momentum. Then again. When Wuxia and the others heard that, their expressions changed immediately. When they saw about 100 soldiers in an irregular formation in the distance, they couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Old Black, are these your people? Wuxia asked anxiously. Chang Yaojin didn't know and was also shocked at this moment. They're not my people. How the F***ck would I know where they came from? The Reclining Square. They are veterans of the Reclining Square. They almost starved to death during the famine, so Feng Zi took them in. Wei Zhang looked at the group of veterans with a serious expression and said, "These people are afraid of starvation. They probably think that we are going to do something to Feng Zi, so..." Zhang Sun Wuji was also anxious. "Old Wei, just tell me what to do." Wuxia and Cheng Yaojin were so anxious that their eyes turned red. They were at the very front, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Most importantly, they didn't even have a weapon. Qin Qiong said, "Why don't we return to the room and make plans? Since they are soldiers, there should be people who recognize us. As long as they see us, as long as they are not idiots, they will retreat. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran back. On the other side, Li Chengqian and the others hummed a little tune as they sat on the 5 palanquins in a drunken stupor, slowly running up the mountain. When they entered the market at the foot of the mountain, Li Chengqian's guard, who had been guarding the place, hurriedly reported something that made Li Chengqian's soul leave his body. "Young Master Li, just now, the 4 great families went up the mountain. Then, Eunuch Wei and the others also went up the mountain. After that, something seemed to have happened to the dean. The mountain was in chaos and everyone was attacking Eunuch Wei and the others. We didn't know what to do, so we could only wait for you here." When they heard this, their legs almost turned to jelly. Cheng Chumo crawled out of the sedan chair in horror and looked up the mountain. Hearing the faintly discernible noise, he couldn't help but ask guiltily, "Li Chengqian, we seem to have forgotten something important yesterday?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression changed drastically. He looked at Du Go and asked, "What is it?" "It seems..." Wei Shuyu glanced up the mountain, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "It seems that we forgot to go home and tell our family about this?" Buzz! In an instant, a thunderclap sounded in their heads. "The hell! They are dead for sure. Let me ask you, did something happen at home yesterday?" Li Chengqian hurriedly asked the guard. Hearing this, the guard looked at the sweat on Li Chengqian's forehead and their pale faces and said, "Something came. I heard that great scholar Ouyang caused a ruckus in the imperial study. It seems that something happened at the city gates." "The hell! They are dead for sure." Li Chengqian wanted to cry. Yesterday, he originally wanted to return to the palace. In the end, he learned that a group of girls from Goguryeo had come. Then, they went to Swallow Descent restaurant. Until now, they had completely forgotten about this important matter. This time, Li Chengqian instantly thought of everything. The more he thought, the uglier Li Chengqian's expression became.
He hurriedly waved his hand, and without caring about cursing, he hurriedly boarded the sedan chair and rushed up the mountain.
Go! Quickly go up the mountain. If we are late, we will definitely die. Li Chengqian exclaimed. Instantly, Cheng Chimo and the others also reacted. They threw out a handful of copper coins and roared, "Hurry up! There will be a big reward." Hearing this, the 5 sedan bearers also became spirited. They didn't even bother to pick up the coins on the ground. With a furious shout, they rushed up the mountain. Chapter 769. Reporting. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin and Empress Zhang Sun were talking about something. The sudden report made the two of them stop talking. Li Shimin waved his hand, and the Jianghu guard surrounding the pavilion let a person in civilian clothes enter the pavilion.
As soon as the person entered, he reported, "Your Majesty, something happened on the mountain."
After Yu Shernan and the others reached an agreement with Zhang Feng, for some reason, Zhang Feng quarreled with Prime Minister Wei and the others. After that, Zhang Feng ran away.
After that, the people of Tonghui Square and the old soldiers of the Anlu Square all rioted, causing the mountain to be in a mess.
Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened in the end? Why did the rioting happen?" "I don't know the details.
I only know that it seems to be because of the farce caused by Zhang Feng and Prince Zhang, causing everyone to think that it was because the emperor and the other dukes were trying to trick Zhang Feng."
"And this time, it's still the same." Li Shimin frowned and asked, "What about the crown prince and the others? I heard that they went down the mountain yesterday. Where are they now? Did he say anything?" Li Shimin had already spread his spies all over the mountain. On one hand, he wanted to protect Zhang Feng from those who had bad intentions. On the other hand, because of the farce caused by Zhang Feng last time, Li Shimin was not prepared at all. Therefore, Li Shimin arranged many spies on the mountain to know what happened at the first moment. As for what Zhang Feng wanted to do, Li Shimin did not care. At worst, he would just destroy the academy. This little place, this little bit of money he, Li Shimin, could still afford it. However, would Zhang Feng mess around? Obviously not. From all the things that Zhang Feng had done before, Zhang Feng was not a person who liked to mess around. When the spy heard this, he hesitated for a long time. Just as Li Shimin was getting impatient, he said, "When I just went down the mountain, I saw the crown prince and the others returning." When Li Shimin heard that, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. "The crown prince and the others did not return to the mountain last night?" "No." "Humph. This is getting more and more outrageous. Go and tell the crown prince that I know about this matter. Let him do as he sees fit." "Yes." The spy was shocked when he heard this. Li Shimin glanced at the displeased Zhang Sun Wugo and said, "Leave this matter to the crown prince. If he doesn't handle it well, let him go to the Ministry of Justice to receive his punishment." "Yes." After saying that, the spy hurriedly left as if he had just been granted amnesty. After the spy left, Zhang Sun Wugo said with some displeasure, "Second brother, Cheng Qian is still young after all, and he is the crown prince. If you do this..." "Humph. It is precisely because he is the crown prince that I have decided to punish him. Do you see how many people are watching every move of Xiao Shan right now? It's fine if he doesn't leave the palace, but once he does, how many pairs of eyes are watching him? All he knows is to follow Cheng Chumo and the other bastards to Yen Lai restaurant. If I don't punish them this time, if the court officials bring this matter to the palace, it won't be so easy to deal with it. Why did I let him go? Maid Guanyin should know." Zhang Sun Wugo nodded. "She does know, but these things require a process of growth. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, he is indeed somewhat. Not going to Yen Lai restaurant might be because of Zhang Feng's arrangements? Why do you think Feng Zi would arrange for them to go to Yen Lai restaurant at this time?" Li Shimin stared speechlessly at Zhang Sun Wugo and sighed. You are always so partial to them." Zhang Sun Wugo covered her mouth and chuckled. "After all, he is the crown prince. At home I will educate him. But on the mountain, only Zhang Feng will teach him. We don't need to cause trouble for ourselves." Li Shimin thought for a while and finally nodded. "Fine, let's see how they clean up this mess."
After all, according to Zhang Feng's temper, he definitely won't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, if it was Zhang Feng, I should have a piece of white paper with me in less than 2 hours after they left the mountain yesterday. This is Zhang Feng's temper. He likes to let me know everything he does. Zhang Sun Wugo was surprised. Didn't second brother say that Prince Zhang isn't someone who likes to show off? That's the case with other people. But with me. Li Shimin laughed and shook his head. This brat is only happy because he wants to make me suffer. Zhang Sun Wugo laughed. Isn't this because second brother tricked him to open an academy and scammed him of his secret winemaking recipe? If it was someone else, they would have already lost their temper with you. Ha ha ha. Waves of laughter came from the palace. On the stone steps in front of a small tavern in Chang'an's Tonghui Lane, Shiva looked at the white paper in his hand. His finger moved back and forth on the words, White Deer College, for a long time. Then, he looked at the tavern's signboard and hurriedly walked out of the city. Chapter 770. White Paper. Although it had only appeared for one afternoon, it was like a bomb. However, this piece of white paper was like a heavy bomb. It caused waves like an earthquake in Chang'an. This was what everyone was talking about when they were strolling around after meals. It was the same in restaurants and tea houses. Basically, the price of a piece of white paper on the black market had already reached a terrifying price of 1 tael of silver. 5 taels of silver. That was 5,000 strings of cash. Even so, there was still no market for it. After all, the people who had gotten their hands on the paper yesterday treated it like a treasure. Those who were in a hurry to buy it were the aristocratic families, the nobles, the Imperial College, and the people of Hongwen Guan. Most people were stunned by the White Deer College when they saw the words White Deer College. What was going on with White Deer College? Why were there so many troublesome things happening every now and then? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but stare. What they didn't notice was that Shiva was silently collecting information right under their noses. Shiva had been in Chang'an for 3 days. He had spent the past 3 days squatting in front of the tavern. Although the kind-hearted people in Tonghui Lane had told him that Zhang Feng had already gone to Shao Mountain to be the dean, he had not been in Chang'an for a long time. So many strange things had appeared in Chang'an, which made Shiva even more curious. Regardless of whether it was the cooperative or the beer and barbecue, they were all new to him. They were like gifts from the heavens. After asking around carefully, Shiva was even more shocked to find out that these things were actually made by Zhang Feng. This bit of information stimulated Shiva's nerves. What was this? This was great wisdom. And it was something that they really needed urgently. When he was in Zhenla, he had been scrambling for information about Zhang Feng. When a caravan from the Tang dynasty had entered Zhenla, Shiva had found out by chance that Zhang Feng had opened a magical academy in Chang'an. He had been unable to sit still. That was why he came to Chang'an regardless of everything. However, on the first day, his eagerness to see Zhang Feng was reduced by a lot. Instead, the things that Zhang Feng had done, as well as the things related to Zhang Feng that were circulating in Chang'an City, made Shiva's blood boil. What is this? This was the foundation of a country. Waiter, here's today's food. While Shiva was savoring the feast, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. In these 3 days, other than going to Zhang Feng's tavern to wait, Shiva also went to the dozens of braised meat shops in Chang'an. He was waiting for someone. A person that everyone called Uncle He. He found out from the crowd that this person called Uncle He was the closest person to Zhang Feng. If one wanted to go up Shao Mountain safely, they had to go with him. Otherwise, there would be many people who wanted to go up Shao Mountain every day. However, the first hurdle was to go through the group of people from the Enlefeng. However, in the past few days, Shiva's relationship with the people who delivered fresh braised meat to the Enlefeng had improved. Finally, today was the day that Shiva had waited. After Shiva hurriedly paid with a bag of food, he ordered the little boy to return to the post house to report. Then, he hurriedly followed Uncle He and the others' caravan. Oh, isn't this the prince? Why, are you really going to look for Fengzi? Uncle He had known about this guy for a long time. However, he had been dragging it out. However, this guy had been asking about Fengzi every day, and he didn't have any bad intentions. Uncle He couldn't help but be tempted. However, he was a little conflicted. He felt a little uncomfortable that such a good thing would be sent to such a vulgar place. However, this was Fengzi's business. Moreover, he knew that Fengzi had cheated him last time.
Therefore, when he first came to Chang'an, Uncle He already knew Shiva's plan. Without his approval, the workers in Tonghui Fong wouldn't dare to accept people without his permission. Not to mention Feng Zi, with the old village chief's temper, it would be strange if he didn't break your leg. Shiva saw that Uncle He took the initiative to greet him, so he let go of his worries. He clasped his hands and said, "Shiva greets Uncle He." Ha ha ha. Uncle He laughed heartily. Everyone in the caravan laughed. Before, they were worthless slaves. However, since they followed Zhang Feng, not to mention those high-ranking officials and dignitaries, even the prince of this country bowed to them. What was this? This was all brought by Zhang Feng. They didn't dare to do this before, but today, they saw it on the streets of Chang'an City. Uncle He laughed a few times and waved his hand to stop the caravan full of goods. He let Shiva get on the ox cart. Then, the group of people staggered out of the city gate of Chang'an City. However, just as they were about to walk out of the city gate, they saw Zhu Zi's father hurriedly entering the city. When he saw Uncle He, Zhu Zi's father grabbed the reins of Uncle He's ox and said, "Something happened on the mountain." Feng Zi was angry and left. Chapter 771. On the Mountain. The situation at the moment was rather delicate. It was tense. Although Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, and Qin Shubao were blocking the crowd, they could only keep the angry crowd outside the wooden hut. The old village chief seemed to have made up his mind. He pulled a chair over and sat at the door of Zhang Feng's wooden hut. He sipped his tea leisurely and chatted with the people around him. What should we do? Are they rebelling? Wei Zhang looked at the crowd with a sour expression and asked again. We came here with a mission today. You should know how powerful this thing is. If people find out that even Master Li doesn't have it, won't he be embarrassed? Everyone's expression turned even more sour when they heard that. Zhang Sun Wuji glared at Yu Qigong and said, "It's all your fault. I told you when we came up the mountain today that this kid is amenable to persuasion but not coercion. You just wouldn't listen. Look what happened now." Yu Qigong was also anxious. How would I know that this kid is so easily provoked? He was just scolded by Ouyang Sun and the others and didn't even dare to say a word. Why is he acting like this when it comes to us? Zhang Sun Wuji rolled his eyes. Do you think this kid is easy to deal with? Forget it, forget it. Let's just wait to be scolded when we get back today. I guess Master Li already knows about what happened here. Look at what you've done. The others heard that. They couldn't help but think of Li Shimon's words. They were also anxious. What should we do? Oh my, you guys are really... Yu Qigong grabbed his hair and paced around anxiously. He glanced outside through the crack of the door and thought of the Emperor's orders. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. Suddenly, Yu Qigong seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his thigh and said, I remember now. It's those princes. Li Gan and the others who delayed things yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this state. I'll go and capture that bastard Chen Tiniu. Damn it, they should have heard about what happened on Shao Mountain, right? Why aren't they coming back? As he spoke, Yu Qigong was about to run away. However, as soon as he opened the door, the crowd gathered around him once again. He had also made a mistake. She hurriedly closed the door. If they were enemies, he wouldn't be afraid. But these were the people of the Tang dynasty, and they were also that guy's men. He didn't dare to do that. Outside the door, Gonzhuan, who had been anxiously pacing around the village chief, almost knelt down the moment he saw Yu Qigong open the door. Old village chief. Sir, just tell me, what do I have to do to let them out? Tell me, they are all friends of the dean. Do you have to be like this? Is there a need? The old village head's eyes widen. Didn't you see what these guys did before? Let me ask you, you also drank that white wine. What do you think it is? That was the blood, sweat, and tears of Feng Zi's family. Moreover, Feng Zi's parents are still watching from the barren hills of Phoenix Mountain. Look at it again. It was taken away by them. Put yourself in their shoes. If your family heirloom was taken away by someone, what would you do? Old village chief. The cold sweat on Gonzhuan's face didn't dry at all. He looked at the veterans and became even angrier. Others might not know these veterans, but they should know Yu Qigong and the other two, right? However, these guys didn't say anything or leave. They just followed behind the crowd.
Gan Ziyuan was so angry that he secretly swore that he would never deal with the people from the Serenity House again. But now, he couldn't help but be nervous. After all, the people in this room were all high dukes. If he really angered them, the consequences would be very serious. Old Village Chief, you also know that although the Dean is very resourceful, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, right?
So you've seen it too.
Take the braised meat shop for example. If it weren't for the help of those young masters, do you think we could have turned the pig that no one cared about into something that everyone liked? Although they did play a role in this matter, how can it be compared to white wine?
After all, this pork has fallen behind. How can it be compared to white wine?
The old village chief stomped his walking stick a few times and pointed at the kitchen bitterly. Moreover, if it weren't for Feng Zi, you would have King gone hungry by now. If it weren't for him, fine salt, you'd still be eating vinegar cloth now.
Hearing this, Gan Ziyuan couldn't continue.
Although these were all handled by the Dean, without them, even if the Dean had 1,000 hands, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Seeing that he couldn't get through to the old village chief, Gan Ziyuan gave a fist salute and said, "Dear neighbors, I don't know what happened, but now it's definitely blown up. Once Lao Li and the others get angry, it means that all the ways the Dean fought for to make money for the academy will be completely gone. At that time, you'll feel that today's matter is harming the Dean. It's said that even blood-related brothers often fight, let alone them. So, I still want to say something fair. These brothers are just playing around. There's no need, really no need, unless you want to harm the Dean.
You can all." However, at this moment,
waves of quarreling broke out at the entrance of the mountain.
"They're here. Old village chief, they're here. The culprit is here."
Hearing this, the old village chief hurriedly stood up and frowned. He stared into the distance and asked, "Who's here?"
"It's those bastards, Chen Tinyu and the others."
Hearing this, the old village chief was instantly enraged.
"It's all because of you bastards. If it weren't for you, would Feng Zi be like this today? Men, tie him up and send him to the authorities." Chapter 772. He heard the voices outside. The eyes of Chang Yaojin and the others lit up. He didn't care if they would do anything to his son. He just leaned against the crack of the door and looked outside. At this moment, Cheng Chimo and the others were dumbfounded. As soon as they reached the mountain gate, they were frightened by the angry people and retreated. Although Cheng Chimo and the others were afraid, they still stood in front of Li Chengqian at the critical moment. Each of them picked up a cobblestone and pointed at the crowd, shouting angrily, "What do you want to do? Step back. All of you, step back for Lao Tzu. If you don't step back, Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu. Ouch, F***CK. Who threw donkey dung at me? Here. Hey, you bastard, bastard."
Not waiting for him to finish, someone threw a pile of donkey dung at Cheng Chimo and the others, one after another, causing them to howl in grief.
"Bad people. You are bad people." Steamed Bun had somehow squeezed to the front of the crowd. He pouted and looked very cute.
Cheng Chimo hurriedly picked up Steamed Bun under the rain of bullets and asked, "Steamed Bun, be good.
Tell me what's going on. Tell me, I'll give you this." As he spoke, Cheng Chimo hurriedly took out a golden leaf from his bosom. Children like this kind of strange thing. After seeing the golden leaf in Cheng Chimo's hand, the anger on Steamed Bun's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He looked at the golden leaf in Cheng Chimo's hand and wrapped his arms around his neck. "Take it, it's for you. Tell me, what happened to your brother Feng Zi?"
"Oh."
Steamed Bun looked guiltily at his mother and the others who were glaring at him.
He secretly held the golden leaf in his hand and said, "Brother Feng Zi was angered by the bad people inside and ran away.
When he left, he told us to block these bad people."
"Yes, and you guys."
When Cheng Chimo and the others heard this, their eyes almost popped out. How could they not know why they had come up the mountain today? Perhaps he was trying to trick Zhang Feng because of paper. Was Feng Zi so easy to trick? Li Chengqian hurriedly asked, "Where did Feng Zi go?" "Steamed Bun. Do you want to be beaten up?" the old village chief roared. However, it was already too late. Steamed Bun had already pointed to the valley on the right. How could Li Chengqian and the others not know? That was the location of the forging workshop. Cheng Chimo and the others looked at each other. They hurriedly threw down the Steamed Buns and ran with her in their arms. For this matter, Zhang Feng had to come out. Otherwise, there would be a big mess today. Gons Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Cheng Chumo and the others leave in a hurry. This matter could finally be resolved. In the distance, Yu Shernan and the others were smiling as they looked over. Seeing Cheng Chumo and the others rush off in another direction, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Brother Bashi, do you think he has such great appeal now? Ouyang soon asked in surprise. Yu Shernan narrowed his eyes, looked at the house, and then looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "You don't say. This kid has an indescribable charm. Not only can he make the emperor, the crown prince, and the others like him, but he can also make ordinary people like him. This is just like what old man Kong once said. It's very apt." Of course, everyone knew what Yu Shernan was talking about. However, this made them even more shocked. At this moment, with his hands behind his back, Yu Shernan looked at the people chasing behind him and Wei Zhang and the others who were rushing over. He said indifferently. He once said something. I don't know if you've heard it. It was also because of this sentence that old man decided to go up the mountain. Chu Suiliang stared and asked, "What shocking words did he say again?" Frowning and coldly facing thousands of people's censure, bowing down and willing to be a child's ox. Buzz! When Yu Shernan's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Although they couldn't figure out which famous sentence it was in an ancient book even after racking their brains, the meaning of this sentence shocked everyone instantly like a heavy hammer. Brother Bashi, you said that this was what Zhang Feng said? How can he say such words? This is definitely a great scholar who has seen through the world of mortals. No, only an expert can say such words, right? Him. Chu Suiliang, Xue Ji, and the others were furious. How could this be something that a 20-year-old brat could say? This was simply going to scare people to death. All right? But Yu Shernan nodded and said, "That's right, it was that little brat who said it. Moreover, it was the emperor himself who said it to this old man. Do you think that the emperor is trying to flatter that little brat?" The emperor. Could he say such words? No. They knew the emperor. Therefore, at this time, looking at Cheng Chumo and the others who were about to disappear from their sight, they couldn't help but look at the spirit. It seemed that they wanted to see through the layers of barriers and see what kind of monster that kid was. Ouyang soon swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said, "Brother Bashi, who is this kid's teacher? Which expert's disciple is he? Is it Mr. Yu Shan?" Yu Shernan smiled bitterly. "I don't know. I heard that this kid is quite mysterious, but he is not the disciple of someone we know. You know, I once heard Yuan Tiangang say that there are as many strange people in this world as there are hairs on an ox. It's just that we don't have the affinity." Chapter 773. On the other side. In a call in the depths of Mount Shao. It was by the rapids under the building of the student and teacher dormitory. This was where the forging workshop was located. At this time, the workshop had only slightly chiseled one side of the steep mountain wall, and then used bricks and cement to level out a piece of flat ground. On the flat ground, a mess of forging tools were piled up everywhere. However, there was not a single blacksmith to be seen. Only Zhang Feng was there. He lit up a small smelting furnace and threw pieces of scrap iron into the crucible. Looking at the red iron, Zhang Feng couldn't help but listen to something. Then he looked in the direction of the mountain gate and muttered, "Strange, according to these people's nature, they should have arrived by now. It's been an hour, why haven't they come yet? This is not their style." Zhang Feng sighed and continued to look at the furnace fire, thinking about what to do in the future. Now, the academy could officially start in a month. That was the beginning of September after the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was no different from the beginning of September in his previous life. However, the problem was that this was the Tang dynasty, and the most important thing was the textbooks. Although he had paid a great price to keep Yu Shernan and the others on the mountain, it was still a problem how to get the textbooks. Moreover, the matter this time was a little beyond his expectations. He originally thought that all the students would be happy and even grateful when this paper was released. But the reality seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Especially the problem of the price. Although the cost was very low, once this low-cost paper was released, Extraordinary would not let him make a profit. Instead, it would become something that would cost him his life. At this time, how could he not see the behavior of Yu Shernan and the others? It seemed that they were really taking advantage of him. In fact, they wanted to take the unknown risk for him. How could he, who had lived 2 lives, not know these things. As for Lao Li and the others, Zhang Feng really didn't want them to stand out. How good would it be if the 4 great scholars stood out to take the blame? Why did he have to drag them down? Fengzi, hurry to the mountain gate, something happened. At this moment, Zhang Sun unleashed his potential and rushed to the front of the crowd, arriving at Zhang Feng's workshop. He immediately interrupted Zhang Feng's train of thought. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and glanced at Zhang Sun. He shook his head and said, "I've thought about it and decided not to go." "Fengzi, aren't you just a piece of paper? Now that Old Wei and the others are stuck in the door, how can this go on? It's not that I don't want to give it to them. Tell me, when did I refuse to give you anything? If there's anything good, I'll give it to you immediately, okay?" Zhang Sun pursed his lips. "Those sunglasses of yours, why didn't you get one for us?" Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. All right. When the forging workshop is done, I'll do it for you, all right? But this has nothing to do with sunglasses. Think about it. What kind of consequences will my paper cause? Consequences?" Zhang Sun scratched the back of his head and looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. At this moment, only then did Li Chengqian and the others arrive breathlessly. As soon as they arrived, Cheng Chumo sat down on the ground and panted heavily. "Fengzi, you have to uphold justice for us. Look at your brother's face. Is this something a human can do? This is all because of those stubborn and unruly people." All right. Zhang Feng quickly interrupted him. Looking at the angry crowd in Tonghui workshop behind him, he cupped his fists and said, "Let's go. This is a misunderstanding." "Fengzi, you have something to say. Did these guys force you? It's okay if you don't want to say it. Just blink and we'll throw him down the mountain." Cheng Chumo and the others heard this and subconsciously looked at the cliff below the workshop. They hurriedly went inside with a guilty conscience. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped them and said, "How is this forced? This is a misunderstanding. I was just joking when I asked you to stop them. We were just joking." Zhu Zi's father and Zhang Tufu waved the weapons in their hands and glared at them. "Fengzi, don't be afraid. If there's anything, I'll uphold justice for you. Even if we have to go to court, we'll let these stubborn Chong and know that we, Tong Hui." Zhu Zi's father, Zhang Tufu. "Can you guys stop for a while? This is really a joke. You guys go and do what you're supposed to do. I'm still busy." Zhang Feng tried his best to persuade them. Only then did they disperse. It was as if they could rush over at any time if something went wrong. After a long time, seeing that Zhang Feng and the others were fine, they slowly left. After they left, Li Chengqian continued to ask Zhang Sun the question and said, "Fengzi, what are you going to do about this? This is too big." Zhang Feng nodded. "You guys really don't understand? All right, since you guys don't understand, I'll explain it to you. This is actually a psychology class. Today, I'll let you guys see what I, Zhang Feng, am capable of. What do you think? Also, think about it carefully. Everything that happened today, why did I only give you Shernan and the others' paper and not your father?" Chapter 774. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but frown. He did know about this. However, in his opinion, the appearance of paper blank was bound to become a trend, and the current trend of valuing martial arts over literature in the Tang dynasty would disappear in an instant. Didn't many people in the imperial court say that the emperor valued martial arts over literature? At this time, everyone in the imperial court knew that on the surface, White Deer College on Shao Mountain was mine, which meant that it was the emperor's order. Once paper blank appeared, then, "Fengzi, do you mean that once this thing appears, it will directly cause the hatred of the big clans?" Dugo asked after thinking for a long time. Zhang Feng nodded, but then shook his head. "Let's go down the mountain and have a drink. By the way, let's call them. Let's talk about this openly today." While speaking, Zhang Feng glanced at the burned smelting furnace and could only sigh. It seemed that this thing was really a specialization in different fields. It was really difficult to make a piece of steel with one's own hands. On the way down the mountain, Zhang Feng didn't mention anything about papermaking, and even the smelting furnace was a topic of aptitude. Zhang Sun also hurried up the mountain. Seeing Ouyang Sun and others ask, he said the word psychology. Instantly, the four great scholars were completely lost in thought, and also took this opportunity to tell Zhang's son Wuji and others about Zhang Feng's intention. What could they say? After knowing that Zhang Feng didn't do it on purpose, they were overjoyed and hurried down the mountain with Zhang's son. An hour later, men and women who wanted to admire Zhang Feng's true appearance had long since gathered around the thatched stall filled with fermented wine. Especially those women from Chang'an. After they found out that Zhang Feng was not married, they were even more desperate. Every day, they would come to the market square at the foot of the mountain to see if they could get lucky and see Zhang Feng. As for the youths, they wanted to squat here, hoping to gain Zhang Feng's approval or favor and be summoned up the mountain. Now, White Deer College was famous. Every day, people who wanted to go up the mountain to study could line up from the entrance of Chang'an City to Shao Mountain for a round trip. However, White Deer College's enrollment requirements had also been raised. Under Zhang Feng's instructions, along with Li Chengqian and Du Go's group of 3, they set up a student recruitment office in this new market, which was also the entrance to White Deer College. Everyone who wanted to go up the mountain was reported here. As for the students, it was even simpler.
If you were given a list, you would have already filled it out or drawn some patterns that could be clearly recognized by everyone.
As long as you were literate or knew how to cook, you would be able to get in. However, there were still some exceptions.
For example, it was difficult for those who came from a slightly better family, those who were just idling around and waiting for death.
After all, those who could stay in this student recruitment office were basically people who were well-versed in Chang'an City or were involved in the affairs of the various prefectures. You want to bluff your way through? Save it then. At this moment, the only chance was to wait for Dean Zhang Feng to come down the mountain and show off your skills in front of him. This was what the staff at the student recruitment office said. At this moment, the reason why everyone was gathered around the fermented glutinous rice paste stall was because Zhang Feng had actually come. Amidst the exclamations of the women, Zhang Feng led a group of rich second generations from Chang'an City and sat in front of the glutinous rice stall. Zhang Feng even waved at the crowd in an extremely showy manner. In an instant, all the women were infatuated. Wow! Lord Zhang, you're so handsome. I heard that Lord Zhang is still a virgin. Sisters, don't fight for him. He's mine. Get lost. Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you can compare with Miss Zhang? Can you compare with Miss Jingshu from Yanlai Restaurant? You're not worthy. In the crowd, a woman who was as strong as Gao Can glared at Zhang Feng with red eyes and roared. In an instant, a group of women asked 3 questions in a row. However, Zhang Feng pretended not to see or hear anything. He cupped his fists and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've invited my friends to a banquet again today. I have something important to discuss with them. Later, if you have any problems, you can look for this young master. He will be fully responsible for it." As he spoke, Zhang Feng pointed at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian looked at the boiling sea of people and instantly felt like his head was about to explode. "Master, we're all from Chang'an City. We've long heard of Lord Zhang's benevolence and righteousness. Although we've indeed wasted our time in the past, with your enlightenment, we'd like to enter White Deer College. We hope that, Master." "That's right, Master. We've heard that in books, education is open to all. We hope that Master can understand the hardships we're going through to learn." "Lord Zhu." "Master." Zhang Feng was speechless. "If you had any real ability, would you have been blocked? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you haven't met the requirements of the college. However, it doesn't matter. The college will still recruit students next year. If you're really interested in learning, why don't you learn a skill at home? When you enter the college, you might be able to get a good score. If you're outstanding, you might even be able to learn from me. What do you think?" "Really? Is that true? Master is too careless." Chapter 775. Finally. Under the influence of Zhang Feng's great conman, these people ran away in a daze. As for those women, Zhang Feng just responded with a charming smile. In bursts of exclamations, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Just when Zhang Feng thought that his charm had reached such a level, he turned around and saw Yu Qigong, who was a killjoy, staring at him with his bell-sized eyes. Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong were standing behind him. They were doing strange things. Zhang Feng smiled embarrassedly. "Liao, go to the food factory and tell them what I said. Give me good food and wine."
Hearing this, Liao, who was hiding on the side, hurriedly wiped the cold sweat on his face and ran away.
Zhang Feng pointed to the table. Cheng Chumo and the others tactfully put the 3 tables together. Then they sat down.
As soon as they sat down, Wei Zhang couldn't wait to ask, "Fengzi, tell me why you don't give us paper?
Even if you don't give it to us, you should at least give some to Lao Li, right?"
After all. Zhang Feng waved his hand and stopped Wei Zhang. He sighed and said, "Old Wei, the more I have difficulties." "What difficulties?"
Wei Jing asked.
Fang Xianling and the others also stroked their beards and looked at Zhang Feng at this time. Zhang Feng looked at the market square and said, "As you can see, Shao Mountain has undergone earth-shaking changes since I came here. But this also requires money to operate."
"What management?"
"Now there are about 5,000 people on this mountain. That's more than 5,000 mouths to feed. I'm alone, how can I get to the point?"
Wei Zhang coughed and said. Zhang Feng smacked his lips. He didn't say anything. Wei Zhang was so anxious that he wanted to beat him.
But when he turned around, he found that Lao He and the others were carrying a big steamer basket and food boxes of various sizes.
Only then did he sit down again.
After Old He served the dishes, Zhang Feng said, "Old He, we still have some serious matters to discuss.
Keep an eye on us and don't let anyone get close.
This is a matter of life and death." Old He naturally knew what had happened on the mountain. When he heard Zhang Feng's words, he glanced at Wei Zhang and the others with a serious expression.
Then, he hurriedly nodded and left.
A moment later, a large group of men holding butcher's knives rushed out of the food factory and surrounded the fermented wine spy. Zhang Feng said indifferently, "If you want to know the reason, you should go back and ask Lao Li what he promised me. Back then, if it weren't for his words, I wouldn't have bothered to set up a workshop so quickly. But it's been a few days, and there's been no news of what he promised me. I've sent someone to ask around, and the thing he said was not in Chotzi City at all.
I've also looked into it.
If it weren't for my quick wits, I would have been fooled by him." After Li Shimin tricked him with Emperor Yang's sword, Zhang Feng almost couldn't sleep the whole night. He thought about it carefully again and again. From the novels, television shows, movies, unofficial histories, and Tang histories of his previous life, he hadn't heard of the whereabouts of Emperor Yang's sword. Even if it did exist, it wouldn't have appeared in a place as far away as Chotzi City. In his memory, the Tang histories once said that Emperor Yang had been surrounded in the underground palace by Li Shimin and his men.
Emperor Yang then committed suicide.
In other words, his personal sword was either kept in the royal treasury as something to show off, or it was awarded to a meritorious official.
How could it be among the common people?
Zhang Feng suddenly realized that he had been fooled. However, Wei Zhang and the others didn't know what the emperor had promised Zhang Feng. On second thought, Wei Zhang, Fang Xianling, and the others discussed and said, "Fengzi, this isn't the time to throw a tantrum. You should know that although paper is good, it's not something you can bear alone. Once you use paper, it's equivalent to making the books that those aristocratic families are so proud of become worthless in an instant. Do you think you would do the same if someone made something that you treasured become worthless in an instant?" The more Wei Zhang spoke, the more serious his expression became. It was as if this matter was so serious that someone would come to kill Zhang Feng at any time. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was indifferent.
Seeing this, Wei Zhang glanced at Zhang Sun Wuji.
Zhang Sun Wuji sighed and said, "Fengzi, let's not talk about other things. Just now on the mountain, you said in front of the 4 great scholars that 1 copper coin per kilogram of paper.
Is that true?"
"It's true, but that's a matter for the future." Zhang Sun Wuji heard this and looked at Wei Zhang and the others. Yu Qigong knocked on the table and said, "Boy, you're courting death. You know the value of Xian paper."
"I know.
But I didn't say that paper is so cheap now. This is a kind of strategy. Do you understand strategy?" Zhang Feng knocked on the table. Li Chengqian immediately pricked up his ears and said, "I'd like to hear more." The so-called strategy of planning before acting is not only used in military books. This thing can be used in many ways. For example, how can I, Zhang Feng, not know that if I sell it too cheaply, there will be middlemen who will profit from the difference? Wei Zhang heard this and nodded. "Since you've thought of it, then why did you?" I said, "This is a kind of strategy."
"What is it?"
"This is where my charm lies. You've known me for so long. Have you ever seen me, Zhang Feng, do that kind of business without any cost?"
"No." Chapter 776. The so-called planning before acting is actually psychology. I called you here today to discuss this matter with you. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Wei Zhang, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin asked in unison, "What is this psychological warfare you speak of?" "That's not right," Wei Zhang added. "It's psychology. Could this be a new subject in your academy?" Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and said, "It can be considered a new subject in my academy. However, let's not talk about this today. Let's talk about paper first. How much do you think this paper should be sold for?" 1,000. No matter what, it can't be lower than Xian paper. Old man agrees too. Old man thinks that it's appropriate to sell this paper for 1,000 strings of cash. However, do you think anyone will buy it? The few of them spoke one after another. Li Chengqian and the others nodded in contemplation, frowning occasionally. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was eating and drinking the entire time with a smile without saying a word. After a long time, Zhang Feng said, "Actually, I initially wanted to sell this paper for 1,000 strings of cash. But after thinking about it, Li Gan, you also know the cost of this thing, so I felt that 100 copper coins would be the most appropriate. But I also felt that if I really did that, it would definitely benefit other profiteers. So I divided the paper mill shares into 6 portions, one for each family." "What about me? Also, what about Old Wei?" Yu Qigong could not take it anymore and hurriedly stepped forward. He was extremely jealous of the paper mill. Not to mention the paper mill, just the salt mine alone was enough to make these old fogies rich. That was only 10% of the shares. Now, there was the paper mill as well. Heavens! It was already good enough that he could choke Zhang Feng and ask him for it. When Zhang Feng heard this, he said, "Don't worry. Since we're all here, we're all brothers. We'll temporarily split the papermaking workshop like this. However, I'll leave the issue of selling to you. I only want 700 copper coins. As for how much you sell, I don't care." When Yu Qigong heard this, his eyes, which were as big as copper bells, instantly narrowed into crescents. Although he didn't get 10% of the profits, what the F***ck was this? This was even more profitable than the dividends they had received. It was simply a huge profit. Even if he sold it for 1,000 copper coins per caddy, he would still be able to earn 300 copper coins. Oh my god! Is this the manifestation of my Yuchi clan's ancestor? Compared to Yu Qigong's excitement, Qin Qiong was a little better. Seeing this, he also cupped his fists in excitement. "Little friend, don't worry. I, Old Wei, will take this matter to heart. I definitely won't accept too much. I'm selling it at a discount." When Yu Qigong heard this, the thoughts in his mind instantly vanished. Wei Zhang and the others didn't mind. Li Chengqian, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. "Feng Zi, if they all have one, then what about me? How about me?" When they heard this, half of the fire in their hearts was extinguished. Right, if they all had one, then what about the crown prince? What about the emperor? This was distributed according to family members. How could the emperor be the same as them and only get 10% of the profits? Zhang Feng hadn't thought that far. He thought about it and said, "You and your father will each get 10%. When he heard this, Li Chengqian sat there happily and counted with his fingers. The others also felt a little more at ease. Cough cough, Feng Zi. Have you forgotten that there's still the matter of the honorary vice president? Zhang Sun Wuji waited for the others to finish speaking before asking leisurely. Zhang Feng's eyes instantly widened. Right, how could he have forgotten about that old man? What the F***ck? After some thought, Zhang Feng said, "Well, when Laoli delivers the things he promised me, I'll arrange it myself." Enough talk, let's drink. Wait a moment. After they finished dividing the spoils, Wei Zhang held down Zhang Feng's chopsticks and asked with a smile, "Now that we've finished talking, can you tell us why you didn't give us the paper? If this gets out, Laoli and the rest of us will lose face in Chang'an City." "You're not a good brother." When Zhang Feng saw that they had brought the topic back to this, he knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only sigh and say, "I know how you feel, but you should know that this is not something I can decide. Once the white paper is released, it will inevitably have a conflict of interest with the 4 major paper mills in Chang'an City and the Ministry of Works. The reason why I didn't give it to you was that Old Li broke his promise to me. Most importantly, I didn't want to get you involved in this. Do you know why I gave it to the 4 great scholars? When they heard this, they shook their heads. Even if they had their own thoughts, they didn't dare to make wild guesses. That's because, as great scholars, they come from aristocratic families with big businesses. With the 4 great scholars standing in front of them, why do you insist on sticking your heads in front of them? I know that you have some connections in the officialdom, but can you compare to the 4 scholars? Even the emperor has to treat them with respect. They have a lot of disciples and whatnot. If they were to announce that this thing was useful, even if it was a pile of dog poop, people would rush to get it. But what about you? You're just merchants. Once you're involved in this matter, even if you don't get killed, you won't be able to escape. Do you understand? Chapter 777. They were not fools. On the contrary. To be able to get to the position of duke. How could they not know these things? But Zhang Feng did not know their identities. If he knew, he would not dare to say so. The key problem was that the boy did not know yet. From the perspective of a businessman, Zhang Feng was really maximizing his own safety and their safety by doing so. He did not want them to become the target of the aristocratic family's anger. But it was different this time. This time. They only needed to think for a moment to realize that paper's interests were not something that a few Confucian scholars could handle. But Zhang Feng was just minimizing the risk. As for whether Zhang Feng had a backup plan, they did not know yet. But after talking for so long, this boy did not seem to give them anything. Zhang Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes, the chopsticks in his hand knocked on the plate, and said, Fengzi, you have talked for so long. Even if you give us a little of this paper, it will be easy for us, right? Such a good thing. Do you think we should give it to you or not? We want to take some back now. While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed and said with a bitter smile, To be honest, last night, my wife was angry because of paper blank. That was why we quarreled for the whole night. She asked me to take some back. You also know that women have nothing to do, so all they do is follow the people in the market and compete with each other. Previously, when Jia Chongzi came to the mountain, all the neighbors knew about it. Now, there's paper buy, but we didn't know about it. This has made my wife lose face. If I can't bring her back today, Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They all came up with a trick of injuring themselves. That's right, Fengzi. My wife is a famous tigress. Last night, I was drinking with Lao Li and the others. That guy rushed in, twisted my ear, and dragged me home. Look at my ear, look, how red is it? Chang Yaojin pointed at his blackened earlobe and twisted it before saying. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. Isn't that so? Look, all of us were drinking together last night. Ever since old Chen's shrew came, almost everyone came. This made us lose face. Zhang Feng pursed his lips as he listened to their bitter drama. He said in a speechless manner, Everyone, now that I've distributed the profits of the paper mill, why don't you all just take it yourselves? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then, he stood up and ran away in ecstasy. Zhang Feng hurriedly called out to the few people and said, However, the paper for these 4 great scholars every month has to be provided by you all. Why? Didn't you just say that it would come from your share? How did it become? Everyone was instantly displeased. 200 pounds of paper per person per month. Although it wasn't much, it was still money. But Zhang Feng didn't care. If he had to pay for everything, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? I don't care about that. You've all seen it for yourselves. What little I have is only enough for the daily expenses of the academy. How can I have any more? You don't want the reputation of the academy to be tarnished because there's no paper to use, right? If outsiders know that I, Zhang Feng, only care about selling paper to make money and don't care about the use of the academy, what will the world think of me? Everyone heard this and pondered for a moment. Wei Jing asked, Why do you need so much paper? Printing textbooks, students' daily writing practice, homework, which one doesn't need paper? Wei Zheng opened his mouth. He really didn't understand what this academy was teaching. It was completely different from what was taught in any academy in the Great Tang. What kind of academy would need so much paper? And such white paper? Wasn't that cheap straw paper good to use? Wasn't wooden planks good to use? Why did they have to use such good white paper? If they weren't prodigal, what were they? Wei Zheng sighed. Well, since that's the case, the paper for the 4 of them can be counted as ours. Let's go take the paper home now. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we get back late. As they spoke, they hurried off again. Li Chengqian and the others also took the opportunity to slip away. They had no choice. If they didn't go, these masters probably wouldn't even be able to enter the door of the paper mill. How could the old village chief personally guard the door, who valued paper more than their lives? If they went like this, it would be strange if their legs weren't broken. Zhang Feng looked at them in a hurry and was speechless. But at this moment, Yu Qigong seemed to have thought of something. He hurried back again. Fengzi, I have something to discuss with you. What do you think? Zhang Feng stared at Yu Qigong with some vigilance. After observing for a long time and finding nothing unusual, he said, "Tell me about it." Well, don't worry about anything. I just think that my son is in the academy, right? I want him to follow you. What do you think? In this way, if anyone wants to bully you, they can guarantee that they will beat up whoever you point at. There's also a boy surnamed Niu. That boy is not bad. He's a good fighter. So, you're treating my place as a thug concentration camp? You beat up whoever you don't like? Then can I let your son beat you up? Without waiting for Zhang Feng's reply, Yu Qigong had already rushed off to chase after Wei Zhang and the others. He said from afar, "It's settled then. Tonight, I'll let them stand guard for you. Go away. Lao Tzu, this is the academy. The academy. It's not a thug concentration camp, nor is it a bandit den. If you dare to get it, I'll pack it up and send it back to you. You're not allowed to take half a step into the academy." Chapter 778. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish speaking. By then, Yu Qigong had already disappeared without a trace. He didn't know if he had heard him. Zhang Feng was extremely depressed. He couldn't even deal with Gao Kan's. Gao Kan was like a wooden stake. Whenever he had nothing to do, Gao Kan would stand in front of him. If he didn't instruct him to do something else, Gao Kan would stand behind him for the entire day. There was no connection at all with Gao Kan and the famous generals of the Tang dynasty. Was this the Gao Kan who made the Turks tremble in fear? This was simply. He was a wooden block. Now it was good. They had a fight before, and now they were together again. There was also a guy with the surname Niu, whom he had never seen before. It seemed that they could put together a table of mahjong. He had wanted to eat something more. Now, Zhang Feng had no appetite at all. Looking at the bustling market, which was like the east and west market of Chang'an City, Zhang Feng could only stroll slowly amidst everyone's flattery, aimlessly thinking about his miserable life in the future. "Nice to meet you, teacher." "Teacher, do you want to take a look at the new good stuff?" "Director, we are guests from afar. This is the immortal ointment. Do you want some?" "Lord Ju, this is the best ivory." It was used by the noble Persian craftsman. Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't hear the shouts. But he was annoyed. The short man in colorful clothes took the opportunity to take out a black fist-sized thing from his arms and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Lord Ju, try this. I guarantee that you can become an immortal with just a little fire." Zhang Feng frowned when he heard that. He took the immortal ointment from the man's hand and looked at it. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Where did you get this thing from?" Seeing Zhang Feng speak, the man hurriedly said, "I am a businessman from Dashi. This is a popular treasure in Dashi. Let me ask you, when did you come to the Tang dynasty? How many of these things entered the Tang dynasty?" Zhang Feng did not care about anything else. He only cared about how much of the immortal bomb had entered the Tang dynasty. Hearing this, the man instantly said proudly, "At present, only I have some in my hands. It took me a lot of effort and dozens of my men's lives to travel thousands of miles to the Tang dynasty." "How much?" Zhang Feng asked. That person simply said, "If you like it, Lord Ju, this thing is free. I've been in Chang'an for 3 days, and I've heard a lot about you, Lord Ju. That's why I'm here to give you my most precious gift." Zhang Feng didn't pay any attention to the dashi merchant. Instead, he looked around his stall. After confirming that there was only one, Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, he was also somewhat alarmed. Dashi. Black-clothed Arabia. At this time in this era, the strength of the country was comparable to that of the Tang dynasty. He only knew that black-clothed Arabia had entered the Tang dynasty during the Li Ji era. However, He didn't expect that black-clothed Arabia had already begun to infiltrate at this time. Moreover, they even created this thing that would cause panic in the future world. Their intentions were really hateful. What did black-clothed Arabia want to do? Could it be that my name, Zhang Feng, and the things created by Lao Tzu have spread to black-clothed Arabia? Or could it be that my transmigration caused a butterfly effect? No matter which it was, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be alarmed at this time. This is a banknote worth 10 taels of silver. If there are more in the future, continue to send it to me. Zhang Feng didn't care too much. He directly took out a banknote and said, I don't like anything else, but this is my favorite. If you come across it, please send it to me. I'll buy it at double the price. As he spoke, Zhang Feng didn't have time to do anything else. He waved at a person from Tonghui Square who was buying things in the distance. Immediately go find Cheng Tiniu and the others and give this to them. Remember, no matter what, don't keep it for yourself. This thing must be known by others. This is something that will cause the 9 generations of your family to be executed. Quickly go and have him find someone. If they ask, tell them to spread out and search for this thing at all costs. Especially the trade route from Longyu to Chang'an. If you see it, burn it in front of them. If they have any questions, I will tell them tonight. That person's expression suddenly changed. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly went up the mountain. Immediately after, Zhang Feng and the black-clothed Arabian merchant talked for a while. After confirming that this was really all that was left in the Tang dynasty, he slowly left. However, the thing that he was thinking about the most in his mind was still Ma Faizan. However, this was a matter for the future. It was useless to think too much about it now. He didn't know whether this was the doing of the landowning clans or something else, but he was certain of one thing. White Deer College had attracted attention. This wasn't a good thing. Boss, there's good vanilla here. Do you want it? However, at this moment, a voice abruptly interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. In front of him was a Persian carrying a bundle of vanilla, blocking Zhang Feng's path. Zhang Feng was about to get angry, but in the end, his gaze froze the instant he saw the vanilla. Chapter 779. To be more precise, Zhang Feng's gaze was fixed on the few weeds in the bundle of vanilla. Zhang Feng had already been extremely vexed by the matter of the immortal cream. But now, his thoughts had instantly shifted from the immortal cream to the grass. How much is this? When the Hu merchant saw Zhang Feng speak, he instantly became so excited that even his curved beard trembled. Sardine, if you like it, this bundle and this cart will only cost you 5,000 strings of cash. Zhang Feng looked in the direction that the Hu merchant was pointing. Under a tree not far away, on a cart, there were 3 bundles of dried vanilla. To be more precise, it was a type of large-leafed grass that Zhang Feng was looking at. Looking at this thing, Zhang Feng felt a bit of heartache. In an instant, the scene of him hiding in the toilet to avoid his teacher's smoking appeared before his eyes. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Zhang Feng took out a stack of banknotes. With a glance, it seemed to be around 100 taels of silver. The Hu merchant was so frightened that he knelt down and thanked him. As for Zhang Feng, he indifferently walked to the handcart. He did his best to make himself appear less agitated as he casually fiddled with the hay. In the end, he placed his hand on an empty piece of tobacco, which was the bundle of vanilla in the Hu merchant's arms. He asked, "Is this also vanilla?" The Hu merchant was stunned for a moment before saying, "This is not vanilla. You also know that the journey from the outside world to the Tang dynasty is more than 1,000 li. This kind of grass is very good at absorbing water and resisting moisture. Moreover, the pungent smell on it can double the fragrance of vanilla. Thus, this little one often wraps this kind of grass on top of vanilla. Do you have seeds?" "The seeds of this kind of grass?" Zhang Feng took out a piece of tobacco and looked at it. The Hu merchant didn't understand what Zhang Feng meant. After thinking for a while, he rummaged around in a linen bag in front of the cart for a long time. Only then did he take out a large handful and hand it over to Zhang Feng. "Since you like it, it just so happens that I collected the seeds of this grass when I was harvesting the herbs. I haven't had the time to put them at home yet. If you like them, I can give them all to you." As the Hu merchant spoke, he directly took out the things inside the cloth belt and gave half a bag of tobacco to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng forced himself to calm down. "Very good. How much did I give you just now?" Zhang Feng looked at the banknotes in the beard's hand and felt a bit of heartache. Just now, he was so excited that he directly took out a bunch of banknotes and forgot how much it was. At this time the beard heard him and said, "There's a total of 300 taels." Zhang Feng interrupted him and continued to ask, "Do you have a lot of these things over there?"
"Many. They are all over the mountain."
The bearded man answered truthfully. After all, he had met a rich man. How could he dare to neglect him?
Moreover, he was a noble viscount of the Tang dynasty and the dean of the academy.
He did not dare to neglect him. "I need this kind of grass. As you can see, my academy is being built. I need this kind of grass that is strong in absorbing water and moisture-proof. Go back now. I don't want any herbs. You said that you have a lot of them. I want a lot of them now. You should be able to make a lot of money. How much do you think I can buy with this money?" The beard was a little confused. These were things that even cows and horses would not eat on weekdays. What on earth did this lord of the Tang dynasty want to do? Did he want so much? But he did not have time to think too much about it. After all, everyone knew what happened on the mountain now.
The Hu merchant did not even think about it and said, "If it's the honorable dean, you can wait.
Within 3 days, I will collect all the herbs from all the merchants in Chang'an. For the time being, there may be more than 100 caddies. You can use it first. After a month, the money is enough to buy all the herbs in our tribe." "How much?" "At least 1,000,000 caddies." "Well, if there is really so much, you can send them all." "I want them all. When the time comes, I will give you another 100 taels. How about that?" When the Hu merchant heard this, he was so excited that his teeth were chattering. He hurriedly bowed his head and kowtowed. "The dean is really benevolent and righteous. You are the savior of my tribe." Zhang Feng did not want to talk nonsense with him. The point was that now, when the merchants saw that Zhang Feng had taken the most common herb and had taken a fancy to this inconspicuous herb, they all surrounded him crazily. At this time, Zhang Feng regretted not bringing Gao Ken with him. That guy was big and burly. If he did not speak, he only needed to stand there and he would be a natural bodyguard. But it was too late to say anything now. Zhang Feng could only admit defeat. Holding a large pile of tobacco, he said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, I still have something important to do today. If you come across any treasures tomorrow, you can come here. I will come back tomorrow. How about that?" Without waiting for anyone to react, Zhang Feng scampered off. As he ran, the smell of tobacco filled the tip of his nose. Zhang Feng laughed so hard that his teeth could not be contained. Good stuff, this was really good stuff. He had a premonition that once this thing came out, it would be. Who would be the first big smoker? Not to mention anything else. At the very least, he had not smelled such a tempting smell for almost a year. He really wanted this thing too much. Big cigarettes. This was a good thing to comfort the loneliness in the middle of the night. It was a rare treasure. It was a treasure that belonged to men. Chapter 780. Zhang Feng didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly went up the mountain. The first thing he did was to find Gao Ken, who was helping at the pig slaughtering farm. After bringing him back to the mountain, he gave him a strict order. "From now on, I'll give you 10 minutes to eat, drink, and use the toilet. After you're done, before I come out, if anyone comes, tell them that I'm researching something good and that they shouldn't disturb me. Understand?" Gao Ken used his blood-stained hand to wipe his nose, nodded his head, and turned to leave. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and gave Gao Ken a thumbs up. Then he turned around and closed the door with a bang. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to put the tobacco on the table. He picked up the white paper that Yu Shernan and the others put on the table and began to cut it. Then he pondered and used his eyes to look for what he needed in the room. At the same time when Zhang Feng entered the door, Yu Shernan and the others also encountered a problem and quarreled with Zhang Tufu. They were right next to the waterfall. Zhang Tufu almost used his knife. "I say, old man, you're really shameless. This is the villa area that Fengzi said. Without his permission, no one is allowed to mess around here. You guys didn't do anything. Not only did you point and talk about it, but you also forced to buy this house. Do you know who this house belongs to? It's our dean's." Yu Shernan also couldn't take it. When had he been pointed at and scolded by a lowly butcher like this? He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. "Fool! You're really a fool. We were just talking about it. We didn't say that we were going to move here. Why are you so against us? Against? Zhang Tufu laughed rudely. You old things bullied Fengzi just because you're a great scholar. Don't think that I don't know. When you came out, Fengzi ran away in anger. Yes, you're high and mighty. We can't afford to offend you, but we're also human. Do we deserve to be bullied by you? Fool. Wait. You're really infuriating, old man. Yu Shernan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Initially, they were in a good mood. The more they looked at the academy, the more they liked it. They had never seen such an architectural style and structure before. The few of them were really thinking about whether they should ask Zhang Feng for a house. After all, they were going up the mountain. They definitely couldn't be careless about where they lived. But who would have thought that their conversation would be overheard by this boorish fellow? He pointed at their noses and scolded them. How could anyone endure this? At this moment, Yu Shernan and the others were so angry that their faces turned pale. You boorish man, don't try to hurt people with your words. The old man has taught and educated people all his life. This time, it was your headmaster who personally invited him up the mountain. If he is unwilling, we can leave. Don't humiliate us here. Zhang Tufu couldn't take it anymore. The quarrel here was also heard by the construction workers in the villa area. This was especially true for Chang Chumo. When he heard the quarrel and looked around, he was scared out of his wits. How could he dare to delay? She scampered over. Get to work. Whoever dares to slack off will have no food today. Cheng Chumo shouted angrily. He called Zhang Sun, Chong, and Wei Shuyu and hurried over. Sun Simiao, who lived not far away, also heard the quarrel. Because he couldn't see clearly, his expression changed drastically after he listened carefully. Tong, come with me over there quickly. He recognized the voice. It was Yu Shernan's voice. He also knew that the other voice belonged to Zhang Tufu. He didn't understand why a great scholar and a butcher were quarreling. When the crowd hurried over to mediate the quarrel, Zhang Tufu became even more agitated. He tore open his shirt and pointed at Yu Shernan and the others. You're all here. You're just in time. Come and be the judge. What kind of great scholar is this? He asked the headmaster for things the moment he came up the mountain. He wants this and that, and now he's even thinking about the villa we built for the headmaster. Look at what kind of place the headmaster is living in now. Is that a place for people to live? A wooden house. Even I am living in a brick house, but the headmaster would rather give it to us than live in it himself. What is this? This is the model of a teacher. What about them? Enough. Shut up. Impudent. Following a few angry shouts. Only then did Zhang Tufu shut his mouth in displeasure. Wei Shuyu and the others stared at Yu Shernan and the others in horror. For sirs, please don't blame him. He doesn't know what's going on, so he was just deceived. Please don't lower yourself to his level for the sake of Lao Li and Feng Zi. I've already sent someone to inform Feng Zi about this. Brother Bashi, trust me. Don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Let's go to my bamboo house and have a seat. Let's talk about this properly. Although Sun Simiao didn't know what had happened, he could tell from Zhang Tufu's words that something was amiss. Although he still didn't know what was going on, it seemed like something big happened at the mountain gate. And at this moment, Zhang Feng, who had just lit a homemade cigar, was called open by a cry outside the door. Feng Zi, bad news. Something happened. Zhang Tufu is pointing at the noses of the four great scholars and scolding them. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Mother Ker, why is he causing trouble for Lao Tzu every day? Let's go quickly. Chapter 781. When Zhang Feng arrived. Basically, only the people from Tonghui Lane and Zhang Feng's die-hard fans were left blocking Sun Simiao's door. It was as though if Yu Shernan and the rest dared to come out, they would rush up and beat them up without hesitation. It was unknown if the people from Guangzhou were always like this or if they were just too straightforward. Once they set their mind on something, even 10 bulls would not be able to pull them back. For example now, Cheng Chumo used both soft and hard tactics, but no one shook him off. What are you all doing? Are you all very free? At this moment, Zhang Feng arrived, panting. When Zhang Tufu and the rest saw Zhang Feng,
It was as though they had found a pillar of support.
Fengzi, you're finally here. Come and be the judge.
These 4 old men have been pointing and pointing at this place the moment they arrived. They even said that we're slacking off and insisted on having your villa.
Tell me, where are you living now?
You're the director, and this villa was built for you by everyone.
How can you let others covet it? Old Zheng is right.
You're the face of Tonghui Lane and the dean of the academy.
How can the dean's house be taken by others?
All right. Stop it. Zhang Feng also understood what was going on. He did not say much. These people were doing it for his own good and could not bear to see him suffer. He clasped his fists and said, Fengzi thanks everyone here.
This is just a place to stay. Have you all heard of the story of Zhuge Wulong? Who is Mr. Zhuge?
He's one of the best people in the 3 kingdoms. When they heard Zhang Feng mention the 3 kingdoms, everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look at Zhang Feng. Even those who had been paying attention to this place, including the women and children of the craftsmen, gathered around. Even Sun Simiao and the rest in the room stopped talking and listened carefully. Clearly, Yu Shernan and the rest's anger had mostly dissipated.
Everyone should have heard of the 3 kingdoms. You should know the story of Mr. Wulong, right? Especially 3 visits to the thatched cottage.
Who is this Mr. Zhuge? I don't think I need to say more, right?
Everyone nodded vigorously.
There were even people who urged Zhang Feng to say something. Zhang Feng felt that he was being treated as a storyteller, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't know what the people inside were doing. Perhaps this was a test given to him by the people inside. Zhang Feng continued, speaking of which, Mr. Wulong is so famous.
Do you think he doesn't have money?
Impossible.
A man's shadow is the bark of a tree.
Otherwise, who would know which broken thatch he lived in?
Am I right?
Therefore, those who live in thatched cottages are not necessarily poor. They could also be those great scholars or those great experts.
Let's not talk too much. Let's talk about Mr. Yushan.
Perhaps you don't know him, but this is the academy. After work at night, you can ask any student.
Ask around.
Mr. Yushan is now living in a thatched cottage on Yushan Mountain in Yushan County.
Let's not talk about others.
Let's talk about this divine doctor. As Zhang Feng spoke, he pointed behind him and said again, Isn't Dr. Sun awesome?
Of course. He can bring the dead back to life.
Someone answered excitedly. Zhang Feng clapped and said, That's right.
Think about it.
Dr. Sun can enter and leave the palace freely.
How can he lack money?
How can he be less rich than those people in Chang, and who only have a little money but are awesome?
No.
But you should have heard that before Dr. Sun came to Shao Mountain, he had been practicing medical skills in Wutai Mountain. He dealt with medicinal herbs and thatches all day long. He even went to Qinling Mountain all day long and never came out.
Is he short of money?
Whenever he said that he needed some medicinal herbs, would those people who were waiting in line to curry favor with him not send them to his door? Everyone was fascinated by his words. Even the people inside the door were stroking their beards and chuckling. However, Zhang Feng continued, Tell me, is Dr. Sun the kind of person who often pesters people for a small shelter?
Look at now, especially you, old Zheng. Look at what Dr. Sun is living in now. It's a bamboo house. Did he mention anything about a place to live?
At this time, Yu Shernan and the others in the room looked a little strange. So you're flattering Dr. Sun in a roundabout way, and you're also insulting us? However, Zhang Feng didn't know that. He continued, Now, Mr. Bo Shi and the others are just commenting on the construction of my Shao Mountain. Even if they want to live there, they have to wait until the house is built, right? Don't tell me that they want to live there just because they made a joke and said that they want to live there. Do they want to live in this half-built open space?
What are you thinking?
Day by day.
Zheng Tufu suddenly understood. His face turned red.
Then they said, Zhang Feng sighed and said, a house is just a place to shelter them from the wind and rain. However, these scholars who just came up the mountain don't have a place to shelter them from the wind and rain.
They don't even have a thatched hut. What do you think they should do?
If it were you, wouldn't you also find a place to build a thatched hut first? When everyone heard this, they came to a sudden realization. So they were just looking for a place to stay tonight. They weren't snatching the house from the dean. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said with some anger, Do you understand now?
Yes. We thought too much. We thought that he wanted to snatch your house.
Zhang Feng's face turned serious. If you understand, then hurry up and find a place for Mr. Bo Shi and the others to stay. Do you really want others to know that our White Deer College is mistreating the scholars tonight?
Chapter 782. Everyone's face changed when they heard that.
Although they didn't study, the names of these people were as famous as the emperor.
If this spread out, wouldn't they be stabbed in the back?
At the thought of this, everyone scattered in an instant. Cheng Chumo and the others also prostrated themselves in admiration and gave him a thumbs up.
Zhang Feng just pursed his lips. What are you waiting for? Get lost and wait for me. I'll teach you a lesson later.
I don't want you to be so idle that you can't even handle such a small thing.
You're Zhang Feng's brothers. Shame on you.
Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun looked at each other and ran away in an instant. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and forcefully squeezed out a wisp of a smile before entering the bamboo house. As soon as he entered, Zhang Feng hurriedly cupped his fists and said,
"Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry."
"Nice to meet you, Mr. Divine Doctor."
"Haha, young friend, please sit down. Don't be so polite."
Sun Simiao stroked his beard and laughed, pointing to a stool on the side. Zhang Feng sat down under the supercilious eyes of Yu Shernan and others. He automatically ignored the supercilious eyes of Yu Shernan and others.
"Boy, you did it on purpose, didn't you?"
Before Zhang Feng could sit down properly, Xueji looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a faint smile.
Zhang Feng knew that these guys were going to ask this.
He cupped his fists and said with a wry smile, "Oh, Mr. Sidong, you've wronged me."
"You don't know. I just finished dealing with Old Wei and others. How could I have time to come here?"
Xueji said with a meaningful "oh," and then said, "So, these people are really loyal to you.
How did you do it?" Zhang Feng was confused. What else was there?
After thinking about it, Zhang Feng said, "Maybe they were all attracted by my handsomeness?"
The people who were really listening were petrified. What kind of answer was that? "Ahem, kid, what's with your attitude?"
As a great Confucian scholar, you have to have the attitude of a great Confucian scholar.
We agreed to come here this time because we want to find a place to retire.
By the way, you have too many bad habits.
We have to get rid of them for you. Look. You're finally showing your true colors, aren't you?
Zhang Feng wanted to see what these old foxes were up to. From the moment he came up the mountain, he knew that these people were up to something. Although it looked like they were after paper, this was only one of their motives.
Zhang Feng really did not know the real motive. At this moment,
Yu Shernan stood up and walked over to Zhang Feng. He put away the smile on his face and stared at Zhang Feng solemnly. At this moment, Ouyang Sun, Chu Suiliang, and the others also stood up and stared at Zhang Feng with solemn expressions. Zhang Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. "Kid, although you were jointly recommended by the four of us to become a great Confucian scholar, you also know that the condition for becoming a great Confucian scholar is to write your own book.
Let's not talk about this for now.
Your poetry collection can withstand the praise of all the scholars in the world. However, there are still more than 20 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival.
Looking at your academy, it's about time.
After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it will officially open. So since you call us teachers, we will express your sincerity. Although I don't know if you know the danger behind paper, the old man still has to say one thing. You must win the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. And this is also decided by us old guys. As long as you have the title of Great Confucian, there will naturally be no trouble for other things.
You understand?"
If Zhang Feng still did not understand, then he was really a fool. He hurriedly stood up, and after a student salute he said seriously, "This student will follow teacher's instructions."
"Good.
You are a promising student." Yu Shernan nodded, and said with his hands behind his back, "Do you know why everyone has a nameplate?"
Nameplate?
Zhang Feng really did not know this. He only knew that all literati like to give themselves a name, which was a pen name or the title of a book in the future. However, as for why some people's real names could not be remembered by others, but their pen names, he did not know.
Forgive this student for being stupid, but I really did not know this.
Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. Yu Shernan looked out of the window and said, "Old man does not know when this rule started, but it has become an unwritten rule.
Since you have entered the civil service, then you must have a nameplate. Did no one remind you of this before? Even your brother Lao Li did not mention it?
No.
Zhang Feng honestly shook his head.
In fact, he had thought of the name before, such as cool and awesome. He had thought of it before, but until now, he really did not think of a suitable one.
This student has thought of this before, but because I was too busy, I forgot about it. Zhang Feng answered truthfully. The main thing was that the name he thought of was either too avant-garde or too hard to pronounce. He was also very troubled. So he simply threw this problem to Yu Shernan and the others. Since they said so, they must have thought about it long ago. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Feng's words, they looked at each other and smiled. Then Yu Shernan slowly sighed and said, "Ridiculous, you actually forgot such an important thing? All right. Since you have become our disciple today, then old man and the others will help you with this matter." What should I call it?
Yu Shernan pretended to ponder and patted his forehead, then said, "Since you made your fortune in the tavern, and you are from Phoenix Ridge, and your name is Zhang Feng, then in this case we will call it—" Zhang Feng's pupils instantly shrank and he exclaimed, "Don't tell me it's Shi Feng."
Chapter 783. West Phoenix? Once the name was decided, it would be better to call it Young Phoenix. It was simply too embarrassing. Just when Zhang Feng looked nervous, Yu Shernan said with a smile, "In fact, we have just discussed it with Dr. Sunday. Your nameplate will be called Wine Immortal. What do you think?" Wine Immortal? Zhang Feng was dizzy. He actually thought about this name when he brewed the liquor, but he was afraid that the name was too stiff. It was not good to be too ostentatious. Yu Shernan seemed to have noticed something as well.
He smiled and said, "I've heard that the few times you've composed poems, they were all when you were drunk.
Moreover, the baijiu you've brewed is worthy of this name. Perhaps in less than 20 days, your baijiu will be released. If you use this name, no one will dare to say anything, unless they don't want to drink baijiu anymore. But at least the few of us will be reluctant to give up this liquor."
Ha ha ha.
Yu Shernan and the others laughed as they spoke. In ancient times, there was wine god Du Kong. Today, there is wine immortal Zhang Feng. Moreover, you can not only brew beer or liquor, but the most important thing is that you can write poems. Who dares to say that you can write hundreds of poems while drunk? Who can compare to you? Sun Simiao couldn't help but sigh. That night, it was the first time that old man saw someone who was full of ideas.
It was as if he had entered another level of advancement.
To be able to sing in a state of selflessness, there must be at least 100 poems. This kind of thing is simply unprecedented. I'm afraid it will never happen again in the future, right?
The most important thing is that this old man has thought about it carefully, and then deliberated with Brother Bosher and the others.
Not only are these poems not repeated, but each poem is also a peerless work. Therefore, with this card, you are worthy of the title of Wine Immortal. It's settled, Wine Immortal. Old man educates people all his life.
To be able to accept a Wine Immortal as a disciple at the end of his life is also the glory of my life, Yu Shernan.
Ha ha ha, it's extremely true. It was decided just like that? Zhang Feng stared blankly at the old men who were so excited that they went crazy. It was decided just like that? Haven't you ever considered my feelings? Teacher, can I not have such a flashy signboard?
Yu Shernan glanced at Zhang Feng.
No, don't you think what you're doing now is not ostentatious enough? Look at your distinctionless education, the white paper, the white wine, and so on. Even the buildings of the academy are like a fairyland. Tell me, which part of you is not ostentatious? Why don't you tell us? Zhang Feng thought. He was really stunned. None of them could be thought of by modern people. However, this also reminded him that it was not good to be too ostentatious. He swore in his heart that at this moment, everyone on the mountain was his. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take even half a step down the mountain. This crisis made him feel a trace of hostility. For example, the immortal ointment given to him. If it wasn't incited by others, he would simply twist his own head off. All right, since teacher has decided, then student will naturally accept it. Zhang Feng wrote down this word unhappily. After Yu Shernan and the others finished talking about this matter, they reminded him again, "You have to prepare well for the mid-autumn poetry meet. It's not only the time for you to win in one fell swoop, but also the time for you to gain the title of Great Confucian, as well as your immortal wine signboard. There's a good saying, One needs to be strong to forge iron. You should think about it carefully. After Yu Shinan finished speaking, he waved his hand at Zhang Feng as if he was driving away a fly. This made Zhang Feng somewhat depressed. He clasped his hands and left resentfully. However, when he dared to walk to the door, Yu Shinan said again, "By the way, before tonight, the old man wants to see your residence." Student will naturally prepare well. As Zhang Feng spoke, he walked out of the room gloomily. As soon as he walked out of the door, Zhang Feng saw Gao Can poking his head out to look around. He couldn't help but waved his hand and said, "Go and tell Gonziyuan that before nightfall, let's hurry up and prepare a residence for the 4 great Confucians. Everything else can be pushed back. It's already being prepared." Gao Can said as if his words were gold. When Zhang Feng heard this, he didn't say anything and turned around to walk towards the small wooden house. As he walked, he looked at the sun that was a little to the west and sighed. "Teacher, here's your stick." At this moment, just as Zhang Feng was sighing with emotion, Gao Can took out the self-made cigar that Zhang Feng had been holding in his arms. He didn't know when he dropped it, but he passed it to him. When Zhang Feng saw this, he was overjoyed. At this time, having a cigarette was simply too blissful. "Not bad, you're not bad. When I teach later, you can also sit in." When Gao Can heard this, his face instantly turned red. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Did you bring a lighter?" "Yes, I did." "Hiss. Who?" He lit up the tobacco and took a deep breath of the long-lost smell. In an instant, Zhang Feng coughed violently. Only then did he remember that this was a damn tobacco. He choked so much that his snot and tears ran out at the same time. When Gao Can saw this, his expression changed instantly. He wanted to go forward and snatch the cigar from Zhang Feng's hand. At the same time, he shouted in horror and anger, "Which shameless thief dares to poison teacher?" Chapter 784. This roar was like a muffled thunder. Coupled with Gao Can's rough and straightforward voice full of anger, Yu Shinan and the others who were closest to him were shocked. After being stunned for a moment, Sun Simiao's face changed greatly. He hurriedly took the medicine box and said, "Follow me to have a look." Immediately, the 5 of them angrily rushed out of the bamboo house. Not only here, but at the edge of the construction site less than 1,000 steps away, Gonziyuan was also stunned when he was instructing people to carry bamboo and other things to the waterfall. Then he turned around and saw Zhang Feng kneeling on the ground with his hand on his chest. His face changed dramatically. He roared in a shrill voice, "Come, quickly protect the dean. The dean has been secretly harmed and poisoned." If the first roar made everyone confused, then the second roar changed the meaning. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They hurriedly picked up the things in their hands and rushed to Zhang Feng without caring about anything else. Some people even cried when they saw Zhang Feng's uncomfortable appearance. At this time, with these 2 roars, Zhang Feng also slowly took a breath. He hurriedly covered Gao Can's mouth and shouted, "Nonsense! Lao Tzu is not poisoned." As he said, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted to the distance, "I'm not poisoned. There are no thieves. Go back to what you're supposed to do." However, everyone saw that Zhang Feng was squatting on the ground in pain just now. Moreover, Zhang Feng was holding something with smoke in his hand. This made everyone think that Zhang Feng was just comforting them. Their eyes turned red and they still rushed here. What made Zhang Feng even more confused was that at this time, the 5 old men led by Sun Simiao rushed to Zhang Feng with frosty faces. Sun Simiao didn't care about anything else. As soon as he came, Sun Simiao grabbed Zhang Feng's wrist. At the same time he said, "What are you waiting for? Throw this thing as far away as you can. Quickly lie down. This old man will perform acupuncture on you." Zhang Feng's face darkened when he heard that. "Why don't you diagnose me first? You're already giving me acupuncture?" When everyone saw that Dr. Sun was diagnosing Zhang Feng, they didn't dare to make any noise. They formed a circle and surrounded Zhang Feng. On the other side, when the Jianghu guards, who were in charge of protecting Zhang Feng as well as the safety of the people on the mountain, heard this loud shout, some of them instantly flashed the weapons on their waists and stared fixedly at everyone with their devouring eyes. They slowly surrounded Xiao Chen. Then, even more golden guards blew special whistles that echoed throughout Xiao Mountain. A moment later, the entire Pyrolite Mountain was filled with such whistles.
Whether it was the people at the construction site or those hiding in the mountains, their expressions changed drastically at this time. They all drew their modeo and were on guard. As for Li Chengqian's personal bodyguard, when he heard the whistle, he used the whistle to hurriedly ask a few questions. After that, his expression changed greatly and he abruptly rushed into Zhang Feng's room, not caring about anything else. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, young Master Zhang Feng was attacked."
What? Hearing this, several people turned pale with fright. Li Chengqian asked with a pale face, "Tell me what's going on. Are all of you incompetent? What's wrong with Fengzi?" "I don't know. What we know at present is that young Master Zhang Feng seems to have been poisoned. Dr. Sun is diagnosing him. Let's go." "Chumo, light the beacons quickly and summon the garrison to surround Shao Mountain. Don't let even a fly go." "Yes." At this time, no one cared about hiding their identity. Whether it was true or not, if the news of Fengzi being attacked was spread out, it would be a big deal. If the emperor was angry, none of them would have an easy time. Not to mention that he was the crown prince. How could they dare to delay? Cheng Chumo shouted angrily and rushed out of the door with Wei Shuyu. Li Chengqian, Du Go, Zhang Sun, and Chong did not dare to delay for a moment. They hurriedly followed the leader of the Jianghu guards and rushed to the place where Zhang Feng was attacked. While running, Li Chengqian stared at the place where Zhang Feng was and prayed secretly in his heart, as well as the people who hurried to Zhang Feng's place after hearing the news. "Brat, you've got to be kidding me. Please don't let anything happen to him." Today, at the foot of the mountain, the person in Tonghui Square had already handed over the thing that Zhang Feng asked them to. They had also studied it for a long time, although they did not know what it was. But from the serious expression on Zhang Feng's face when that person described it, they knew that it was not something good. After learning that it was deliberately given to Zhang Feng by someone, Li Chengqian was angry. After finding someone to torture that person, he found out that this thing was a kind of thing called immortal ointment. Although that person did not know what it was, someone had indeed arranged for him to deliver it to Zhang Feng. He was a black-clothed merchant from the Abbasid Caliphate. But because the journey was long, he wanted to get some rare items back from Chang'an. Thus, he encountered a group of people. While his thoughts were running wild, Li Chengqian and the others also rushed into the impenetrable crowd. After squeezing through the crowd, Li Chengqian's face paled. Without caring about anything else, Li Chengqian asked, "Divine Dr. Sun, what happened to Fengzi?" Chapter 785. Sun Simiao had a very strange expression on his face. Sometimes he was frowning, sometimes he was deep in thought. Hearing Li Chengqian's question, Sun Simiao waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. Then he stared at Zhang Feng, opened his eyelids, and pulled out Zhang Feng's mouth. Regardless of whether Zhang Feng was willing or not, Sun Simiao directly pulled out his tongue for a look. "Young friend Zhang Feng, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhang Feng said gloomily, "I feel uncomfortable from all of you pressing down on me. There's nothing else." "No." Sun Simiao pressed down on Zhang Feng's chest and asked, "Does it hurt?" How could Zhang Feng not feel pain after being pressed like this? He had just inhaled a large mouthful of tobacco, and now his lungs felt like they were on fire. Now that he was pressed down, the pain made Zhang Feng grit his teeth. "Brother Sun, what's wrong with him?" Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said, "Young friend, I don't know who poisoned him. This kind of poison is rarely seen in old man. It seems that the person who came is not simple." What kind of poison was he poisoned with? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Li Chengqian hurriedly asked. Sun Simiao sighed and said, "His pulse is stable and strong, and his heart is normal. However, his chest and lungs seem to be poisoned. This is either snake venom or poison from beyond the Great Wall." Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression suddenly changed. "I understand. Today, Fengzi sent someone to give me something called immortal ointment. I heard that someone deliberately sent it to Fengzi, and that person came from the Abbasid Caliphate. Could it be that the grass that Fengzi brought back from a returning merchant is also highly poisonous?" At this moment, everyone suddenly understood everything. "Quickly bring that grass over." Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly said. But when he turned around and saw the still smoking cigar not far away, he trembled, covered his mouth and nose, and hurriedly picked it up and handed it to Dr. Sunday. "Don't look,
this is not poison. I already said, this is not poison.
This is a good thing, really.
When I get it out you can. Nonsense. Xianxia and the others said with a cold face. Does elder son know more, or do you know more about this grass? Lie down and let old son see what this is.
This thing?
Sun Simiao was also puzzled. He sniffed, but other than the smell of someone being snatched, there was nothing else. However, when he sniffed, he felt a little dizzy, and his expression changed greatly. Sun Simiao took another deep puff of the cigarette and savored it.
No one dared to be careless. He waited cautiously.
Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything to these people. In any case, it would be troublesome to explain, so he might as well let Dr. Sun diagnose his body and treat it as a physical examination.
This matter is.
It was just a small matter. Was there a need to mobilize so many people? If he became famous in the future, wouldn't these people set up a platform for him to worship?
Zhang Feng was speechless. He simply closed his eyes.
What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At this moment, Sun Simiao was also somewhat shocked. Although he had not tasted all of the herbs, he did not notice anything unusual when he entered the shop with only a puff of smoke.
Sun Simiao simply tore a small piece of tobacco from the cigar and put it into his mouth to slowly chew.
At first, it was spicy and piercing, but after a while, it was bitter and unbearable. It could be considered a poison, but he did not know how poisonous it was. In the end, he didn't care anymore. After chewing again, Sun Simiao swallowed it. After feeling it again, Sun Simiao suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others hurriedly asked, "How is it?"
Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng.
Then he looked at the others and sighed.
Forgive me for my stupidity.
I still don't know what this thing is, but now, there is only one way to verify what kind of poison Zhang Feng is poisoned with.
Young Master Li Gan, are you sure you got this poisonous herb from the returning merchant?
Li Gan nodded and said, "Indeed. Although I was not present at the time, the people in Tonghui Lane saw it with their own eyes."
Good.
Old man can say that this thing is not a product of the Tang dynasty. In other words, it is a foreign item. Therefore, we can only test it with acupuncture now. When Zhang Feng heard about acupuncture, he immediately opened his eyes.
Elder son, I'm really fine.
Nonsense. Are you a doctor or is elder son a doctor? As a dean, you should be responsible for everyone. Now that everyone is watching, do you want everyone to worry about you?
Xianxia scolded.
When Zhang Feng heard that, he could only shrink his head. However, when he turned to look at Sun Simiao's so-called needles, his whole body could not help but spasm. He saw that on top of a small stove in Sun Simiao's hand, there were silver needles that were as long as chopsticks but slightly thinner than chopsticks. It was so stimulating that Zhang Feng could not help but scream. "No. Elder son, you are a great benefactor.
Can you spare me? I just choked on the smoke.
It's really not a big deal. Elder son, why don't you let me go and let me do a somersault for you?
I'm really fine, ow."
Chapter 786. Zhang Feng didn't expect this either. A dignified dean had actually suffered such a great humiliation today. He was stripped naked in front of everyone, and then his body was pricked like a hedgehog. Even now, he had been carried back by Xianxia and the others for 2 hours, but Zhang Feng still felt bursts of pain in his stomach, legs and back. This was simply a sad thing. Especially after seeing Sun Simiao's solemn face and the laughter of Xianxia and the others as they left, Zhang Feng really wanted to faint. It was so embarrassing. Lying on the bed, Zhang Feng glared at Gao Can angrily. "Tell me, did you do it on purpose today?" Gao Can was also somewhat baffled. But he also felt a little guilty. "Dean, I didn't do it because you were bullied a few times before. Didn't you do it with these people early this morning? I thought they were up to no good." "Up to no good?" This principal was just messing around with them. What's more, this thing wasn't poisoned. Come, where are my cigarettes? Did you bring them back?" Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch someone, but when he moved, his whole body hurt. He just waved his hand angrily. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Gao Can felt even more ashamed. After wiping his body, he remembered and said, "That thing was taken away by Dr. Sun." "Go!"
There are some on the table outside. Give me 2. Today, Lao Tzu is going to poison you to death. Zhang Feng was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He had the urge to chase this guy down the mountain. Zhang Feng was very suspicious whether this guy was the famous General Gao Can recorded in the history of later generations. This guy was simply an idiot who couldn't even be bothered to look at the situation. I'm coming. When he was really thinking about whether to drive him away or send him away, Gao Can hurried in with 2 big cigars. It was as if he had caught 2 poisonous snakes. Zhang Feng speechlessly snatched the cigar from Gao Can's hand and lit it. This time, he carefully took a puff. Instantly, the strong taste of tobacco swirled in his mouth. That feeling made Zhang Feng moan involuntarily. Although the taste was a little strong, this was the mother of cur's taste. After Zhang Feng took a few puffs, his head felt a little dizzy. He looked at the nervous Gao Can and pointed at the oil lamp with the hand holding the cigarette. Look at Lao Tzu now. Is there anything wrong? Gao Can shook his head vigorously. Then light it up. I'll give you your first lesson today. When Gao Can heard that Zhang Feng was going to give him his first lesson, he was excited. He imitated Zhang Feng and put the end of the cigar in his mouth. Then, he moved closer to the light and carefully sucked. At first, he felt like he was being burned by smoke. He was a little puzzled. However, he saw Zhang Feng deliberately take a puff and then swallow the whole cigarette into his stomach with his mouth open. Then, he gestured to him. Gao Can did the same. He took a big puff. In an instant, his black face suddenly turned dark purple. Then, he coughed violently. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, Gao Can was no different from Zhang Fenggang. In fact, Gao Can even surpassed him. He hugged his stomach, squatted on the ground, and curled up like a shrimp. Now, do you know what's going on? Zhang Feng sat up with a smile. However, the intense pain in his body caused Zhang Feng to grimace in pain. Now you know what kind of person this thing is, right? Now, do you still dare to say anything? This is my first lesson. Today's lesson is called Society's Vicious Beating. You must finish this cigarette today. If you don't, I'll deduct your credits this semester. Gao Can's eyes turned green when he heard this. He couldn't care less about coughing. He squatted in the corner and ate vigorously while crying. He didn't know how this kid felt now. However, Zhang Feng knew that a person who smoked for the first time must feel very uncomfortable. And he was taking big puffs of tobacco. Looking at Gao Can smoking, Zhang Feng felt very comfortable. The stuffiness just now seemed to dissipate a little. However, the smell of smoke in the room made him feel a little uncomfortable. He could only leave the bedroom. When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Xianxia and the others staring at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. Teske, Feng, I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. You can even do that to Gao Can? Cheng Chumo said in a strange tone. Before he could finish, Zhang Feng glared at him and took the opportunity to sit on the recliner and smoke. The others also came over with a curious face. Looking at Zhang Feng smoking and then smelling the unpleasant smell in the air, they couldn't help but have a face full of question marks. Feng, what's this thing? Isn't this the thing that caused you to have an accident just now? Cheng Chumo leaned over to Zhang Feng and stared at Zhang Feng. Looking at Zhang Feng's face of enjoyment, Cheng Chumo was also tempted. After all, every time Zhang Feng made something, it was a first-class thing. Zhang Feng heard this and couldn't help but grin. Why, you want to have a bite too? Seeing Zhang Feng's cheeky smile, the alarm in everyone's heart suddenly rang. This guy is going to be a demon again. Chapter 787. Cough cough, Fengzi. Let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it later. Li Chengqian hurriedly stepped forward. Although Li Chengqian didn't know why Zhang Feng had made a grass leaf so uncomfortable for the first time and now had a look of enjoyment on his face, this taste made Li Chengqian frown. Before Zhang Feng could say anything, Li Chengqian pointed at the immortal ointment on Zhang Feng's table and asked, "What is this? Why are you so afraid of it?" Li Chengqian's question made Zhang Feng's expression turn serious. He looked at the immortal ointment on the table and asked, "I just heard that you caught that person?" "Yes, I caught him, but I didn't get anything out of him. I just heard that someone gave this to him in Chang, and told him to give it to you." Zhang Feng's face darkened when he heard this. It seemed that someone had really made a move on him. However, he didn't know if Dashi had made a move. Was it someone from Guanlong? Or a landowning family from Shandong? Or was it someone from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Or was it someone from the aristocratic families? Zhang Feng didn't know any of this. However, there was one thing that Zhang Feng knew. It was time to speed up the production of firearms. Once they had firearms on the mountain, they could further research pistols and bulletproof vests. With these, Zhang Feng felt an inexplicable sense of security. Li Chengqian, let me ask you. Have you seen this thing in Chang'an before? Li Chengqian thought carefully about the tributes he had received from various countries over the years, and then shook his head. I haven't seen it before. I seem to have seen it once at the Turkic young Kagan's place. Wei Shuyu's hesitant voice immediately caught Zhang Feng's attention. He asked, tell me the details. Which young Kagan are you talking about? Seeing Zhang Feng's serious expression, Wei Shuyu said without reservation, that was before. Didn't the retired emperor celebrate his birthday? What about those people who lived in the Honglu temple? I met him at Yan Lai restaurant when I was strolling around Chang'an. After hearing that I was Lao Li's subordinate, he became even more attentive. He even mysteriously gave me some of this stuff, saying that it was good stuff. But at that time, I still had things to do. Oh right, it was to look for you, so I didn't use it. The more Wei Shuyu spoke, the more scared she became. After she finished speaking, her face could not help but exude a layer of cold sweat. Fengzi, this thing, could it be some kind of poison? Alas! You're really lucky, kid. If you had used this thing back then, you'd be better off dead than alive. Not only would your life be in someone else's hands, but in less than a month, your family's property, as well as Lao Li's, would basically be handed over by you. When Wei Shuyu heard this, she could not help but be aghast. The expressions of Li Chengqian and the others also changed. Fengzi, is what you said true? Then, isn't this the thing that eats people's minds? Zhang Feng nodded with a serious expression. That's why I said that this thing cannot be left. Now, I'll give you a task. You must pass this matter to your father as soon as possible and let him report it to the authorities. Immediately seize this thing. Don't ask why, you just need to know that I, Fengzi, will not harm you. Do you understand? Although they didn't know if Zhang Feng was exaggerating, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts go numb when they looked at that pitch-black thing. Who would dare to test whether it was real or fake after knowing the effects of this thing? If something happened, wouldn't that be? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for this matter. But I suspect that this is a trap. Li Chengqian covered his nose and frowned as he looked at the smoke in the room. Could it be that you knew from the beginning? Yes. Zhang Feng confidently flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, think about it, I'm the ancestor of scheming. This idiot gave you something that you've never seen before. As long as you're not crazy, you'll know that there's something wrong with this thing itself. So, do you think that I wouldn't know that they gave me this thing in front of me? Besides, I've seen this thing before. My master once brought back a little of this thing when he was traveling overseas. He wanted to tell me where the harm of this thing was. So, everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're my brothers, find out where this thing is and burn it. It's best if you can find the source. Even if it means slaughtering the entire city, you'll destroy the entire country. If you have connections, go buy a death row prisoner. Try it and you'll know how terrifying this thing is. The more they listened, Li Chengqian and the others felt that this thing was terrifying. Even someone like Zhang Feng dared to use words like slaughtering the entire city to describe the horror of this thing. One could only imagine how terrifying this thing was. Li Chengqian took a deep breath and said, don't worry about this. When we found out that this person was up to no good, we've already informed Father. I believe that with Father's ability and Lord Zhongxuan's Ministry of Personnel, this thing will be found very quickly. Zhang Feng heard this and thought about it. That was true. It was good to have connections with people from the Ministry of Personnel. This matter could be considered solved. As for the death row prisoner, that was the most worthless thing in this era. As long as Lao Li wanted to get it, Zhang Sun Wuji only needed to say a word. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng slowly took out a few cigars from a cabinet in the corner. He held the cigars in his mouth and handed one to each of them. Come, come, come. This is a rare treasure. Other than the immortal ointment, this is my biggest gain at the foot of the mountain today. Chapter 788. Hiss, puff. I say, Fengzi, how did you come up with this thing? Cough, cough, cough. Although it's a little choking, this thing is really King cool. It's more exciting than drinking wine. I've only eaten it for a while, but I'm already dizzy and flustered. Yeah, but it's true. This thing is really strong. Now that there's no wine, this thing can be made do. But Fengzi, this thing, what are you going to do with it? It's really exciting. After an hour, in Zhang Feng's living room, a few people were sprawled out on all fours. They were smoking fiercely while looking at the room that was gradually becoming smoky. They could not help but feel playful. It was as if they wanted to see if this thing could fill up the entire room. Then, wouldn't they be able to smoke this thing while lying down? And they always felt that the smell of smoke in the air was much more fragrant than inhaling it into their mouths. Slowly. Especially at this time, Gao Can, who was already unconscious, had already broken the door of Zhang Feng's bedroom. At this time, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, puffing and puffing. Looking at the people smoking like this, he couldn't help but be so frightened that he fainted. Zhang Feng was also a little dizzy at this time. No one would be able to last long under the influence of several big opium pipes, especially when he was also smoking. This kind of second-hand smoke, he didn't dare to make too much. Zhang Feng got up dizzily and was instantly shocked. At this time, he also felt dizzy, like the feeling of gas poisoning. Zhang Feng didn't have time to think too much. He stumbled and pushed the door open, sitting at the door and gasping for breath. After a while, he finally didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. He turned around and looked. Good heavens, at this time, there was no one in the room. All around them were bursts of smoke, looking for an exit. It was as if the room was on fire. Zhang Feng was also shocked and hurriedly beckoned two passing students to carry Cheng Chumo and the others out of the room. Only then did Zhang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. However, the things here still aroused everyone's interest. In addition, it was dinner time, and the kitchen was not far from Zhang Feng's place. Everyone was holding a big bowl, eating while looking at Zhang Feng. Hey, you guys! Did our dean just cook something delicious in the room? He held a big bowl made of mud and drank some porridge while showing off a big pig leg with teeth marks all over it. Hearing this, everyone also looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Someone couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng and asked, "So, our dean is drunk?" "Hey, you don't. It's really interesting. Our dean is awesome. Our dean, he's awesome. Just eating and drinking. He can get so many powerful people to drink. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, the four great demon kings? In the hands of our dean, they're nothing but toys. You guys can't even shut your mouths when you eat, right?" At this moment, Old He's wife picked up the spoon and knocked on their heads a few times. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at Zhang Feng, saying, "The dean dares to eat a pot of rice every day. How can he cook by himself? If you want to eat, then eat. If you don't want to eat, then scram. If I hear any of you gossiping again, I'll tell the dean." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. He hurriedly nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, took the bowl and ran away. At this moment, Yu Shernan was also happily bringing Ouyang Sun and the others over to eat together. Glancing at Zhang Feng and the others, she also thought that they were drunk. She looked at Old He's wife and asked, "You said Fengzi never eats alone?" Old He's wife was also a person who had seen the world. When these people came up the mountain, she knew that they were not simple. At least, they were at the same level as the county magistrate. At this time, when she saw them coming, she hurriedly greeted them with a smile. "Isn't that right? Fengzi is my neighbor. The relationship between my husband and Zhang Feng is like that of uncle and nephew. In addition, Fengzi likes my daughter. Usually, when Fengzi makes something delicious, the first thing he asks is me, the shopkeeper, and the kids in the neighborhood to eat with him. Now these foodies dare to say that Fengzi eats alone. How can I not care? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this guy to have such a side." Hearing this, the four people laughed. Sun Simiao also nodded repeatedly. "This guy is good. He asked Old Man to come up the mountain for this pot of porridge. How about it? You guys have a taste?" Hearing this, they nodded again. "Well, let's each take a bowl and sit in his room. This guy may have some good wine hidden." That's reasonable. If there is a beggar's chicken, that would be even better. When Old He's wife heard this, she slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, look at my memory. You guys go and have a seat first. I'll go to the back of the mountain to get some chickens for you. Those chickens were also made by Fengzi. I won't give them to ordinary people to eat." Chapter 789. Yu Shernan and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. Even those who were squatting and eating couldn't help but have waves of greed and envy flicker in their eyes when they heard this. The point was that the dean's chicken was too delicious. Sun Simiao looked at the crowd, shook his head and sighed. There were too few chickens now. Although there were hundreds of thousands of chickens on the mountain, he didn't know what that guy was going to do. He was only allowed to eat 1,000 chickens a day, including those in the restaurants at the foot of the mountain. So it was difficult to eat the beggar's chicken now. Even he could only eat it once every 3 to 5 days. But a few days ago, he heard that there were less than 200,000 chickens left on the mountain. If the food problem couldn't be solved, even if these chickens were boiled into chicken soup and mixed in porridge, they couldn't stand the consumption. At this time, he didn't know if the woman would cause any trouble by saying that she would let them eat chicken in public. But since she had said it, he couldn't do anything. After all, he was just a guest. Let's go and see if there is any good wine in Fengzi's house. Let's go and get some. As Sun Simiao spoke, he patted Yu Shernan's shoulder. Only then did the group slowly walk towards Zhang Feng's cabin, hands clasped behind their backs. Walking on the right side, Yu Shernan and others looked at this person's bowl from time to time. It seemed that they wanted to find something different in these bowls. However, looking at it, he was still amazed. "Elder son, this doesn't look like the bone-strengthening powder you made." Chu Suiliang asked with a smile. Sun Simiao shook his head and pointed to Zhang Feng. "The bone-strengthening powder and this stuff are not made by me. It's that guy." Chu Suiliang was shocked when he heard that. He had eaten the bone-strengthening powder. Although the porridge smelled like the bone-strengthening powder at this time, it looked different from the bone-strengthening powder. There were even a lot of things inside such as meat, pork and even some pig bones, eggs and other things. However, when he thought about how these things, which were rumored to be able to last an entire day, were made by Zhang Feng, Chu Suiliang was truly shocked. "Old son, are you certain that these things were made by this brat?" Chu Suiliang and the other two asked in shock. Yu Shernan stroked his beard and curled his lips. "The old man mentioned this in his letter. Didn't you read it?" They automatically filtered out Yu Shernan's words. Instead, he looked at Sun Simiao with a solemn expression. They had all read Yu Shernan's letter, but they wouldn't believe that these things came from Zhang Feng even if they were beaten to death. Who didn't know that Sun Simiao was the recognized divine medicine? If these things didn't come from him, who would dare to believe it? Yes. Sun Simiao made the final decision. A rumbling sound rang out in their minds. What the hell was this kid? What was in that head of hers? Moreover, even the old man didn't know that these things could be made in this way until he got the bone-strengthening powder and this porridge. Sun Simiao was a little emotional. If this kid wants to be a doctor, the old man believes that in less than 3 years, his reputation and achievements will definitely be above the old man's. And even at his peak, the old man could only look at his back. Sun Simiao's words seemed to be the highest praise for Zhang Feng. Although he had never praised Zhang Feng on the mountain, he didn't hesitate to praise himself when he was with his old friends. Zhang Feng could take it. He also wanted to know what kind of tricks Zhang Feng could come up with. How many things had not been dug out yet? He didn't believe that Zhang Feng could only tinker with the herbs to get rid of the smell of pork, the herbs to repel locusts and mosquitoes, the bone-strengthening powder, and the porridge. Sun Simiao believed that Zhang Feng's medical skills would open another door for him. At this time, they were all silent with their own thoughts. They slowly strolled to the front of the wooden hut. Smelling the familiar yet unfamiliar scent, they couldn't help but instantly pull their minds back from their contemplation. What's this smell? It seems. Just now, Fengzi was over there. Sun Simiao frowned and thought for a long time. He sniffed again and couldn't help but change his expression. Nonsense, it's really nonsense. Sun Simiao couldn't help but fly into a rage after smelling it. He hurried forward and felt their pulses one by one. Yu Shernan and the others also reacted and hurried forward. Something could happen to others, but these people were all precious. One was the crown prince, one was the emperor's brother, and the others were the sons of the high dukes. If something happened to them, they hurried forward, but didn't know what to do. They could only look at Sun Simiao. When Sun Simiao put his hand on Li Chengqian's pulse, Li Chengqian looked as if he was drunk and asked them with a flushed face. "Elder son, you're here? Come, come, Fengzi has a big cigar here." Sun Simiao was stunned. Looking at the group of people lying on the ground and laughing while eating, he couldn't help but ask, "You bunch of bastards, what are you doing?" Chapter 790. Sun Simiao was about to explode. He had been pondering about Zhang Feng's matter. But now, were they all playing tricks on him? Although Zhang Feng was also a little uncomfortable, he was at least better than Li Chengqian and the others. Seeing that Sun Simiao had misunderstood again, he hurriedly said, "Elder son, we didn't mean to play tricks on you. Look at the room. These guys are drunk because it's their first time smoking. Just treat it as if they're drunk." Zhang Feng hurriedly explained. When Sun Simiao heard this, he sniffed Li Chengqian's nose and said, "Do you think this old man is senile and muddle-headed? Are they drunk?" Seeing that he couldn't explain, Zhang Feng could only get up, take out the tobacco leaves from the drawer, and roll them up on the spot. No matter how much he said, it was better to keep silent. Now Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. Yu Shernan saw this and hurriedly pulled Sun Simiao. "Old son. Wait a minute. Did this guy come up with something amazing again?" Sun Simiao was stunned and could only shut up. He wanted to see what Zhang Feng was up to. They didn't expect that the blades of grass in Zhang Feng's hand would slowly turn into 6 fingers as thick as an index finger. They were exactly the same as the ones Zhang Feng had seen outside their door. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that what this kid said before was true? Was this thing really not poison? Sun Simiao also didn't understand. He frowned and simply squatted beside Zhang Feng, carefully watching every step Zhang Feng took. When Zhang Feng finally took out the lighter from Cheng Chimo's butt and lit it, after taking a breath he said, "Elder son, this is the good stuff. It's refreshing. Do you want one?" Sun Simiao heard this and glared at Zhang Feng. "Are you saying that old man's eyesight is bad?" "No, no, no. How could this kid be talking about you? This thing is real. Just try it and smoke his cigarette. In an instant, no matter how tired you are, you will be energized." Hearing this, Yu Shernan and the others' eyes lit up. "Kid, are you telling the truth? So that's what they got from the lottery? Is that why you're like this?" "They weren't fools." Zhang Feng nodded. "That's right. It's just that these fellows saw how good this stuff is and were afraid that I wouldn't give it to them. So they pumped it as hard as they could, and that's why they got drunk." When they heard this, their eyeballs almost popped out. "Kid, you're saying that this thing is the same as your white wine? It can also make people drunk?" "Old man, try it first. Can this stuff make people drunk? Wasn't it just firewood tobacco?" Could it be that the old man was afraid? Come, 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 little brat. Give the match to the old man. Let me try it too." "Me too." Ouyang Soon and the others took the self-aware firewood tobacco from Zhang Feng's hands. Then, following Zhang Feng's instructions, they lit the firewood tobacco and took a light puff. Zhang Feng didn't dare to let these old men smoke like Li Gan did. If they didn't smoke at all, they would be dead meat if they choked and gave it away. Moreover, if they recovered, wouldn't this thing be smashed in their hands? Zhang Feng was still counting on them to sell this thing. "Master Bashi, you're mistaken. You have to take small sips." "No, no, don't bite it. Keep it in your mouth." "Mr. Sitong, you're wrong. Don't swallow. Cough, cough, cough." When Zhang Feng turned to look, he saw that Xueji was about to swallow the firewood tobacco in one big puff. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Xueji had already swallowed it, but Zhang Feng said that it was urgent, so Xueji was stunned for a moment. That moment could be said to have saved his life and Zhang Feng's life. Xueji exhaled more than half of the smoke, but the remaining smoke still made Xueji cough violently at this time. Even his face was flushed. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly went up to pat him on the back and hurriedly poured tea for him. After a while, Xueji finally recovered his strength. The others also stared at him with their old eyes. "Old Sitong, what do you think? How is this cigarette?" Xueji smacked his lips and felt for a moment before giving a thumbs up. "Awesome!" Although it was a little uncomfortable just now, I feel 100 times more energetic now. You all know that I have to take a nap at this time every day. But once this thing twitches, let alone sleep, even if you ask me to recite poems with you, I can recite poems with you late into the night. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at the cigarette in their hands and were shocked. They just thought that it was their illusion, but now? They all felt the same. When Sun Simiao heard this, he didn't say a word. He took the lighter from Zhang Feng's hand and lit the cigarette. Half an hour. 2 hours. 2 hours later, when Li Chengqian and the others stood up dizzily, they were stunned. They saw that in Zhang Feng's living room, Yu Shernan and the others, with cigarettes in their mouths, were locked in a game of cards. They couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a dream? I must be dreaming. Is this still the Mr. Bosher I know? Chapter 791. For 3 days in a row. The people on Shao Mountain, regardless of whether they were students or craftsmen, were looking at the big shots on the mountain with a stick in their mouths. Even Gan Ziyuan. At this moment, he was standing on the construction site with his hands on his hips. He pointed at the crowd and cursed. No one knew where he got a cigar from, but he was holding it in his mouth. He looked awe-inspiring. You bunch of idiots, look at this cement. Who ruined it? Stand up for Lao Tzu? This thing is more precious than gold. Are you going to let Lao Tzu ruin it just like that? Don't you know that you have to eat less? You and all of you go and cut your dinner in half. Also, before you eat, use a hammer to grind these things for me. What are you all standing there for? Have you installed the doors and windows on that wall? Have you all hung up the roof beams? Get the hell out of Lao Tzu. Yo, isn't this old gone? How awe-inspiring. Just as Gan Ziyuan was giving out orders, Cheng Chimo appeared behind Gan Ziyuan with a cigar in his mouth. He stole Zhang Feng's sunglasses and acted even more pretentious. When Gan Ziyuan heard that, he shrunk his head and hurriedly turned around. When he turned around, he had already put on a smile. Master Chen, why are you here? This place is dirty, you. Go away, go away. Lao Tzu gave you the cigar because you took over all of Lao Tzu's work. So, you've become more presentable in such a short time. Not bad, not bad. I'll inform Feng Zi later. When the time comes, the Ministry of Works will give you a temporary position. When Gan Ziyuan heard that, he was so excited that his lips trembled. Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chen. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'll definitely do it. It's nothing, but I heard that a lot of people want this now. Cheng Chimo sat on the pile of bricks and pointed at the cigar in his mouth. Gan Ziyuan nodded. Master Chen, you know that our brothers have been eyeing this item since it appeared. If you could get some from the dean, they would be very grateful to your family. Fine, fine, fine. Cheng Chimo waved his hand. He looked left and right, then took out about a dozen items wrapped in white paper, each as thick as a little finger, and said, I got these when Feng Zi wasn't paying attention. Save them. This is... Gan Ziyuan's originally burning heart was instantly extinguished after seeing these white slips of paper. This thing seems to be... Don't mind it. Feng Zi is afraid of killing you, so he slightly improved it. By the way, these cigarettes cost 5 beggars' chickens. Put it on the tab first. We will wait for you at the tavern at the foot of the mountain in the evening. After that, Cheng Chimo slipped away. Later, in various places on the mountain, Li Chengqian and the others were doing the same thing. Even Zhang Sun at this time, with a large pack of cigarettes, was shuttling through various marquises' mansions at the foot of the mountain, as well as Li Shimon's palace. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw it. Zhang Sun also did not hesitate to light a cigarette in public to demonstrate to them. Now, after Zhang Feng's improvement, the paper cigarettes were basically very light. If they smoked again, except for Yu Shernan and the others, they could basically satisfy. Except for the special big cigars, there were only paper cigarettes left. It was not that Zhang Feng was lazy to do it, but because he was afraid of killing people. After a month, if these people completely liked this thing, it would be easy to handle. On the other side, Yu Shernan and the others basically regarded Li Yuan's bamboo house as their daily office area. As long as it was someone they knew or wanted, they basically wrote a letter to each person, plus 3 paper cigarettes, and gave them to the students one by one, and sent them down the mountain as fast as possible. What is this thing? In the Imperial Palace.
Li Shimin looked curiously at the paper cigarette in his hand and asked, "Your Majesty, this is a good thing that Fengzi has been tinkering with during this period of time." Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Quickly tell me, what is this thing, and how to use it?" Zhang Sun said, "Your Majesty, can you let me demonstrate it to you?"
"What are you talking about, boy? Come quickly."
Li Shimin glared at Zhang Sun, and Zhang Sun stood up obediently, took out a cigarette from his arms, and then lit it with a match. He imitated Zhang Feng and took a deep breath. Although his appearance was a bit exaggerated, the enjoyment on his face could still be seen. Li Shimin also could not wait. Under Zhang Sun's demonstration, he also lit a cigarette. Not until then did Zhang Sun Chong say, "Fengzi said that you're always busy, so he made this thing. After the experiment was done, he sent it to you as soon as possible to refresh your mind and relieve your sleepiness. Don't fool me, do you think I don't know what happened on the mountain?
Didn't this thing come out 3 days ago? And this thing, are you sure it's this cigar?"
As Li Shimin spoke, he took out a cigar from a wooden box in the drawer of the desk. Zhang Sun was stunned when he saw this. This was obviously the one Zhang Feng had when the accident happened outside the bamboo house. Did the emperor know at that time?
Chapter 792. On the Mountain. Inside Zhang Feng's wooden hut.
Li Qingqian, Ma Zhou, Li Yifu, Guo Zhengyi, Hao Chujun, Gao Can, and the others were sitting on the floor with a small cigarette in their hands. They were holding a thread-bound white paper book in their hands. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on the floor. Everyone was holding a cigarette in their right hand. Basically, cigarettes had become a trend on the mountain. It seemed that as long as one was on the mountain, even if they did not smoke, they would at least hold a cigarette in their mouth.
What was that?
That was their status. Although there was no explicit rule on the mountain that forbade smoking, the black-hearted Zhang Feng had even set up a cigarette shop on the mountain. This time, there was a complete uproar. As long as one was on the mountain, everyone would have a cigarette. If anyone dared to buy more, they would be thrown down the mountain.
Why?
Because someone had previously sold a cigarette for 10 copper coins. This angered Zhang Feng. He immediately said that if anyone dared to sell cigarettes at a high price, he would break their legs and throw them down the mountain. At this point, no one would sell cigarettes privately. After all, everyone could only buy cigarettes without a stick every day. If they did not even have enough for themselves, who would dare to sell? At this time, Chang'an City was full of people wandering around blindly. Their eyes were as sharp as needles. Even if it was a job like digging out feces, they would fight to do it. Who would dare to lose such a good job on the mountain? In this year of disaster, how could there be such a comfortable job on the mountain? To the commoners, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Although students were provided with 10 cigarettes a day, but where could there be free cigarettes in this time? There was a big basket at the door. The basket was full of cigarettes. Smoke as you wish. But at this time, Zhang Feng was also worried. There was no room for anyone to sit in the hut. The entire hut was filled with the smell of cigarettes. What's more, these people were so angry that they refused to leave. Even Gao Can, who was the most obedient, was not obedient at this time. Even Zhang Feng had to follow him when he was taking a dump. His mouth had never stopped smoking. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He lit a cigarette and tapped the self-made blackboard on the wall with a bamboo stick. Today's lesson will end here. Today, I will give you a question. If I have 7 ingots of gold and want to divide them among an official, a merchant, a Confucian scholar, and a civilian and a servant, how can I divide them equally? The premise is that they are not allowed to use their connections. How can we distribute them evenly? As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, Li Chengqian was the first to answer, "Teacher, there are 7 gold ingots. There are 5 people here. If we don't distinguish their identities, then if we exchange the extra 2 gold ingots for copper coins, we might be able to divide them all." Hearing this, Du Go hurriedly nodded. Ma Zhou, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Humph. Is there still a need to divide? 2 ingots of gold and 5 people playing rock paper scissors. Wouldn't it be better if the winner was predestined? Why is it so troublesome? Chen Chumo said unhappily. Bullshit. If it was so simple, would Fengzi be doing homework here? Scram, then tell us, if 5 people divide 7 gold ingots, let's not talk about others. Let's talk about the 5 of us. How do we divide it?
Wouldn't it be better if we split the gold ingots and went to Swallow Descent restaurant? Shut up.
I beg you to shut up.
I was wrong. Zhang Feng collapsed.
On one hand, it was because of the smoke. On the other hand, it was because he felt that the question he asked was too low standard.
Now, let's talk about another one. The one just now doesn't count.
Now listen carefully.
Say, first uncle went to second uncle's house to find third uncle. He said that fourth uncle was tricked by fifth uncle to go to sixth uncle's house to steal seventh uncle's things in eighth uncle's cabinet. Ninth uncle borrowed 10,000 strings of coins from 10th uncle to 11th uncle's wages. Ask who the thief is, and who the money belongs to. Everyone, please deduce. Zhang Feng did not believe it. This question would not kill them. As expected, when Zhang Feng said this question, the entire room became silent. Only the sound of tobacco burning in the air was left.
Heavens, first uncle, no seventh uncle? That's not right.
Damn it. Who could secretly steal 10,000 strings of coins? No, let me think again. Third uncle's family went to fourth uncle to talk to fifth uncle. Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. I'll let you all be chimneys for the day. All right, before tomorrow's lesson, you all have to hand in your answers and names to me. Whoever doesn't hand it in will be punished to rear pigs with Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou was stunned.
Then what is Ma Zhou doing now?
Ching Chumo asked without thinking. Teaching you how to rear pigs. After Zhang Feng said this hurriedly, he waved his hand and looked at Yu Qigong, who was standing at the door, as well as a man who was looking at him with a smile that made his scalp numb. He hurriedly dispersed the crowd. As for Li Changqian and the rest, they knew Yu Qigong and the people around him. They were stunned at first, then they hurriedly ran away in ecstasy. Brother Zhang Feng, this lesson is good. These brats are all lawless at the foot of the mountain, but here, they are all sheep. The moment Yu Qigong entered, he grabbed a handful of cigarettes from the bamboo basket and stuffed them into his bosom. The man in the dark green robe, who looked like a grasshopper, copied Yu Qigong's actions and grabbed a handful of cigarettes. He even lit one up. This made Zhang Feng, who wanted to greet them, unhappy instantly. He only cupped his fists. It was considered as an agreement. Then he cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man in the green robe and said, "May I know who this is?" Yu Qigong laughed and put his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and said, "Fengzi, let me introduce you. This guy has been managing Lao Li's business in Chotzi City in Longyu Road."
When he heard that you opened an academy, he rushed back without stopping to send his son up the mountain.
The middle-aged man in the green robe looked at Zhang Feng and nodded. "Lao Yu and I are brothers, closer than real brothers. My surname is Niu. People call me Barbarian Niu. You can call me Old Niu." Chapter 793. What kind of demons and ghosts are these? Barbarian Niu? He might as well call the gadfly. It was as if this old Yu was someone who walked the same path as him. The first time they met, they were both so eye-catching. Although he thought so, Zhang Feng still smiled and cupped his fists. "So it's old Niu. Come, please sit. It's a pity that there's no wine on the mountain. Otherwise, we'd have to drink to our heart's content today." This was Zhang Feng's specialty. But how could old Niu not know? Old Niu was Niu Jinda, who was known as one of the 5 war gods of the Tang dynasty along with Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Qin Qiong, and Li Jing. He was also the general who had always been in charge of Chotzi. This time, he returned to the capital. It was mainly because of the matter of sending troops to India, as well as the firearms, the impenetrable shield, and the invincible spear that he had been longing for. The moment he returned to the capital, he heard the most about the mountain. In the end, after Niu Jinda entered the palace to meet the emperor, Li Shimin directly pointed to the mountain. "Go, let Yu Qi bring you up the mountain. You personally go to that kid and ask for the firearms." It was this sentence that caused Niu Jinda to waste 3 days at the residences of Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Qin Qiong. It was also during these 3 days that Niu Jinda was shocked by Zhang Feng's name. When he learned that several people in the imperial court, including the retired emperor, had become brothers with this kid, he was shocked. That was why he didn't treat Zhang Feng as an outsider and treated him as his own home the moment he entered the house. After the 3 of them sat on the balcony outside the house, Yu Qigong said, "Last time, you said that my share." "No, there's no room for discussion. You also know that my paper mill only makes a little profit. Look at the mountain. Old you, look at it personally. This business is huge. It can't be any more. Yu Qigong glared. Who said that he wants your paper mill? Today, I personally sent my son and old Nyo's son to the mountain to report. Oh right, we beat the gatekeeper at the foot of the mountain. Is that okay? Zhang Feng was petrified. Who did you hit? Looking at Yu Qigong's burly appearance, Zhang Feng seriously wondered if this guy could break a rock with a single punch. If he could punch someone, then that person isn't dead, right? Zhang Feng continued asking. It's nothing. I just knocked him out with a slap. He's too weak. Do I, old you, need to report my arrival? This guy still dares to block the way. Not killing him is already giving you a lot of face. Who did you hit? I don't know, but I heard that his name is Zhu Zi. He is from Tong Hui Fong. I have already sent someone to send him 1,000 tubes of money and 300 dawn of food. They will be sent to the mountain at sunset. You can arrange it as you see fit. This is also because of your face. Otherwise, if Lao Tzu beat people up, who would dare to fart? Yu Qigong wasn't wrong. Who dared to stop him? In this Chang'an city, and even in the Tang dynasty, even if they killed someone on the street, the emperor would only reprimand them, let alone kill someone who blocked the way. However, Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that he would have to teach these people in the admissions office a lesson in the future. At the very least, he would have to teach these people who like to beat people to a pulp. You are too much, aren't you? This is my academy. If everyone is like you in the future, what will happen? Zhang Feng could not help but grumble speechlessly. Yu Qigong waved his hand. Don't worry about that. I have already sent 30 people who are familiar with the environment in Chang'an City, as well as people who are familiar with the environment of the various states. Now that they have taken over the mountain gate, your people can do whatever they want from now on. Just leave the mountain gate to them. Although some of them are old and injured, they are all old soldiers that I have spent a lot of money to hire. You can rest assured about their character and other aspects. Niu Jinda nodded when he heard that. I have also sent you 50 old soldiers that I recruited in Chotzi City. Their ability to guard the house is first class. I have seen that the market at the foot of the mountain is in a mess. With these people around, you can rest assured that everything will be arranged properly for you. Zhang Feng's eyes widened when he heard that. So the two of you are treating my mountain as a retirement home? You are throwing your unwanted subordinates to me? Needless to say, this was Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda's plan, as well as the emperor's arrangement. At this time, it was not peaceful outside. All kinds of spies were walking around Chang'an. Now that the mountain was dealing with confidential things like firearms, if there were not a few skilled people around, it would be easy to become a target. Yesterday, the emperor met with Yu Qigong and the others to discuss this matter. They thought about it and came up with this idea. In any case, every year, Li Shimin spent countless money and food for these old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Now it was good. He could also use their last bit of value here. It could also be said that he had found a place for them to return to. Zhang Feng was speechless. But he also knew. Old soldiers. Moreover, they were veterans who had been through hundreds of battles. They were people who had been baptized by fire and iron. Judging from the situation on the mountain and the fairy ointment that he had received, there were already people who had their eyes on him. These people were far more discerning than the people in Tonghui City. With them guarding the door, it would just be an extra 100 mouths to feed. Moreover, now that they were here, what could he do? Chase them away? He could not even send them away. Zhang Feng could only silently admit that he was unlucky. Then I have to thank the two of you for your kindness. Chapter 794. While smoking, Yu Qigong asked, Fengzi, this cigarette? Zhang Feng looked alert. Don't even think about it. It's not the time to produce it. Now it's only enough for the consumption of the mountain and the needs of your masters. I can't do anything more. After I'm done with the academy, I'll make it in the factory. With one more sentence, he retorted Yu Qigong's words. It wasn't that he didn't want to make it. It was that the tobacco had not arrived yet. With so many things on hand, he was so annoyed that he didn't have time to do anything else. The paper mill was basically on the right track now. But there were too many things that needed improvement. For example,
toilet paper, the production machines, the preparation of the memory branch, and so on. Although he didn't need to worry much about them, the most troublesome thing was that he hadn't taught Qian Wanli everything about the research and development. Another thing was the new textbooks of the academy. The teaching building of the academy had begun to be painted. School would start in less than a month. Where would the books come from? These were all problems. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to say anything more about this matter, Yu Qigong didn't say anything more. Instead, Niu Jinda asked, I heard from Lao Li that you've set up a workshop. I came back this time because of the firearms. I also found some top blacksmiths from the western region. They're good at pouring and some locksmiths. I spent a lot of money to get them. I wonder if they can help you? Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. The pouring method of the western region was actually using wax molds. Although this kind of skill existed in the Tang dynasty, some things had to be made by Tubo's craftsmen. It wasn't that the Tang dynasty couldn't make it, but the skills mastered by the people of the Tang dynasty were different from the skills of the western region. If the two sides were combined, there might be a way. The reason why the workshop hadn't started yet was that Zhang Feng was worried about these things. He didn't expect old Niu to give him such a big gift. However, in terms of loyalty, Zhang Feng was still a little worried. He could not help but ask, Old Bull, this thing of mine is... How could Niu Jinda not know what Zhang Feng was going to say? He waved his hand and interrupted him. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, You can rest assured about this. I have their slave contracts with me. As he spoke, Niu Jinda waved his hand outside. Brats, come in and meet your future teacher. Didn't they say that it was a slave contract? This, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. She looked at the three burly men standing in the room. Two of them looked very similar to Yu Qigong. Needless to say, they were old Yu's sons. As for the other one, although he looked strong, he had a face that didn't belong to his size. Well, how should he put it? Zhang Feng felt a little like Neza from the movie, Why? What kind of visual impact was this? Baby face coupled with explosive muscles? The three of them saw that Zhang Feng was observing them. They stood there nervously and looked down. Fengzi, I'll leave these two brats to you from now on. Oh yes, this is old Niu's son. You can call him Xianxia. He's a little timid. You have to take care of him from now on. As for my two brats, you can make whatever you want. Yes, Xianxia has been spoiled by his mother since he was young. Fengzi, I'll leave him to you. Take care of him. He's very obedient. Zhang Feng was speechless. All right, since we're all brothers, what are you talking about? Zhang Feng wanted to refuse. However, when he saw the name list that Yuchi Baolin handed to him, he couldn't stay calm anymore. In this name list were the slave contracts of those craftsmen from the western region. With this, the firearms could be produced more efficiently. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the secret being leaked. Most importantly, there were two awesome people in this list. These two awesome people were very famous in history. However, their names could only be seen in unofficial history. However, when Zhang Feng visited the Shi and Steel Forest Museum, he had seen their names and the glass products and gold and silver wares they produced. Mokido. He was good at producing glass. Alkinen. He was good at pouring gold and silver wares with the wax dripping method. He was the one who poured the gilded lamps. Even in the Steel Forest Museum, it was still a treasure. He didn't expect old Niu to get his hands on these two people. What Zhang Feng didn't know was that these two guys were kidnapped by Niu Jinda, after he heard that Zhang Feng wanted to do this and needed top-notch craftsmen. He spent a lot of effort and sacrificed hundreds of spies from the western region to kidnap them. This meant that these people who appeared in Shao Mountain were forced by Niu Jinda to become the Kunlun slaves of the Tang dynasty. Seeing Zhang Feng laughing so hard that his teeth couldn't be covered, Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong looked at each other and asked, Little brother, what do you think of this gift from your brother? Good. Very good. I didn't expect old Niu to be so resourceful. You actually got Mokido and Alkinen for me. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Niu Jinda couldn't help but ask curiously, You know these two people? Let's not talk about it. Let's go and open the furnace. Let's talk while we walk. Chapter 795. Zhang Feng was very anxious. Because of the sense of crisis, he desperately wanted to make a pistol for self-defense. Otherwise, he would not feel safe at all.
The arrival of these two great gods gave him hope. As soon as they walked out of the room, Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong could not help but ask Zhang Feng, "How do you know these two? Have you been to the western region?" Zhang Feng naturally had not been to the western region. Seeing that Zhang Feng was ignoring them, Yu Qi Baolin and the others had to find Cheng Chumo and the others to fool around. Zhang Feng then said, "You should know that I have a master. He once went to the western regions. He was the one who told me about this matter. Moreover, he was full of praise for their craftsmanship." "So, you have been delaying the start of the work because of these two?" Yu Qigong asked. Zhang Feng spread his hands with a wry smile. "Look at me, I have so many things to do. Besides, the smelter that Lao Li found for me hasn't come up the mountain yet. How can I do it? I only have a pair of hands. Moreover, I believe that Old Cow has seen the craftsmanship of these two people before. Now that the two of them are here, I only need one person who knows how to smelt. This job can basically be done by me. By the way, Old Cow, where is the person?" "He's in the workshop. I can't have it all in my hands, can I?" Niu Jinda pointed at the back of the mountain. Zhang Feng could not help but get excited when he heard that. He could not help but quicken his pace. "Let's go. If you can wait, I can show you the power of the gun in less than 5 days." "Really?" Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda asked almost at the same time. Because of this matter, the emperor was so worried that his hair turned white. However, the people of the Ministry of Works did not dare to take action. The main reason was that the emperor also knew the importance of this thing. Once the secret was leaked, it would be fatal. As for searching for it in the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was really worried. In the end, he made the decision and sent 3 secret letters to Niu Jinda, who was in Chotzi, asking him to look for the top smelters in the western regions at all costs. Li Shimin had learned to be smart. He wanted to use the things made by the people of the western regions to deal with these people. Most importantly, this place was thousands of miles away from the western regions. Once they signed the slave seal, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. In addition, Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda had brought along many layers of protection. How could they possibly escape? Unless he turned into a ghost. This was Li Shimin's brilliance. This was also the purpose of Niu Jinda's return to Chang'an. The 100,000 troops of the Tang dynasty were about to head to Chotzi City. When they officially set off, if they could get even 1,000 firearms or that kind of shield, this operation would not only be a deterrent, but also a deterrent. Although they had never seen firearms. However, when Li Shimin, Yu Qigong, and the others passed on Zhang Feng's words to Niu Jinda knew that he didn't need to ask for too much. Just a little bit would be enough to change the outcome of the battle. Divine weapons were often the best things to deter the enemy. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. While they each had their own thoughts. Finally, they arrived at the forge on the edge of the cliff. At this time, the forge was filled with the stench of a fox. A group of veterans led more than 30 barbarians, who were wearing the same sheepskin, barefoot, and arms as if they were animals. Even their bare feet were covered in blood. At this time, they saw the arrival of these people. The bearded barbarians trembled all over as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. As for the veterans, when they saw these people, they instinctively straightened up and did not have any other reaction. Come, what are you all standing there for? Ask them to get up and meet their masters." Niu Jinda scolded as soon as he arrived. The veterans did not hesitate. They waved the leather whip in their hands. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped them. Zhang Feng hated this kind of slavery. But where was this? This was the Tang dynasty, where slavery was the most prevalent. Moreover, he also knew what these people were going to do in the future. These were all his secrets. Once they were leaked, it would be a disaster. Therefore, Zhang Feng could only try his best to be merciful. When the slaves saw this, they stood up numbly and hung their heads. Zhang Feng was also very direct. He asked, "Which one of you is called Mokido? Which one of you is called Alkinen? Come out." Zhang Feng's voice did not seem to have any effect. Everyone just stood there numbly. "Are you deaf? If you don't come out, you will all die for Lao Tzu." Niu Jinda shouted. It was indeed effective. After everyone trembled in fear for a while, 2 people in the crowd slowly walked out of the crowd. Both of them were basically the standard of the Hu people. Their faces were full of vicissitudes.
It was unknown whether it was because they walked all the way from the western regions to Chang'an, or because they had always been like this.
Zhang Feng saw the two of them come out.
He looked at the two of them and said, "I know that you are still afraid, but I can promise you that although I can't let you go home, I have something that you will not expect. I have something you can't imagine here, and I can guarantee that you'll become the best craftsman in the world here. I promise that as long as I, Zhang Feng, am here, no one will do anything to you. You will have the same status and treatment as me. What do you think?"
Chapter 796.
All the top craftsmen that Niu Jinda had brought over from the western regions were somewhat moved at this time, but there was still a trace of despair in their numb eyes. This was because they knew what kind of result awaited them. No matter what kind of promise was given at this time, would they live to see the next day? Algernon was even more clear about this. As slaves, how could they not know what would happen to them? Once upon a time, they were top-notch blacksmiths whose names had shaken the region, and they had their own pride. Although they had been reduced to such a state, they still had their own pride. Niu Jinda couldn't stand it anymore and was about to get angry, but he was stopped by Zhang Feng.
"Old Niu, don't be anxious. These people are now my people. I have the final say. Can you stand aside first?" Zhang Feng hurriedly comforted Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong. Zhang Feng had plenty of methods to make these people obediently submit. To put it bluntly, these people were no different from the mad scientists of the future. In fact, they had not seen some things. If they knew that he had things that they had never heard of or seen before, would they still be like this? That would be like seeing a ghost. Zhang Feng wasn't anxious or angry. He just took out some forging blueprints that he had drawn when he had nothing to do. These blueprints were very simple, but they were basically plans of roads and roads. Zhang Feng purposely shook the snow-white blueprint until it made a rustling sound.
As for Algernon and the others, although they didn't say anything, from the way they quieted down and leaned forward slightly, it could be seen that they were carefully observing Zhang Feng's actions.
Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong couldn't understand Zhang Feng's actions.
They wanted to say something, but after opening their mouths, they didn't say anything. They wanted to see what Zhang Feng was up to. Zhang Feng opened the blueprints and spread them open. The blueprints were about the size of a table. On them were the blueprints of an improved crossbow, as well as the blueprints of a disassembled crossbow. These blueprints weren't the ones that everyone knew. They were the ones that had been modernized and improved in the future. They were the type of crossbow that could shoot about 1,000 meters. When the blueprints were spread out, Yu Juanda and Yu Qigong were instantly attracted by them, even though they couldn't understand them. However, they still recognized the body of the crossbow and Xianxia. No matter how much this thing was modified, they could still see the outline of the crossbow on the top of the blueprints.
"Fengzi, why does this look different from the crossbows we have seen before?"
Now, he couldn't help but stare at the drawing with his bearded eyes, trying to figure out what it was. However, he could only roughly tell that it looked like a crossbow from its shape. He really couldn't understand the details of those bits and pieces. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin also came up and asked at the same time, "Fengzi, what is this thing of yours? Why does it look a little?" Their conversation instantly attracted the attention of the guards standing at the side. Then, everyone started whispering to each other. They were all soldiers, so they often dealt with bows and arrows. However, when they saw this thing again, they couldn't help but be surprised.
Was this kid trying to make a crossbow? Zhang Feng smiled.
His eyes were fixed on Arjunong and the others. Seeing that everyone was confused, Zhang Feng didn't hold back and said loudly, "You have all seen this before, so you should be familiar with it." "That's right, it's something that everyone is very familiar with, a crossbow. However, your understanding is a little off. This thing is indeed a crossbow, but a normal crossbow has a shooting range of about 100 to 150 meters. However, according to my requirements and the blueprints, a crossbow made of steel can shoot at least 1,000 meters if it's based on an ordinary person's physical strength and configuration."
"What? 1,000 meters? How is that possible?"
"Impossible. What in the world can make a crossbow shoot 1,000 meters? This is simply absurd."
Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yu Juanda and Yu Qigong couldn't help but exclaim.
From what they knew, there was nothing that could shoot more than 1,000 meters.
Even that kind of huge crossbow wouldn't be able to shoot that far. At this moment, the craftsmen from the western region couldn't help but become restless. However, Arjunong and Cheng Yaojin didn't react at all. It was as if this temptation hadn't reached their limit yet. Zhang Feng seemed to have expected this. He glanced at Arjanong and Cheng Yaojin. He seemed to be talking to Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong, but rather to Arjanong and Cheng Yaojin. You should have heard of something that I've mentioned before, right? Niu Jinda narrowed his eyes. You're talking about the crossbows made of the same material as the impenetrable shield and the invincible spear. Chapter 797. That's right, it's that kind of material. It's the steel I mentioned before. Zhang Feng nodded and continued. He pointed at the blueprint and said, most of the weapons on the market are made by companies. Although these things can be said to be willful, they are very easy to damage. If a crossbow is used for a long time, it can be said that it has to be reforged. But if a little bit of it is used, even if it's only used on the bowstring of a crossbow, the software will not only increase the hardness, strength, and extension of the crossbow to a certain extent, but it will also allow the crossbow to reach the limit of its shooting range, which is the 1,000 steps I mentioned just now. The eyes of Niu Jinda and the others turned red in an instant. This kid had mentioned steel more than once before. He had also said that it was invulnerable and that the rain was an invincible spear. However, this kid had always regarded it as a treasure and had not taken any action. But now, the emperor had allowed this kid to take out this thing at such a critical time. Even so, this kid still did not reveal how awesome this thing was. He had only told Chen Chumo and the others before. At that time, everyone thought that Zhang Feng was really bragging, and they only remembered the invulnerable spear and the invincible spear in their minds. How could they remember this material? In their hearts, this material was nothing more than that kind of iron with some other things added. But now, what about this time? This kid had actually said this in front of a group of blacksmiths from the western region who had been captured by them. Could it be that these two people, especially Algernon, were very useful to this kid? Everyone couldn't help but look at Algernon again. Even so, Algernon did not react at all. It was as if what Zhang Feng had said had nothing to do with him. Niu Jinda's temper couldn't help but rise again. When Zhang Feng arrived, he was even more expectant. The more calm he was at a time like this, the more it showed that this person was awesome, really awesome. It was just that young Master Zhang's words hadn't poked at their sore spot yet. Zhang Feng wasn't in a hurry. He once again explained to Niu Jinda and the others what was awesome about the crossbow. Instead of his previous indifference, he mysteriously pulled Lu Jinda and the others to the side and used a voice that everyone could faintly hear to speak. Brothers, do you still remember the firearms I mentioned before? Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. They nodded without hesitation. I've heard of it. Didn't you want to make this thing? Didn't you ask these people to come here and make this thing? You talked about steel and this crossbow, which led us all to the same place. Don't tell me you don't want to make this thing? Zhang Feng glanced at Arjanon and said, no, you're wrong. That thing must be practiced. But before practicing that thing you have to practice what you just did. If you can't even practice what you just did, then you should just forget about that thing, right? Yu Qigong frowned. What do you mean? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and raised his voice a little. Do you know why I haven't started yet? It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that I can use it to protect myself. It's also a great opportunity for me to make a name for my White Deer Institute. Just like what you said just now, if I can solve the Emperor's urgent problem, wouldn't I be able to enter the Imperial Court in an instant? Wouldn't I have to wait for the Imperial examination 3 years later? But under this premise, the train is very dangerous. If it's not handled properly, not only will it hurt others, it will also hurt oneself. So, old you know that I cherish my life. If there's even the slightest danger, I won't dare to do it. Yu Qigong nodded at Cheng Yaojin. This kid was as timid as a mouse. However, they didn't know what Zhang Feng was trying to say, so they could only go along with him. Kid, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle like a girl. All right. I know that you, old you, are an impatient person. Let's put it this way. Steel is a very important thing. It's refined from iron, and it's even more precious than snot. Take the iron piled up here as an example. Zhang Feng pointed at the pile of scrap metal in the corner of the forging room and said, as you can see, this pile of scrap metal doesn't add up to more than 10,000 pounds. It seems like a lot to you, but if I tell you that if you want to smelt them all and reforge them, you can only make about 100 caddies of steel, would you believe me? 100 caddies? Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and the others weren't the only ones who were surprised.
Even the blacksmiths from the western region were shocked as they looked at the piles of worn-out ironware behind them. Even Algernon hurriedly glanced at the pile of rusty subways next to him. Everyone couldn't believe it at this time. There was about 80,000 gene of scrap iron, but how could they praise it? There were so many things in this kid's mouth, but he could only smelt out 100 gene. What was going on with his so-called steel? Zhang Feng ignored everyone's shock, because his eyes were fixed on Algernon and Niu Jinlong. Seeing that Algernon finally reacted, he couldn't help but raise his voice again. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. It's 100 catties. Do you know why? This is where the difficulty of this thing lies. In the eyes of many people, these things seem to have reached the pinnacle, but in my eyes they are still just scrap metal. Even the famous Mo saber of the great Tang is just a pile of scrap metal used by children to fight in my eyes. In front of a real steel saber, no matter how many iron sabers there are, they are just like wooden sticks. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone was completely silent at this time. Seeing this, Zhang Feng continued to use his big move. He firmly believed that as long as the temptation was strong enough, he could even grind a 100-meter-thick iron rod into a needle. So, as long as this thing is really made, I can make it for you even if it has a range of 10,000 steps, let alone 1,000 steps. However, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. I originally thought that this time, old bull, you would find me some top-notch blacksmithing talents from the western region. But I never expected that old bull, you would find me a bunch of trash. Chapter 798. Upon hearing this, the craftsman from the western region burst into an uproar and growled angrily. Kid, you can insult us, but you can't insult our skills. That's right. Although we are slaves now, we used to be people with high status in our respective fields. You actually dare to say that we are all trash? Boy, do you dare to make a bet with your grandfather? Yes. Let's have a bet. Whoever doesn't have a bet is a coward. Mother****, even if I have to risk my life, I will bite off a piece of meat from your body. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. Impudent. Shut up. Are you trying to rebel? As Niu Jinda's subordinates berated them, everyone shut their mouths. However, they still stared at Zhang Feng with bloodshot eyes. Yu Juanda and Yu Qigong seemed to have thought of something as well, so they also stared at Zhang Feng with strange expressions. This kid seemed to be stirring up trouble. They couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng a little. Back then, Lu Jinan had sacrificed at least thousands of people in order to get these people. It was for no other reason than to obtain the legendary shield and spear that were invulnerable to swords and spears. However, after he returned to the capital, he heard that this brat could actually make that kind of gun. He was looking forward to other things like that even more. Putting this aside, there were more than 30 people standing in front of him. Although he had brought back the people, the western region was basically in an uproar now. All the countries were frantically searching for these people. He also knew that these people would gather together. It would be very difficult to arouse the pride in their hearts and suppress the memories in their bodies. However, once they were squeezed out and gathered together, it would be really terrifying. This was also why Niu Jinda had ignored all the things he had set up in Gizi City and the surrounding areas, as well as the intricate network, when he had received the secret edict. Although he had brought back the people, these people were a bunch of despicable wretches. Each and every one of them was extremely arrogant. Niu Jinda could not fight these people even if he wanted to. He could not kill them even if he wanted to. Along the way, Niu Jinda was so angry that he almost died. However, in his opinion, something that was problematic was actually tamed by this kid in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Niu Jinda couldn't help but give Zhang Feng a thumbs up in admiration. Awesome. Zhang Feng did not pay attention to Yu Juanda's praise. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and walked to Mokido and Arkanon. He asked, I seem to hear that you are not convinced? The two of them were so angry that their beards were trembling. Wasn't this nonsense? You've already said it like that. Who the F***ck could still hold back? Are you a F***king idiot? Zhang Feng ignored their murderous gazes as he waved the blueprint in front of them and said, Right now, your lives are in my hands. If I say I want you to die, it's very easy. Do you see the cliff below? All I need is a gentle push, and all of you will die instantly. Bah! Trash! Trash! You only know how to bully the weak.
What kind of hero are you? If you have the ability, then let's talk with real abilities. Arcanon roared angrily. Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything. He patted Arcanon's shoulder and said, Don't worry, don't worry. I haven't finished yet. I have another option for you. Like I said, as long as you do as I say, or if you want to prove that you're not trash, I can teach you this magical forging technique. I can also teach you this confidential thing. Whether you're a mule or a horse, whether you're trash or a talent, let's talk about it, okay? What do you want? Arcanon, if you're here and can't understand what Zhang Fengnar is trying to say, then you've lived your life in vain. At this time, the people behind him were still looking at Zhang Feng with vigilance and anger. The husband ignored him. Finally, he looked at the top forging master, Lioli. Mokido said, Although I haven't met you and Arcanon, my master has praised your craftsmanship. Now, I have a way for you to make something that will surpass anything you've made before. Believe it or not, as long as you're willing to prove your ability, I will do my best to teach you everything I know. I promise that I will send you back after 10 years. What do you think? During this time, you will be treated the same as me. 3 pots of good wine, 3 beggars' chickens, and a full meal every day. What do you think? What do you think? Same for you. You will serve for 10 years. If I, Zhang Feng, can't make you famous in the world within 10 years, I, Zhang Feng, will let you take my head at any time. Everyone was shocked, including Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda. However, Zhong Tong did not care about anyone. At this time, only 3 words flashed in his mind. The Academy of Science. Lao Tzu's Academy of Science finally opened today. Chapter 799. Alkinon and Mokido were not fools. On the contrary, the two of them wanted to live more than anyone else present. They wanted to live. They wanted their fame to continue growing. Everyone lived for their reputation. This was especially true for people like them, who cared more about their reputation, just like the great Confucians of the great Tang. They could lose their lives, but they could not lose their reputation. And Zhang Feng just so happened to grab hold of this pain point of theirs. In fact, Zhang Feng did not lose anything. Originally, Zhang Feng had been worried about the matter of the Scientific Research Institute. After all, there were some old and stubborn people. Although it was good to go up the mountain and look good, these people were not suitable to enter the kind of people who only focused on one thing to the extent of madness. If he wanted to personally nurture some people, it would take a very long time. For example, Zhang Feng's plan for the later stage, which was related to agriculture, could be said to be very far away. However, because of these people, Zhang Feng could not help but see a glimmer of hope. Although firearms and other things like steel were somewhat biased towards a certain aspect, some people were different. This was only for some people. In Zhang Feng's eyes, as long as steel was produced, many things, such as wind-driven lathes, could save manpower. If they were used to manufacture certain things, they would enter another level. As long as these things were produced, the rubber factories and textile factories that Zhang Feng had mentioned before would be put on the right track faster. Not to mention other things like steel. Before this, Zhang Feng had not thought too much about it. As long as it was produced, it would be fine. However, after hearing Alkinon and Mokido's names, he immediately had a plan. He wanted to turn all these people into a group of scientific lunatics. They only focused on researching how to make steel into better lunatics. As long as a group of people appeared, the rest would not be far away. For example, as long as these people appeared, Du Dabing's progress could be sped up. When the time came, he would only need to cooperate with him. After all, people in physics and scientific chemistry only cared about quality, not quantity. However, they needed a lot of people to cooperate with them. For example, Mokido. His appearance was like those metal tubes, test tubes, and the like. Zhang Feng saved people and sped up the process. As for the precision manufacturing of other things, the 30 or so slaves were more than capable of doing it. Moreover, they were existences that posed no threat at all. After arranging the follow-up work for the 30 people, Zhang Feng explained in detail what they needed to pay attention to when smelting steel. He left leisurely. Niu Jinda and the others, whose heads were full of question marks, sat in Zhang Feng's living room and lit up a cigarette. Only then did they recover from their deep doubts. They could not help but ask almost in unison, Feng Zi, are you really crazy? Can these people be of great use? Zhang Feng nodded disapprovingly. At this time, Yu Qigong said with some lingering fear, "Fengzi Yu, listen to me. After all, these people are foreigners. How can they make such confidential things?
If they leak this matter, even if they only tell the people on the mountain or those who transport the goods, have you thought about the consequences?"
Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He took a puff of the cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "I know what you mean. Those who are not of my race must have different intentions, right?" Yu Qigong did not speak. He just nodded with a serious face.
The reason why these people were brought to the mountain was that they wanted to help the Tang dynasty find craftsmen in the future.
In other words, they could be used as prisoners on death row. However, Zhang Feng wanted to put them in an important position. Moreover, he wanted to pass on the core secrets that they did not know to these people. What if this spread out?
Zhang Feng shook his head and said with certainty, "In fact, sometimes these people are more reliable than those in the Tang dynasty who think they are top craftsmen or those who are famous."
The two were puzzled. Zhang Feng continued, "You can treat these people as lunatics.
They did do these things for fame and benefits, or for some family inheritance, but that was in the past.
Now they also know that it is absolutely impossible for them to go home. Under such circumstances, hope is far more effective than despair.
For example, you are one of the 4 gods of war of the Tang dynasty, but you accidentally get lost in the desert and are intercepted by the Turks.
Do you think they will directly kill you to vent their anger? Or will they squeeze the most value out of you?" Yu Qigong and Niu Jindao were shocked. In an instant, a layer of white hair appeared all over their bodies. Although Zhang Feng's words were unintentional, they really poked at their sore spot. They were indeed generals. Moreover, they knew some secrets that were simply unimaginable for the Turks. They had thought countless times about what would happen if they fell into the hands of the enemy. But at this time, if they thought about it from another perspective, they could not help but think of the meaning of Zhang Feng's words just now.
Although they were not cowards and were not afraid of death, in some aspects, if someone tried to goad them into action in the military field, they were likely to fall for it.
Zhang Feng's words were unintentional, but he inadvertently reminded the two of them. If they also used this trick in the military, then, the several people in the room could not help but take a puff of smoke, frowning deeply. After a long time, one of them smacked the last bit of smoke in his hand and said, "Boy, I'm convinced." Chapter 800.
Although the matter here had been resolved, more than 30 craftsmen from the western regions had suddenly appeared on the mountain.
The news had already spread like wildfire on the mountain. "Hey, have you heard? Just now, I heard that the dean is working on some forging method. Previously, there was no movement. But today, 2 big uncouth men suppressed a group of people from the western regions. I heard that they are some craftsmen. It seems that the dean wants to conduct a visit there. Moreover, he wants to hand over everything he knows to those people." When this voice reached everyone's ears, everyone was stunned for a moment. What did you say? When did the dean set up a forging workshop on the mountain? This is impossible. I just heard that the dean set up a paper mill at the foot of the mountain. How is this possible? Suddenly, he set up a forging workshop. What is the dean doing? As the sun set, all the craftsmen and the students on the mountain sat on the piles of materials and wood in the kitchen, eating in 2s and 3s. While eating, they whispered about this matter. Although Zhang Cui and Zhang Sun sat far away, they could still hear some of these things at this time. At this time, they saw Wei Shuyu, Yuqi Baolin, the 2 brothers, and the boy from the Niu family running over with several black mud balls in their arms. The 2 of them subconsciously walked to the other side with their bowls. On the other side, Li Chengqian and Du Go had already put some account books and other things on the table into a basket. There were several bamboo bottles of beer on the table. They quietly looked at the mud balls in the hands of Yuqi Baolin and the others and drooled. When Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun Chong walked over, Yuqi Baolin and the others also placed black briquettes on the table. Out of habit, Wei Shuyu picked up 2 mouthfuls and a mudfish from under the table and knocked on it. In an instant, a fragrant smell wafted out, causing everyone to greedily take a few sniffs. Cheng Chumo mysteriously took out a paper bag from his arms and waited for the golden roasted beggar's chicken. After putting it on the table, he casually sprinkled some spices on it and grabbed a chicken breast and began to eat it. When the others saw this, how could they be vague? In a short while, they divided the chickens neatly, leaving only some skin standing on the lotus leaves. While eating, Zhang Sun Chong gnawed on a bone and asked, "When I was eating and keeping watch over there just now,
I heard them say that Uncle Lu has recruited more than 30 craftsmen in forging and smelting. Now Fengzi wants to impart all the forging knowledge he has learned to those people.
Have you heard about this? Li Chengqian, when he heard this, he was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Yuqi Baolin and Niu Jinda's son. You three, what's going on? Other than Yuqi Baolin and the other two who had just joined, everyone else knew of Zhang Feng's incredible skills. Yet, he wasn't imparting it to his own brothers, and instead, he was giving it to the Hu. What was going on? There was something going on here. When the three of them heard this, Yuqi Baolin chewed on the chicken thigh and put a chicken head in his mouth and said, "Hey, what's the big deal? I heard that those 30 or so people were given a secret order by the higher-ups." Uncle Niu even activated the spies he arranged without hesitation. He lost more than 1,000 experts in the western regions in exchange for these top-notch experts. I heard that they were going to do something about being invulnerable to swords and spears, and a spear that could pierce anything. But when they went up the mountain... Well, you can shut up. Before Yuqi Baolin could finish, Li Chengqian waved his hand and interrupted him. But there were only countless question marks in his mind. Needless to say, the secret order must have been issued by his father. But he only knew one thing. Was there no talent in the Tang dynasty that could be used? Li Chengqian couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng's house and the wisps of smoke drifting out from the windows and door. He frowned deeply. On the other side, under an old jujube tree under the waterfall, Yu Shernan and the others were sitting at a table and playing cards enthusiastically. At this moment, Ma Zhou and the others had just finished dinner. They were talking with the government about what they had just heard at the mountain gate while walking to the pig farm. And their voices happened to be heard by Yu Shernan and the others. Yu Shernan and the others asked, "What are you talking about? What did Fengzi do this time?" Seeing that it was Yu Shernan, Ma Zhou asked again. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm Ma Zhou. Nice to meet you." Yu Shernan asked again, "What happened just now?" Hearing that, Ma Zhou was stunned for a moment, but he still answered honestly. Just now, it was said that the dean found a group of craftsmen from the extraterritorial region at the foot of the mountain. The dean is going to teach them all he knows about forging. The faces of Yu Shernan and the others couldn't help but change slightly. Are you sure? Ma Zhou couldn't help but lower his body a little. "I'm sure. I heard it from many people. And at that time, your salary was also present, but he didn't say anything." Before Ma Zhou finished speaking, Yu Shernan flew into a rage. "Nonsense, this is simply nonsense." Chapter 801. They were just discussing how to make a name for themselves in the academy. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng had created such a mess. He was simply not doing his job properly. If the scholars of the world knew about this, then wouldn't White Deer Academy have to face the condemnation of everyone? Yu Shernan and the others became even angrier at the thought of this. They hurried to Zhang Feng's small wooden house. They didn't knock on the door and pushed Zhang Feng's door open. However, they were blocked by Gao Can, who was like a black tower. The dean said he's resting. He'll come tomorrow. Gao Can didn't care so much. He only remembered the dean's orders, and that was the order he had to carry out. He didn't care about these scholars at all. Hearing Gao Can's words. As a result, he was instantly ignited like an explosive. "Zhang Feng, you brat, get out here! Get out here!" Zhang Feng, who was taking a nap in the room, immediately got up from the recliner when he heard this. "Ayaya! Why are my respected teachers here? Here. Please come in, come in. Gao Kai, you too. My teacher is your grandmaster. How can you block them like this?" Zhang Feng hurriedly led them into the living room. He took out a wooden box and gave each of them a cigarette. He lit them up and said, "What's wrong with my respected teachers and old Mr. Sun? Why are you so angry?" He took a puff of the cigarette and enjoyed it. He swirled the smoke in his mouth and snorted coldly. "Kid, don't pretend to be a good person. Do you think we're so old that we'll be so easily fooled by you? Old man, let me ask you. What's going on with those people outside? I heard that you brought some barbarians from the outer realms over. I heard that you're going to impart your true teachings to those people. You're going to do something called smelting?" Yu Shernan was so angry that his beard was trembling. You, what are you thinking about all day? I and the others have endured so much because we want to see what you're going to do. In the end, we haven't even done anything about the academy yet, and you're already going to do something about it. Have you ever thought about how you're going to embarrass me by doing this? Zhang Feng didn't know what these old guys were up to, but he didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly said, "Please calm down.
There's a misunderstanding."
Humph. Yu Shernan and the others snorted coldly in response to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng thought about it and said, "Actually, how should I put it? This is also something that I promised Old Li before. Moreover, this matter also involves the knowledge that I mentioned before. These things are actually considered a part of the academy. For example, the technique of making paper. Do you all think that this is considered messing around? This thing is also considered knowledge. Blacksmithing is also considered knowledge. If it's considered knowledge, why didn't you find the Han people from the Tang dynasty? Why did you go to those barbarians? Don't you know that those who are not of our race must have different intentions?" Sun Simiao hurriedly said when he saw that they were all angry. Hearing that, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Old Mr. Sun, in fact, what you said makes sense. Some things do exist in the rules of those who are not of our race must have different intentions. However, as far as this matter is concerned, I don't think I did anything wrong." Hearing this, Yu Shernan and the others' faces became even gloomier. However, Zhang Feng continued, "As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't stick to small details. Moreover, these people are Lao Yu and the others. The people they brought from the western regions are also counted as slaves. Think about it, everyone is selfish. It's impossible for everyone to be like me. Moreover, most of the things I impart are treasures to many people. They will treat them as family heirlooms. However, if I find some slaves, especially those from other regions, do you think they will be able to walk out of the hall in their lifetime? Impossible. As for the people of the Tang dynasty, they will eventually walk out of White Deer College one day. In other words, they will divulge some of the things they know when they are drunk or when they are in bed. Over time these things will—" Yu Shernan couldn't listen to him anymore. He waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Feng. "When it comes to learning, which thing is cherished? You have already said that this is a kind of knowledge. Then why are you so sincere about this thing? Why are you so generous about the art of making paper, wine, and even the art of making salt? Could it be that in your heart, those things are not up to standard?" In the face of Yu Shernan's aggressiveness, Zhang Feng said calmly, "Mr. Bo Shi, you have misunderstood me. In fact, this matter is part of the military studies I told you about before. Moreover, it includes the accumulation of military weapon manufacturing. What do you think if I spread these things out, which is what I said before? I don't know if you have heard of the invulnerable shield and the invincible spear, if these things were to spread out." Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, Zhang Feng said even louder, "As long as you think it's okay, that kid will definitely announce it to the world without a second word." Chapter 802. In fact, Zhang Feng really didn't expect that Yu Shernan's people would have such a big resistance to this matter. However, when Yu Shernan just spoke, he also thought of something, which was the struggle between the civil officials and the military generals during the Jingguan period. He instantly understood some things. Many people said that Li Shimin, the emperor of the dynasty, valued military power and despised civil officials. Some people even scolded Li Shimin for being careless and only knowing the political power on horseback. However, they didn't know that if it was a strong military power, it would be a disaster. It would really lead a country to destruction, and it wouldn't last long. If it was like the Song dynasty, which valued civil officials and despised military power, it would also make a country fall into ruin. It would be like a broken piece of cotton wool. It looked good on the outside but was broken on the inside. What was the use of this? In his academy, Yu Shernan and the others seemed to only think of one aspect, but they seemed to have automatically filtered out military science and medicine from the root. Without these people and these soldiers guarding the border, not to mention other things, just this change in the water might be the end of the Tang dynasty. Besides, in the current situation at this time, they only knew how to recite poems and make couplets all day long and talk about the past and present. However, they didn't think about the dispute at the border. Could it be that it could be solved by just talking? If that was the case, then the world would be really peaceful. This could only be thought about. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Moreover, it was a country. If it did not have a strong military that was intimidated, how could there be peace in the world? How could there be scholars who could recite poems and talk about things of the past and the present under the bright mirror? Zhang Feng understood very well that it was very difficult to change the pedantic mentality of everyone at this time. However, He never thought that it would be so difficult. At first, he thought that it would be Yu Shernan and the others.
Based on what he had shown, the promotion of these 4 people should mean that they had already accepted this kind of person. However, at this time, because of the appearance of a forging workshop, the 4 people were so angry.
Obviously they thought too much. These people were still pedantic in their bones. Respected teachers, please allow this student to tell you in detail why this student is like this. They didn't speak, but just smoked one cigarette after another. It seemed that the cigarettes made by Zhang Feng at this time had infinite magic. Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse. Damn it, didn't you say that the things made by Lao Tzu were not good? Then why are you able to accept these cigarettes? But Lao Tzu just made a forging workshop and you are like this. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "Respected teachers, what do you think of the taste of this cigarette made by me? How is the effect?" They didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to say, but they still nodded and answered Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw this and said, "In fact, respected teachers, you don't know that the raw materials of the cigarettes in your hands are from the merchants of Hui country. For example, there is a kind of thing that can grow crazily in the dry land without rain all year round. This kind of thing is called potato, and there is another kind of thing called sweet potato. If these 2 things are introduced to the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty will never have a shortage of food. And these things are far away from here." Yu Shernan and the others heard this and couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. They looked at the cigarettes in their hands and couldn't help but smoke. Sun Simiao seemed to be more interested in this and couldn't help but ask, "Boy, are you serious? If there is really that kind of food, then isn't this country very rich?" Zhang Feng nodded.
Then, he picked up the rag on the table and wiped off all the things written by the person who handed it to Li Changqian on the blackboard.
Then, he picked up a piece of chalk and drew a big circle on it. "This is where we live. We are in this circle, and the location of our hall is probably in this place." While talking, Zhang Feng drew a circle in a place and wrote the words, "Tang Dynasty," in the circle. Then he said, "In fact, you should also know that to the east of the Tang Dynasty is the boundless sea. But you should know that at the end of the sea is a wild land. There are many things that we don't know about growing on this land. These things are actually prepared for some people in the wild as the most basic rations. Even a large part of them is wasted. Among them are the potatoes and sweet potatoes that this boy just mentioned. There are even some things that you have never heard of. For example, chili and corn. These things are very far away, but if we want to count on these things now, for example, if we want to go to Tiandi or Persia, it will take at least half a year. It would take at least half a year to go back and forth, and there were many uncertainties in this process. We want to explore the outside world, and the outside world wants to explore our Tang dynasty. For example, the black-clothed Abbasid Caliphate that just appeared is very prosperous. As far as this boy knows, the national strength of this country is not inferior to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 803. Zhang Feng didn't stop talking. He glanced at the crowd and continued, "If this country wants to conquer the East, what do you think will happen if they come into contact with the Tang dynasty? At that time, Tubo, Turkic, and other countries will take the opportunity to invade. Do we need to persuade them not to invade our country with just our words? Wrong. This requires a powerful army, an invincible army, a comfortable living environment where all of us can drink, chat, and talk about the world in peace and contentment under such circumstances." I don't know how you understood the phrase emphasizing literature and belittling military force in the past, but in White Deer College, I am a military and all other aspects mixed together. This is also the foundation of the small White Deer College. As for the current smelting technique, I have no other thoughts. I just want to make the Tang dynasty into an existence that no one dares to touch. Right now, the outside world of the Tang dynasty is very chaotic. You should have heard that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are now fighting a bloody battle to protect our Tang dynasty. What they lack is the invulnerable shield and the invincible spear that I have made. If these 2 things exist, please ask your teacher. Who dares to bully our Tang dynasty? At this moment, Yu Shernan's men were so shocked by Zhang Feng's words that their faces turned pale. Zhang Feng said everything he wanted to say in one breath. In fact, Zhang Feng had always wanted to say these things because the things he wanted to make were things that didn't exist in this era. For example, the firearms that were being made now and some things that he wanted to experiment with in the future. Instead of wasting his breath to explain in the future, or saying that such things would happen again, it was better to get the pain over with. At this moment, he explained everything clearly. Anyway, what was the big deal about these things? In the future, these things would slowly appear. If he didn't make the pie as round as possible, Yushernan's men wouldn't be the only ones who would come to drag him down. At that time, there would be countless people who would be able to drag her husband down. There would even be countless obstacles. Zhang Feng was disgusted by these things, but he also understood that they were bound to appear. Since the 4 big clans had taken the initiative to step forward, Zhang Feng didn't mind letting them shoulder some things for him. After all, Zhang Feng really didn't have the time to explain these things to others all day long. There were plenty of mountains to deal with. Why would he need to step forward? Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and ignored the 5 people who were deep in thought. He slowly leaned back on the reclining chair and leisurely smoked his self-made cigarettes. He knew that he had achieved the effect at this time. He just needed to give them a little time to digest it. After all, this pie was a little too big. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate to draw a part of the world map. As for how they would understand it, it would depend on their own ability. Moreover, the steam engine hadn't appeared yet. If he made these things appear at this time, it would be really harmful. Biting off more than one could chew was not an idiom. For example, the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other things that Zhang Feng mentioned now. Zhang Feng knew these things. They had been brewing for a long time in his memory. The Tang dynasty was now short of food. Many people were anxious, and the most anxious one was Zhang Feng. After all, although he now had an industry, the shortage of food in the Tang dynasty was widespread. He could support it for half a year, but after half a year, he still had to rely on himself to solve some things. Now it was just about July and August. Potatoes, this thing, became Zhang Feng's first thing to solve. As long as potatoes appeared, Zhang Feng was confident that at least the people on the mountain would be able to eat potatoes by the end of the year. At least they wouldn't have to starve for the new year. As for after the new year, let's talk about it later. At this time, Yu Shernan was still immersed in Zhang Feng's words, unable to extricate himself for a long time. The cigarette flickered, and the sky gradually darkened. The flickering cigarette was like the stars in the dark night sky. Sometimes it illuminated a face in deep thought. Sometimes it was hidden in the darkness. After a long time, Yu Shernan asked in a hoarse voice, "Zhang Feng, old man wants to ask you. Do the things you said have to be part of your so-called military science and this forge? Old man can't understand you more and more. But boy, the long speech you said today. Old man and the others need to digest it well." Chu Suiliang also let out a long sigh. I'm old. When a person gets old, his memory will slowly fade. Boy, you said too much information today. We need to digest it. Well, we'll leave first. By the way, this time I'm here to tell you that the cigarettes are gone. Remember to send cigarettes to old man and the others. Chapter 804. Yu Shernan and the others left in a hurry. They were really dumbfounded by Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng had said far too many things this time. Although in their books and their understanding of the world, they knew that this world was very large and that it was vast and abundant, in their subconscious minds, these things basically all came from the Great Tang. As for the barbarian lands outside the Great Tang, what could they possibly have? But now that they thought about what Zhang Feng said, they still felt that it was incredible. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and that corn, new terms that they had never heard of, actually appeared here. How could they not be shocked? After they returned to their residence in a daze, Ouyang Sun slapped his thigh and said, "No, we've been led astray by this guy." Only then did they realize what was going on. That's right. Why did they go to Zhang Feng today? Wasn't it for the academy? Why was she being led astray by him as they talked? And just at this time, when Yu Shernan and the others were about to go look for Zhang Feng again to reason with him, they saw Gao Can, that big black guy, carrying a big bundle of white paper, boldly walk into the little bamboo house. Then, with a dong sound, he placed the big bundles of white paper at their feet under the stunned gazes of Yu Shernan and the others. The headmaster asked me to send this over. 50 kilograms per person. This is all the production today. He asked you to divide it among yourselves. The rest will be sent to you in several batches. While speaking, Gao Can turned and left without waiting for Yu Shernan and the others to say anything. Yu Shernan and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw. After Gao Can's figure disappeared, they hurriedly squatted on the ground and touched the white paper on the ground with trembling hands. Yu Shernan hugged the white paper as if he was hugging a baby who had just been born. What a waste of an immortal. This is a waste of an immortal. Boorish. Boorish. How could you just casually throw something so precious to old man on the ground? When the academy reopens, let's see how the old man will deal with this extravagance. It's simply rotten to the bone. With the prodigal Zhang Feng on top, how good can his subordinates be? The few of them held paper in their arms. Although it weighed 50 kilograms, how could they still be the frail old man? He was even more robust than a man in his prime. The few of them cursed Gao Can as they moved the papers on the floor onto the table bit by bit with heartache. Only then did they sniff the fragrance of the papers while rubbing their faces. Good stuff. This was really good stuff. As far as they knew, Xian paper only existed in important institutions of the court. Even if they could save as much as possible, they would only use cheap paper unless it was absolutely necessary. Apart from the administrative agencies of the Tang dynasty, the documents that were required to be reported to the prefectures and prefectures were usually written on paper. Some poorer people even used bamboo slips. Once Xian paper really appeared. As long as the boys' paper was sold at a slightly cheaper price than Xian paper, which was 700 copper coins per kilogram as he said, then, although it was 300 copper coins less, but those who could afford it really didn't care about the 300 copper coins. Furthermore, this Xian paper was too expensive, and the production rate was too low. Take the 4 major paper mills in Chang, and as an example, their monthly output was only 1,200 catties. Excluding the paper used by the imperial palace, the paper used for foreign trade, and the paper used by the various mansions every month, it would be considered a good output if they could sell 200 catties each. More importantly, if such a large amount of Xian paper appeared, not only would the people's book collections not depreciate, but it would also make the bamboo slips and Xian paper, which were not easy to preserve, more compact. Moving houses in the past required dozens of horse carriages to carry books, but now it might only require 3 horse carriages or less. What was this? This was efficiency. Back to the academy. Once the academy had so much paper, what could the students do? Why did the academy in the past have fewer students? On one hand, paper was expensive. On the other hand, it was because paper was expensive. Every day, the students could only practice in the sand table. Not only was this tiring, but it also directly reduced the efficiency. They couldn't help but start to think about it. No, the Xian paper is too precious. If this prodigal continues to waste it, sooner or later something will happen to the Xian paper. Let's go and find that boy. These Xian paper must be given to the academy first. Chu Suiliang was the first one who couldn't help but stand up. In the next moment, Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao couldn't sit still anymore. That's right. If this thing is really wasted by this boy, it will really cause a big problem. Let's go, such a good thing. Let the academy use it first. The few of them were also anxious. Like a local tycoon, they treated the paper mill as their own. They didn't have the arrogance that they had when they came up the mountain and treated money like dirt. The few of them didn't have time to say anything. They hurriedly locked the door 3 times. Still feeling uneasy, Sun Simiao directly asked Elder Gao to personally guard the door for them. Then, they hurried to Zhang Feng's place. Once they entered, they didn't wait for Zhang Feng to stand up and said directly, "Zhang Feng boy, from today onwards, all sales of the Xian paper must go through our hands." Zhang Feng couldn't wrap his head around it. He said in shock, "Respected teachers, what's going on?" Chapter 805. What's going on? You're asking us what's going on? Yu Shernan was so angry that his beard was trembling. He pointed at the white paper that Zhang Feng was making cigarettes with and said with a pale face, "This paper? All right, you know more about paper than we do. But old man wants to ask you, do you still want your academy? 3 years, you only have 3 years. Why do you think old man and the others came up the mountain? I just want to see if the 9 grand scholars that you talked about can appear here." Old man thought that you were just bragging about this paper. Who would know that you can really produce so much paper in a day? Now, the academy will officially open in a month or so. Look at you now, you're sloppy all day. How much paper do these students need every day? Have you prepared all the things that the students need to go to school? Zhang Feng was asked 3 times in a row by Yu Shernan and didn't know what to say. Weren't you all doing well before? What's wrong with you? Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. Dear teachers, I also want to wait for this white paper to come out. After you use it and are satisfied, I'm going to tell you about it.
Since all of you are so considerate of my academy, then I'll tell you my plan. Yu Shernan and the others automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's words about what would happen after they were used. From the moment they came up the mountain, they didn't give Zhang Feng a chance to talk about it. Now that Zhang Feng said so, they reacted. Bring me a brush and ink. Yu Shernan waved his sleeves and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him. He touched his nose and slowly took out a brush and ink and put it on the tea table in front of Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan didn't hesitate. He took out a few pieces of white paper that Zhang Feng had cut for cigarettes, dipped it in ink and wrote a line of words. Then he hurriedly stood up and stood under the lamp to carefully observe the changes of the ink. They stared at the paper in the flickering candlelight with their eyes wide open, but they were silently keeping track of the time. After 10 breaths, Yu Shernan took the paper from under the lamp, dipped his finger in some saliva and pressed it on the paper. There was no ink at all. Yu Shernan didn't believe it and wiped the paper with his sleeve. He still couldn't wipe the ink off. Their pupils couldn't help but flicker fiercely under the candlelight again. After they checked the ink on the paper, Yu Shernan said with satisfaction, "We have checked the paper. Now let's talk about the serious matter. How do you think we should do it?" While speaking, Yu Shernan lit a cigarette. The cigarette, which was as thick as a little finger, went out one by one under the lamp. Zhang Feng coughed and said, "Dear teachers, I have some opinions about the teaching of the academy. I wonder if you can listen to me?" But before he spoke, Sun Simiao coughed and interrupted Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at Sun Simiao, who rarely spoke about the academy. He couldn't help thinking, didn't he just give me the paper? Could it be? But Zhang Feng still said respectfully, "Please enlighten me, Mr. Sun." Sun Simiao touched his beard and smoked. He looked up and down at Zhang Feng and then said, "You are a very smart person. In the future, your achievements will reach a level that the old man can't imagine. At this time, although you haven't entered the palace to meet the emperor, the old man knows that the emperor favors you very much. This is your luck." The old man won't say anything more. "Now, you've created so many things in one go. Just like what you said before, it's easy to break if you're too rigid. Remember, don't be arrogant because of your talent. Now, you're not only the dean of the academy, but also a great Confucian scholar and an official of the imperial court. You have to set an example for everything. As a minister and a student, you have to remember one thing, that is, steadiness. Even if you are smart, if you don't, your achievements in the future will be limited. It will even be difficult for you to become a great person." Zhang Feng blinked. He really couldn't understand at the moment. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask, Mr. Sun, how am I not steady?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao smiled faintly and shook his head. This brat was still trying to pick a fight. Sun Simiao, Yu Qigong, and the others laughed and said, "You still dare to ask? The old man asked you. You once boasted that you could become 9 grand scholars. Isn't that enough? Right now, the White Deer Academy has basically become the place where the eyes of everyone in the world gather. You should be even more careful with your words and actions. Others won't say anything if you say it after you've achieved your goal. But if you say it 3 years ago, in the hearts of those who have ulterior motives, you're simply too rash. How can you do such a laughable thing? There are actually people who want to laugh at me?" Zhang Feng was instantly unhappy and cursed in his heart. In fact, this kind of thing was common in any era. After all, those who couldn't eat grapes would always say that the grapes were sour. Thus, Zhang Feng revealed a confident smile. "I think my image is quite good." Yu Shernan and the others couldn't bear to watch any longer. They hurriedly interrupted. All right. You brat, stop arguing. If you want to continue, what can we do? Remember, we are all experienced people. What we say is for your own good." Zhang Feng pursed his lips. He didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Yu Shernan asked contentedly, "Then tell us now. What plans do you have for the college? It would be best if it can be decided by tonight. That way, we won't have to waste our time on this mountain." "Fine. You're so bored that your balls hurt. I was still wondering if you guys were trying to trick me. Now, it seems like it's time to find something for you guys." Chapter 806. Zhang Feng hurriedly straightened his face and stood up. "Dear teachers, I really have a big thing here, and I need your help."
Yu Shernan and the others saw this. They looked at each other, and there was a touch of understanding in their eyes. Boy, tell us about it. Yu Shernan waved his hand. After all, we have been eating and drinking on this mountain for a few days. If we don't find something to do, it can't be justified. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face flashed with a touch of excitement. Dear teachers, even if you live on this mountain for 8 or 10 years, it is a blessing that I can't even ask for. How can you say that? That's enough. Put away your flattery. It's useless in front of us. Yu Shernan glared at Zhang Feng, lit a cigarette and took a puff. Tell us about it. If it's not difficult or you want us to carry bricks, you'd better not say it. How can I? Zhang Feng said with a straight face. However, there is still 1 month before the academy officially opens. I have made a few sets of books here, which are the books needed for teaching. I hope you can take a look. While speaking, Zhang Feng took out several thread-bound blue books that were the same size as the books of that era from under the pillow in the bedroom and handed them to the others. However, these books were written with the titles of military science, medicine, physics, literature, mathematics, and several major categories. They looked at it and then glanced at Sun Simiao doubtfully. Sun Simiao smiled faintly. Good guy, you even calculated the old man? However, Sun Simiao still took the medical book and read it with relish. Then when they were reading the books, Zhang Feng said, now the teaching method of the Tang dynasty is generally based on reading the Book of Songs, the Analects of Confucius, and the teacher's narration. Therefore, the students are going to completely change this teaching method. In the morning, they will read the books of the sages for 2 hours, and then study literary works in the next 2 hours. The works of the great masters from ancient times to the present and the stories behind them will be explored by the students after class. After that, they would rest for 3 hours, eat, and rest. In the afternoon, they would memorize the books of the sages and study other subjects, such as mathematics, and so on. In the evening, during the last lesson, they would study medicine, leaving some time for them to complete their assigned homework. The next morning, the teachers would review their homework and interpret their doubts. Zhang Feng talked about the primary school curriculum and junior high school curriculum he had imagined, as well as the teaching method based on the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Except for Yu Shernan, who had heard it once, the others were all immersed in the textbooks written by Zhang Feng at this time. Boy, old man wants to ask you, what is your so-called medicine and this alcohol? Don't we use quicklime for disinfection now? Can you tell old man what this alcohol is? This? Zhang Feng naturally knew that Sun Simiao was going to ask questions. He hurriedly said, Old son, this alcohol is actually something extracted from white wine. I want to ask you, old son, if you encounter a red wound, what is the general survival rate? I mean, for example, a wound that is more than 1 foot long and has already festered. Yu Shernan and the others heard this and couldn't help but raise their heads curiously. They also had a lot of questions, but when they heard the word alcohol, they couldn't help but be interested. Sun Simiao said without thinking, if it's a leg or a hand, if it's in spring or summer, if old man or a doctor personally takes care of it, it's basically possible to survive more than a month's weather. What if it's on the battlefield? Or the wound has already festered? Zhang Feng asked again. A handful of quicklime, and the rest depends on the person himself and the medicine. As for whether it can be cured or not, it depends on the person's body. Sun Simiao continued. Zhang Feng nodded. People in this era didn't know what medicine was at all, let alone what medical care was. If he said too much, the others wouldn't understand. Zhang Feng just said, if such a person is in my hands, if I say that I have a 100% chance of saving his life, would you believe it? And in addition to not being able to regenerate broken limbs, I also know the blood for blood technique. Would you believe it? When Sun Simiao heard this, his expression changed abruptly. He flipped open Zhang Feng's magical medical book again, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, Kid, I don't know who your teacher is, but with this medical book in old man's hands, you will definitely surpass Bien Ke, Hua Tua, and other medical sages. Why did you publicize this magical medical book to the public? Do you know the importance of this book? Once it spreads, your White Deer College will instantly become the target of public criticism? Zhang Feng smiled. The road needs people to walk on it. When many people walk on it, it will naturally appear. Look at the road. I naturally know what I'm doing. Chapter 807. Yet another famous phrase from his mouth.
Yu Shernan and the others felt that Zhang Feng's appearance was simply a blow to them. However, Zhang Feng continued. Elder son, at the end of this book, there are all the annotations of what I just said.
If you really don't understand, how about I give you a practical experiment when I have time? Also, I have prepared some alcohol and some toothpaste. The people on this mountain will more or less be injured. Why don't you experiment according to what I wrote in the book?
No.
Boy, are you sure that these things can be learned by everyone? Sun Simiao didn't ask whether Zhang Feng was telling the truth. Instead, he was extremely worried about what Zhang Feng was going to do at this time. Although he also knew that if this thing in his hand was spread out, the more people who learned it, the more benefits the people of the Tang dynasty would receive, he didn't know whether this was good or bad. Zhang Feng smiled indifferently. Since I have handed this thing to you, as for how to teach it, it's all up to you. As for how many disciples you want to accept and how many good seedlings you find, you need to select from these disciples on the mountain.
You know, boy. Lazy?
Sun Simiao smiled speechlessly.
Well, since you dare to not take out such a peerless book, then Old Man will accompany you in your madness.
Old Man wants to see what kind of waves this medical book of yours can create. Also, this old man would like to see what you can achieve with your so-called physics and this science. Since you're willing to give us your trump card, then if we don't give you a reassuring pill, you'll definitely get angry. Yu Shernan closed the book in his hand.
After exchanging glances with Ouyang Sun and the others, he added, Boy, as Elder Sun said, whether it is the medical book or the things in our hands, since you are so assured, although we don't know whether this method is right or not since you said so, we will treat it as an attempt. If it succeeds, you will be a hero of the Tang dynasty and the hero of our thousands of students, but are you sure that the things in this book can be taught?
Yu Shernan waved the book in his hand and asked. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, It can be taught. As for how to teach, it depends on the teachers. I mean, in each book, I have marked the difficulty level. As for the new students, I still suggest that everyone should have a basic understanding. That is to say, the first 10 pages can be taught at will. After that, I will perfect this novice teaching material with the teachers. From the 11th page to the 20th page, I'm going to teach this student tomorrow.
Of course, in the second year, we'll be able to pick out the good and bad results, as well as what a person is suited for and what kind of talent they have.
We'll focus on nurturing them. As for the last 10 pages, we can teach them in the third year. All the classes will be divided into 3 classes, A, B, and C. The students who are recruited every year need to be rehearsed and divided into classes according to this order. As for the most accurate ones, we will have to wait until the third year to find the elites. I am going to set up a special training class.
At that time, these elites will be able to learn some more sophisticated things such as the manufacturing technique, the hematopoietic blood exchange technique, physics, and so on.
Zhang Feng slowly explained the division of classes, as well as how the textbooks should be taught, bit by bit. Everything was explained in detail.
In the first year, it was basically science so that everyone would have a sense of hygiene and awareness in all aspects.
This was not difficult.
He only needed to teach them some things to pay attention to in daily life and how to distinguish some things that they encountered in daily life.
As for the second year, this was the key.
As for the third year, this was the time to really find and cultivate the key talents for the Science and Technology Department of the Academy.
Although Zhang Feng was confident that he could educate all these people within a year, the difficulty was that these people still had no way to accept these things. Therefore, he needed 2 years to change their thinking, and the last year was the most critical sprint. After a detailed introduction, Yu Shernan and the others finally completely annihilated the idea that Zhang Feng was crazy. What exactly was this kid thinking in his head? After Zhang Feng finished talking for a long time, Yu Shernan and the others still had their heads down. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhang Feng was not in a hurry. He just stood in front of them, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. He knew that these all needed time to digest. He had said too many things today. So many that Zhang Feng wondered if these people could digest them completely. Yu Shernan and the others smoked one cigarette after another. From time to time, they would gather together and mutter a few words. Zhang Feng saw that the cigarettes in the basket were getting fewer and fewer. Zhang Feng suspected that these old guys could not sleep at night and were smoking here. Just after the last cigarette was smoked by Chu Swaelyong, and the cigarette holder was still unsatisfied, the few of them clapped their hands and said, "Kid, we have decided. Old Man and the others will accompany you in your madness, but there will be enough cigarettes and alcohol."